Got that one,
got that one, got that one.
He got that one, he got that one, he got that one, he got that one. Everybody, he got that one.
Wait,
he got that one, and he got that one. He got that one. Alright. How we doing tonight? He got that one. That could be a song there. He got that one, he got that one. He didn't get that one, but he got that one. Alright. I'm accepting the invitation. Today, guys, we're gonna be looking for collectibles. Except I can't see any of them because I have them all. So I'm gonna just try to help Mr. Bona out.
Cause he's a sweat.
Yep, and this guy tried to be a sweat off camera like I did.
No, if I want to be a sweat, I would have had all the jammers.
Yeah, the jammer one does suck more than the figures. I think it took me way longer to do that, even though there's less of them. Just because they're in super hard to reach places. Like the action figures, I think you can get all at a on the ground level at least. Or not on the ground, but like your character can reach it without a vehicle. A lot of the signal jammers you have to basically fly yourself to, which is really annoying. It's less annoying, I'd say, if like we're in multiplayer and like I helped you do it, like I flew a helicopter and you shot at it or something, and then vice versa. But
my friend, there is so.
Bread Dog, it's your favorite streamer. Well, thank you. Alright, so, which ones, so I guess, out of what you've done.
Which ones do I not have? I couldn't tell you.
Well, I was gonna say, maybe make a, well, maybe that might be a little much making a list, but I was gonna say, maybe just do a mental checklist or something of what you have achieved already. Like which ones you know for certain you've gotten.
That is currently what I'm doing.
Like I know you got the other day. You got the fair one, right? The one at the little boardwalk Ferris wheel and stuff.
I know.
So something like that would be.
I already have like a rough idea which ones I got. Now I'm having to go through the whole list on the Steam. Whatever Steam guide to see what I don't have.
Right. So process.
I couldn't tell you which ones I don't have. I have to look. That's really the real crappy part about this. Is like gonna tell you which ones I don't have. I don't even know myself, and that's really essy.
Whee! Ow! Bike wipeouts are always so much worse. In Forsaken, you got a skin that scares people because it means you have skill one of the survivors seeing that you were the killer. Nope.
Yeah, I get TikTok live going.
Look at you with your bubblegum head.
I almost forgot to get TikTok live going.
TikTok on the clock.
No, I
Maybe
don't wanna
blow them
promote
speakers
it.
up tonight. I'ma fight till I see the sunlight. I did the famous drift move that they do in all the movies. My bad.
Dude, what the freak, dude?
What the freak?
Why did you do that?
Me?
Why did you hit my car? I can see the scratch.
What, you didn't you didn't notice that I accidentally hit your car? Oh, that'll buff out.
Take my TikTok stream on.
That'll
What's
buff
up,
out.
on?
That'll buff out. Oh!
Shit.
That's right. That was painful. Alright. So yeah, guys, today we're gonna try to find what collectibles that got missed for Mr. Bona.
Yeah. Woo.
Whoa!
Oh, I mean,
You're aiming that. You're aiming that thing.
Shoot her, but she's already dead.
The guy who just crashed into the back of that car is gonna kill that lady.
She should have moved out of my way.
Dear resident, shoot animals. Photography is open for submissions. As you may know. What is this email? San Andreas has been placed in the bottom ranks of America's safest states.
It looks like a cool picture of the back of a car.
With the LS
GTR?
Tourist
Maybe a
board.
Corvette taillights?
LS Tours Board has a plan, a portfolio of wildlife photography to prove how peaceful our home really is. So get out there and snap restful boars, tranquil mountain lions, and
That
sing
is
coyotes.
not.
Ah.
That's not even the same picture.
Which one is it? I can look too on the.
Alright. I already
using
got
the,
that. I already got that. This one.
You're looking at the Velvet Night one?
I don't know.
That's the one that I used.
I got the grave one. Wait, what is this one? Why is there a guy, the hairy chest? Ooh, I might not have gotten this one. I think we found one that I didn't get.
He found one that he didn't get.
Maybe. I think it's here going off of this map. No, it's not there. That's up here.
Right,
This is just
it's big.
picture movement. Static Killer. Jackson 1.10.
Yeah.
Thank you for the likes. I appreciate it.
Oops.
Jace Farmer, welcome. MJX Damien, welcome. Rahima Rahima, I hope I said that right. Welcome to the live. Evan, welcome. Polar Bear, Bell. Polar Bear, welcome. Oh, wait, no. Been here like 3 million times. There's not a chance I didn't get this one.
Oh yeah, there's one hidden in this cave. I remember this.
Oh, shocker.
I think it's like over here.
What do you know?
Did you find it?
I got it.
He
already.
found one. He found
no, I
one.
got it. Oh, huh.
I thought you said you were getting it like right now. Oh. Yeah, I remember this one. You took me to this cave. Whoa.
Yeah.
Whoa, you just drowned that guy. Oh, he's alive.
I gotta take my anger out.
I think there's a...
Fuck you!
Whoa.
Get lost, asshole! How pathetic.
I think there's a better way of doing it. This isn't healthy.
I'm so mad right now.
This isn't healthy for you. Whoa, whoa, she's not wearing a top. Whoa.
It didn't show nothing on my end, so I'm fine.
I mean, I didn't see it that close. I just could tell from far away there. I can't show that on my stream. Is that an overall dress? I didn't know that was a thing. What are you doing? Whoa! Why'd you backhand her like that, dude? She's just standing there.
Told you, I get my anger out, man.
Can't just like
Neymar Santos.
punch this wall or that tree
Chrissy Moore.
or this fence.
Extra.
Wait, that was kind of funny. Like you were hopping it, and whoa, you're hopping it, and it like fell off when I hit the fence. That was funny.
Count your days, buddy.
My days. Who do you think you're talking to? Hmm? Who do you think you're talking to, pal? He just won't get up. He wouldn't get up.
I wasn't supposed to kill you.
Count your
I don't
days,
want to,
buddy.
I don't want to kill my friend.
I only wanted to maim him. I only wanted to maim him violently.
All right, well, I got that one. Dude, I can't tell because this shows like the freaking exact where it's at. I get that's the whole point of it, but like if it would show like the scenery, I could understand it a little better.
So the list you're looking at doesn't show the
is-
pictures?
It shows a picture of where they're at. I need to see.
Oh,
It's
I
not
see.
that they're not showing. It would help more if I could see it.
right. Right. Yeah, looking at it, there is a lot of places it could be. I get it. I get not remembering. How many was it? You said there was 4 left? Like 2? Well, 2 are the airplane yard, right?
Yeah, there's literally 2 of them that I don't have.
So those 2 will be there, and then the other 2 are just ones you haven't found yet. Is this Michael's house?
That can't be. No, this isn't his. His house is
I haven't played the campaign though. That might be something I should do one of these days. Play the story mode.
Oh yeah, I got this one. This is the tennis court one. Got that one. I got that one. Got that one. We'll go and check this one because I mean I think I got it, but not 100% sure.
Whoa. Whee! I was trying to get in the door. There we go. Ah. Fun fact, your favorite characters in a game isn't how much you like them. It's a... What? Red Dog? Are you saying that right? Fun fact, my favorite characters in a game isn't how much I like them, it's a bang list.
I can respect it.
Yeah. I don't have much to criticize. Look at my #1 video. I can't.
Red Dog. It depends on what is on the list.
Is it a hear me out list, or is it a?
Yeah, I mean.
Whee! Whoa! What was this one? Oh wait, no, I think I remember this one.
And I might have got this one, I might not have.
This one was...
On a white chair.
We both just did the same exact thing.
Not the way to it, I don't think.
No, it's a white chair. I'm remembering.
I see the picture of it.
I'm beginning to remember. Upgrade that effing needle, Casper. Welcome to the stream.
Casper, we're gonna go back to you joining the stream to saying Wampoop and stuff.
No, you can say upgrade the needle. We don't have to go to Wampoop. We don't have to go back to Wampoop.
Okay, yeah, I did get it. Well, poop.
Wampoop. He already got it. Duh. He already got it. Take this couch. Take this glass table. Dang, glass doesn't break. Take that, boogie boards. Take that, buckets. Whoa. Take that, beach balls. Yeah. Take that, beach balls. Take that. Take that, potted plant.
That. Balls.
Take that. Kick the leaves out of that dang plant. Take that, potted plant.
Yeah, take that.
Hi Wampa, hi Eth Bona, upgrade the needle, Wampoop. Okay, you don't need to combine them both.
I think that's perfect.
What have you got?
Hi,
what
Casper.
have you got, Casper doing?
Hi, Casper. Now. No, that I can get used to hearing. Combination of all of it.
Upgrade the needle, Wampoop. No, literally, dude. I don't even know if you know the. Well, I mean, obviously the needle thing is from Hollow Knight, but literally, the reason that they keep saying it is like both Casper and Ashley. They keep saying it because like you can upgrade the sword in the game and whatever, right? But
yeah,
which is called the needle. But I already did. Like it's already really good, and so they keep telling me to upgrade it, even though I've already upgraded it a bunch. Like I don't even know if I can upgrade it anymore. I think I can upgrade it one more time, and after that they're probably still gonna say it.
Just upgrade the needle, man.
Just upgrade it. Ashley, Jolly Wam Peak. Let's go. That's what you guys should be saying. Jolly Wam Peak. Ooh, slides. I don't know what the 182 is. Jolly Wam Peak 182. I'm stuck. I think you lost the door here. You heard you played Hammer Fight without you. And Casper wanted to see me beat Hammer Fight last night. I'm sorry, Ashley. Are you trying to get the other ending along with the other missions?
Dude, that's messed up, man.
Of, what, Hollow Knight? Yeah, Hollow Knight, I'll continue it at some point.
That's messed up.
I just figured I'd played it a lot, take a little break.
You played it without?
Well, Ashley wasn't here last
what?
night. Casper asked if I could play it, and I was like,
man.
sure. It's still there. You can watch the stream. It's in my... Well, it's in the GTA playlist, even though it's not a GTA stream.
It's not the same. It's not the same as watching it live, man.
You'll get the worst beat up of his life. Who, me? You want me to use the Molotov on what? Oh, are you trying to get the other endings in Hammer Fight? Oh, maybe sometime, yeah. I got the good ending apparently, so... Whee! My little candle. I got the candle going, man.
I have a strong feeling I already got this one.
Is this the one on the Vinewood sign?
No, that one I already sure got.
Oh, the vineyard, right?
It's in a plant, a cement plant pot.
The cement.
Sienna, welcome.
Casper says,
Piper,
Bona, your driving sucks.
Oh, Casper, you suck.
Are you using reshade? No, I think it's just like it's got a... I think the atmosphere is a little green for the Halloween time, because, you know, it's all spooky. I don't think it normally looks like this.
Yeah, no, thank you for the roses. I appreciate
There is a signal jammer over here, as long as you're here, if you want to get it.
I want to know which ones I missed because it's not freaking this one either.
Well, come here, come here. While we're here, you can get the signal jammer out of the way.
Oh crap! This is stupid.
It's right up there. Whoa, what the? Ghost car! Ghost car, dude!
Time for your shenanigans, ghost car.
Just blows it up.
Piper, thank you for the heartbeat. Thank you guys for the likes.
Alexa fart a little. Ashley, do not get his Alexa to fart a little.
I'll hook up the Alexa.
No. What have you done, Ashley? No. What a nice vineyard.
At that.
Oh, the cops are coming for us, dude. They're coming up the fields. They're gonna be here any second.
Cops, mom.
Gamble. You should gamble Jolly Gardevoir. What, Jolly Gardevoir? Yeah, we should gamble. We actually haven't gambled today. Yeah, this is...
Haha.
Well, that didn't work out. I still see the fire you just caused. Right now, we're trying to get Mr. Bona his final collectibles of the action figures.
Simeon, I don't want to freaking hear it. Screw you. Piss me off. Will we reach the goal of 20 roses within 3 hours?
I don't know! Hopefully. Oops. Let's set it off, dude. Oh, why don't we take this? I've never hijacked a limo before. Where the hell did you get... What is this?
Sorry, man. Not personal.
What? You have your own helicopter?
Oh, I mean, you can call it in too.
I can?
Yeah, just go to Merriweather and you can call in a helicopter pickup. And if you don't want to have it treat like a taxi where they'll drive you where you want, you shoot them and you get a helicopter.
Oh.
Merriweather, for all your private security
Oh.
needs. How can I help?
I did not know that.
Goodbye then.
I did not know that. Whoa, dude. Oh, I'd get... If this was a real ride, I'd get so motion sick from this. Whoa. I'm going in first person, that's why. Whoa. Ah, yes. The old farm.
Ben golfs.
Steve Bona can't pilot. What do you mean, Casser? He just got us here.
Apparently I can't. Apparently I got this one too. Okay. No, I got that one. No, I got that one. I know I got that one. Pretty sure I got this one, but we're gonna check it anyway.
Uh-oh, dude. We're in the gang area.
Dude, what do these dweebs want, bro?
You're not welcome here.
I'll kill you!
We got a man.
Kill you!
I got a Tommy gun with your name on it, mister.
You stupid motherfucker!
Wow, they just spawned 3 guys.
Whoa,
to my
what the-
right, just in
Why wasn't I
open
shooting?
daylight.
Why the hell wasn't I shooting there? What the heck? First person is so blue. I think this is actually the normal colors it's supposed to be, but like the filter hasn't applied.
Fuck you!
You motherfucker! Yeah, we passed it. 4 headshots out of 6 kills. That's not too bad. Nice. Rank up, facilitator.
Ew. Why is Casper at my freaking throat right now?
I don't know.
All I told him was to say Wampoop. Now he's doing tricks on it.
Is he saying some other Wampoop stuff in the chat?
Wish.
What happened to ghost hunting? Well, we probably will go do some after this. We're just looking for the final... Wait, I can rappel. What? Hold spacebar to rappel. Why isn't it?
Oh, it's probably supposed to be, I forgot to stay still for you to rappel.
Oh, I was hoping I would just like dangle out of the back of the helicopter while you're flying by. I was thinking that'd be really funny. Like, ah! Ah! just soaring right through. Wampa, eat your words. Wampa is forcing me to be mean to you. Eat's gonna help. No, I'm not. He's lying. You better stop lying or else.
It's okay. It's okay. Casper, I believe you.
Things are gonna get messy. Yeah, I think there's one in the middle of the bridge here.
There is, and I am.
There's a signal jammer here too.
98% positive that I got this.
Well, since we're here, we could get the signal jammer if you don't have that one. This one is, we go to the other side. Other side.
I was in the jammer.
Oh, I see.
I can hear it beeping.
Yeah, the figure is in here. If you haven't gotten it yet.
Let's hope.
I'll take that as you already got it.
I wish this game could tell me which one, because there's a lot of these I remember getting. Yep, got this one, because this is one of the things. Yeah, got that. Both of these, any of these train ones I got.
Did you get the one in the alien zone in the desert?
The what?
There's like a zone in the desert with like paintings on the rocks and stuff, and there's like a UFO. You got that
That's
one?
on the car hood.
A lot of them do look really similar, and that's the worst part. They're all in very similar places. There's one.
Thankfully, I am positive I got all the dumb underground ones.
The 93rd on the list I'm looking at. That one was kind of tricky to get, I think, just because, well, it wasn't like tricky, but you had to smash glass to get it. Like you couldn't walk into
in
the
the little like supermarket.
Oh, so yeah, you probably got that one then. Did you get the one in the barn doors?
Yeah.
The one at the humane facility in the U?
Yeah.
The one in the trash pile in the north?
Well, there's like 8. There's like 3 of them in trash piles. But yeah.
The highway tunnel?
Yes.
The
Well,
naked guys
I'm just gonna
cult
keep
rock?
checking. I believe I got the naked guys cult rock. The altruist camp.
Yeah, it's like there's like a little painting that they have on the side of their camp down below in the mountains.
Oh, this might be. I just let it crash. I was like, I held S too long anyway. It's gonna crash regardless of what I try to do. Yeah, I'll just let it crash. Might not have gone this one though.
Oh, the one in the liquor store.
I'm hoping I didn't. No, I didn't get here.
Ooh, there's a playing card here
Is it-
too somewhere.
Because the description that they gave on the Reddit was horrendous, and it said in the back of the shop, which it never said anything about it being inside the shop.
Did you get the playing card that was here too? I think there's a playing card here. If
There
not,
was one, I got it.
nice.
But
If there is any, I got you.
there's not one.
Well,
All right, so you see the final one. I see the final one more that I didn't have.
one more. Coyote.
Casper says to gamble. I'll tell you what. After I find this last one, I'll gamble all my funds away.
Whoa.
Not really, but I will go gamble.
Fire truck.
So I'm not gonna. I can't gamble all my money. I already gambled all my chips.
I keep getting
Alright,
emails from Maze Bank.
Yeah, I got that. This is the
Gamble.
That rock. Yep,
Casper,
this is
did
the
you
rock.
not just hear Eth Bona?
You got the trash pile. Yeah, I got the water reservoir.
Did you get the one on the
See,
lumberjack's
this one I
foot?
don't remember. Yeah, I got the lumberjack's foot. This one I don't remember getting at all, but
Which one?
yeah. Gasper, I don't really know how to fix that. If you want me to be honest, man. I'm just gonna turn it to where it's at like this. Is this good, Casper? I'm gonna go check.
Did you get it? Well, yeah, you probably did. I was gonna. Oh, did you get the one that was like above the comic store? That was like hanging on the billboard. That one.
Yeah.
Okay. The downtown ones, I'm assuming you got, like at all the fountains.
I'm pretty confident in the ones that are in Los Santos.
Gotcha.
This one that we're going to, I didn't see one when I went there, but I'm not sure at all.
This is the.
But I don't remember ever going into this
No,
building.
we got. Well, I feel like I've definitely.
I know, but there's a.
Oh, we got the signal jammer there. Maybe you didn't get the.
I'm saying there's a few things where, cause like I could have sworn I got the action figure in the cave a long time ago, but I got it today.
Mm-hmm. Wait, you did get
Alright,
the action
as long as
figure
it's-
in the cave there today?
I got it today. It was there today.
Oh. Oh,
Well,
but
they
before
brought
before
you there.
the before I was here.
Yeah, when
I
I was
see.
when I was still trying to surprise you.
I see.
But now it's like, well, what other ones? I started going to all the places where I was like, oh, I'm pretty sure I got it already, but no. But now I went through I literally went to the 100 locations and I couldn't find them.
Yeah, this one, if I remember right, is in like a, it's like in a building with a bunch of porta potties.
Yeah. Which last time I went in there, it wasn't there. But I might as well check
There,
maybe.
there weren't any in the military base, were there? Because I think
no, there's two around it.
There's a signal jammer and a card in the military base that are tricky to get, but I don't remember an action figure in there. Yeah.
No, they're just on the outside. They're running in the middle of a water reservoir around it, and then a trash pile or whatever by empty semi trailer.
Gotcha. Gamble, we will gamble, Casper, we will.
Casper wants to see some gambling.
Did you hear the thing that happened to, like, I don't know the full story, but just what happened to the NBA?
The NBA?
Like, everybody got arrested because they were, like, gambling on themselves, or they were suspected of gambling on themselves and stuff. It was like,
I didn't hear about it.
I think it was in California because they just released, like, new gambling laws in California with sports betting and stuff. And so I'm pretty sure, well, not pretty sure, but I heard the whole NBA team got arrested for gambling, like sports gambling.
Good. Shouldn't be able to gamble. No. Yeah, it's not here.
And you got the jammer that was on that billboard, right? Because I think we did before, like you and I were both here when we got it. Yeah.
I don't see it. So I'm assuming, yeah. I don't like hear any beeping or nothing.
Did you hear what happened to the GTA player who died? He didn't respawn. What a noob. Casper with the Minecraft jokes, just changing it to GTA. I mean, to be honest, you could just put it literally any video game, and the jokes would be almost the same.
And they'll be just as bad.
You're an NBA, Ashley. You gamble, you win. Yeah, I think it was like LeBron James. Like, he's on the Lakers, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he got arrested.
Yeah, not surprising.
Lakers, Raptors, Hornets. I mean, I don't keep up to basketball that much either, but Lakers, Raptors, Hornets, Trailblazers involved in NBA gambling scandal. FBI's sweeping investigation into illegal sports gambling led to the arrest of Miami Heat guard Terry Rozier and ex-player Damon Jones. Took place between January 2022 and March 2024, allegedly involved sharing non-public information with bettors, such as when players would be sitting out games or would pull themselves early from games.
You've encountered a problem that figures do not appear after a certain time, then right to. I have to write to him. But I don't know which ones to tell him didn't appear. Which one am I missing, dude?
Hey, is there a gun van like literally right by us? Usually it's really expensive, but let's see what you got back here.
They're still very expensive.
What you got?
Like 300,000.
You're smart, right?
It's the cheapest gun.
$265,500 for a combat shotgun. $270,000 for a heavy rifle. Actually, I should have enough on me. 1 second. Let me deposit some of my money into my bank account here.
work, no bullshit.
Alright. Oh, I still don't have enough. 247,000. Dang it.
Take a look. Act now. That price ain't here for
The
long.
shocker? You can get a stun stick?
Can't be found anywhere.
What is that?
Guaranteed.
Widowmaker?
Won't find that in ammunition.
What the hell? Up an atomizer.
That's
The unholy
black market.
hellbringer? Like the BFG or something? What is that?
Just so you know, that's a limited time offer.
There's a 10% discount on
Only
these?
sold by yours truly. That's new
Dang.
stock. Fresh out of the box.
If I was the last action figure, where would I be? So yeah, obviously, like you said, well, even on the list here, it says what you were talking about, that, which I didn't even know. I think it's just because I was following it in order. But the 99th and 100th appear after collecting all past 98, which is really, I don't know why. That's really weird. But a lot of offices. Is there a, you know what? There's a lot that are in really similar places, like the gas stations. Is there a gas station you may have missed? Do you think?
No, the gas stations I am pretty positive about. I can figure out exactly this one is that. I'm gonna check this one. Alright, now time for a long effing drive.
You think you know the one?
It might be this one. Has potential.
Oh, that's why the, you know what? That's actually why the signal jammer that I think glitched on me too. If you wanted to get one. Jeremiah was a bullfrog.
He
Was a good friend of mine.
Yo.
Bum 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 ba-dum, brum, bum 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 bum. Ooh, dude, that was a pretty cool timed lightning strike there with the car drift.
Oh yeah. Let me check the ice machine on it, so maybe it spawned in. But this wasn't here,
Spawned
but
in.
I very well. Well, yeah, it says if they weren't spawning in a certain amount of time. Alright, no, it's still not there. It's supposed to be on the ice machine. But
Well, they shouldn't even. I feel like some of them shouldn't be. I never had any problem like that where I had to wait for a certain amount of time.
I'm just going off of what I read. It
Yeah.
probably is not a thing, but
I just literally all I did was I just started at the at the first on the list and then kept going through. Especially because I think it was routed, kind of routed, so that it would be like all
we
on one
are
trip.
trying to figure out what one action figure I'm missing to collect them all.
Besides the two of
Well,
that
besides
are
the two that
in the same
only
spot.
spawn once I get.
And they're in the same exact area too, so they're really right next to each other.
Yeah.
Bow, now, 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 now. Whee, shortcut. Just.
Would have been a shortcut if I get this car going. Car, move!
Now, 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 now. Whee!
Dude, there are cats on the game too.
Yeah, like regular cats.
Cats, and there's rats.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, I was gonna say. I forgot. There's rats in the game. There are rats in the GTA.
Like rats in the scrapyard.
Oh, that deer was standing on that hill like a very proud deer. I don't see it no more.
Lucky.
Lucky deer. Oh no, there it is. Whoa! 'Cause every time we touch, I get the feeling. And every time we go somewhere I can fly. Ah!
Yeah, I want that dead-ass disco game to come out already.
Deadass Disco, is that the one where you guys like fighting to the beat?
Yeah, to the beat. Yeah, there's supposed to be a multiplayer.
Oh. Is that a song in it?
You can make it a song.
Oh.
You can add whatever song you want.
Whee! Pop shots. Oh, you killed the pig there? I didn't even see that. In the chicken coop there?
Yeah, they got this one.
If you go, there's a signal jammer down here. That's the one that glitched out on me. If you want to get a signal jammer since we're here. What the? Is that just one solid object? Didn't have the action figure in it. Didn't have the action figure. Coyote, look out! Look out! Run! He's got blood in his eyes. On his mind.
Sand. What's it about, Jerry? Car, stop spitting out before I blow you up.
Deer, run! Run, you fools!
Oh, freak.
You don't know who you're running in front of. That's a fun campsite there. Whee.
I'm not done.
You're not
No,
done.
I'm not done at all. I've got you in my sights.
Whoa! You just, what are you doing? You just run it over and over again?
Like
Do you have-
right over the base, I can move to try and shoot down the other base.
Do you have a new place in mind? You don't have to follow the purple line, that's just a signal jammer.
I'll be back.
We'll be back. Where are you going? How soon will you be back? You back? Oh, hey!
What, you thought I wasn't gonna hear the beeping?
Well, I did. I was kind of hoping the car traffic would drown it out. But I wasn't gonna do it right then and there. I was gonna do it once the car was out of use. Because it was getting broken.
Car's never out of use.
Do it. You beat me to it, Casper.
Butters.
You need something, huh? One of your rides? Let me know.
Did you call in a vehicle?
Martin.
I can
call
call
my phone.
I can call in a vehicle unless you already did.
Vehicle.
That's yours right there.
Alright, I'll get back to work.
Jeez.
Who do I think he is?
He just rammed you right on the tail there.
That was for no reason. That was unprovoked.
I do think that it feels like the NPCs try to get you into an accident more than I remember them.
A lot of them are my fault, but
that one was not. That one was like a real.
Decided to hit.
That guy wasn't paying
my
attention.
car. No, the guy's probably on his phone.
Did you get the one in the towers, in one of those towers there? In the
Where at?
In the jail,
Yeah, the one that's close to the storage.
Yeah, you like climb up one of the towers and I think it's at the top.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, cause I climbed and I just belly flopped off the tower and died.
This is where you get the two last ones. This plain scrapyard.
Search the game would just freaking let me get to that point.
Well, it does have. Well, no, you definitely would have seen from picking up the
Oh, he's popping a U-turn. Cop, what U-turn is that?
Whoa. That was an illegal U-turn, by the way.
Jesus 6'9". Each gain may feel like a drop of water, but when you look back, you will see a filled in ocean. That's some inspiring words. US Jesus 69.
Do you need to open that? If you oh, you can just walk in that way.
I already got it.
He already got it. Can you believe that, sir?
My son like pick random ones.
Oh, I guess I'm. I didn't even know I could go in the back seat. Oh, Normally it doesn't have a back seat, I suppose.
This is the freaking.
Coyote, you gotta get out of here, dude. You gotta get out of here. You don't know who you're driving next to. Coyote, you gotta run. Coyote, look out.
We got blank before GTA 6, meaning Forgotten Dime before GTA 6. We got the entirety GTA 6 being forgotten before GTA 6. Oh yeah, that's just cause Wisdom is probably, but it doesn't cost nothing to give it. Yeah, but that's just cause we don't even know if GTA is gonna actually ever come out for GTA 6. They just keep saying it and it gets pushed off.
They're polishing it.
What if they just keep branding GTA 6 so people keep playing GTA 5 while they wait for GTA 6 to come out?
Yeah, right. Animal Arc, dollar pills.
Yeah, you can't tell me they're not gonna allow us to go into dollar pill.
RIP PMS.
And this one doesn't have one in it, but.
Oh.
Hi.
Shut up,
Might
cashier.
have a card.
You're gonna hate the cashier.
Why, just because he's working?
You really pissed me off.
Why do you hate the cashier? Just because he's working his job? I'm sorry, sir, that he hates cashiers.
Something about it is keeping me up. I don't know what.
Just a hard-working, honest man trying to make his living in the American dream. That just pisses you off, huh? What are you doing? Going to the lobby? The motel lobby? Whee! Aww. Aw. Your hood just... That was like the slowest I think I've ever seen the hood be pulled off. Oh, they popped your tire. Did they? I thought I heard your tire get popped.
Yeah, no, they popped it.
Pop it in, it's a zinger.
Do you think that that's gonna stop me? Don't stop me now.
Cause I'm having a good time.
I'm having a
Good time. I'm having a good time. I'm a shooting star racing through the sky like a tiger, defying the laws of gravity. Whoa! Look at this backwards driving. I'm just sitting in the back like a kid being picked up from school. You got 4 stars.
Yeah, for what?
Dad,
You guys can't ring cat.
Dad, where are we going? I thought we were going to go to the Dairy Queen.
I don't know, son. We'll hit Dairy Queen later.
But I got an A on my math homework. I don't know how to swim. Why are you backing up? Getaway driver. He's the getaway driver and the firepower. I'm just sitting in the back doing nothing. Literally this whole time I've been doing nothing. Aw. Now I'm dead. Impound Pegasus.
Hello, this is a courtesy call from Pegasus Lifestyle Management to remind you that there are specialty vehicles available for purchase online. If it
Alright. Well, thank you for the notification, Pegasus. What is happening over there? Uh-oh, this cop was about to leave and he just goes over to you.
Keep it up! Well, fuck me!
No, helicopter's coming in.
Cop,
What you need, boss?
Mechanic, I'm gonna need a ride.
this cop just said killing makes his dick hard.
Killer makes his dick hard. Dude, you got the fire
Yeah, you
truck
said.
coming in? What did you do over there? What is this guy doing? This NPC just crashed into the fire truck.
Yeah, they pissed me off, so they got what's coming to them.
What was the tornado? I don't remember what the tornado was.
It's coming at you.
It's a car of mine, I think. Oh, yeah. Oh, guys, look! It's the thumbnail car. It's the car I used in the thumbnail for this stream series. This one's a sick ride.
Aiden, join the live. I am clueless on which one. I am clueless on which one. I am clueless on which one that I could have possibly missed. I am clueless on which one. I am clueless on which one. I am clueless on which one. I am clueless. Aiden says he has a boner.
That's what he says
I'm
every
just joking.
stream.
He just said boner. That's it. That's his.
That's like a Wampoop or upgrade the needle for Casper and Ashley.
I hope Casper and Ashley do that every time now. Upgrade the.
Well, they're going
upgrade the
to.
needle Wampoop.
They're gonna say it now that you've asked them to. And they're already doing it without your permission.
They combine the two. It's actually even funnier. Yes, even more funny. Anyway, I hope they start saying it. Upgrade the Neo Wampa. I mean, it won't beat the one stream when Catherine goes, "Hi, Poopy Wampa."
Jolly Wamparticus. The third and what was it?
Don't even
Jolliver
bring that one up.
Wamparticus, the third and poopiest.
Now that was the best one.
Dear, get out of the way. Unlike Ethvona, I'm trying not to hit you.
Oh, you're the complete opposite.
Yeah, because I'm a friend to all nature. Aw, did I really just bust my bumper up that bad on the first hit? This car, I don't know if it's just because it's rainy or if the rain even changes anything, but it feels like this thing drifts insanely hard. Oh, dude, my horn's getting messed up. Oh, I actually kind of want this thing to crash more so the horn gets even worse.
I got this. Dude! Don't hit my car.
I wasn't trying to.
Put another scratch on it. We're gonna have problems.
Whoa, you hit my car. I just want the horn to get worse. Whoa! 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 It's not in this tunnel, is it? What you were looking for.
No, I already got this one, apparently. Apparently, I've already got that one, too. I don't want to go through all 100 again. I don't want it. Yeah, I'm gonna have to start doing a checklist on which ones I have. Notes. Action figures. I have GTA 5. Alright, let's go through the list here.
Did you get the one at the wood mill down here?
The what?
Like this, the right below us is like the sawmill. There's one that's like inside one of the buildings here.
Oh yeah, I got that one.
I appear to be stuck.
Alright.
I'm sliding! Help me! Help! Help! I'm going down! Fine, I'll get in your little Sand King.
Did I have this one?
Wampa, you crashed your car 6 to 7 times. Oh god.
MMI.
6, 7, 6, 7,
What?
6,
You-
7, 6, 7.
Why did I get a star for destroying my own
7.
car? What the hell? It's my own car. Did I call the police on myself?
So I'm going through these pictures and I'm already bored of doing this.
We could do some other stuff, like
We
finish the
could just
ghosts.
tell this game to be so freaking dumb, and I'm gonna uninstall it and reinstall it 80,000 times because it wants to be a sack of shit. Game, I visited all of these places and there were not anything there. So just give me my stuff that I rightfully deserve. How about that? Sound good, game? Why those sacks of garbage kill me? I'm not even playing the game. Oh, I'm not getting in there. You're gonna get me killed again.
Well, you're
Why I got killed. You're the reason they killed me. I don't know. Sure, yep.
You ain't got the sense God give a rock.
Did I get this one?
what here?
You ain't too smart, are you?
I can
Oh, I
lead
have
you
another one
right.
to check.
I can lead you right to where it's supposed to be in here.
No, I know. That one I know. Cause it's like in a bin or like a metal bin on the inside you go through.
Yeah, you go inside right at this spot that I'm at right now.
Yeah, that one I know for a fact I got.
There are some... Oh, did you get the one on the island?
Yeah.
You got the island toy. Got the island toy. What the? Sorry, Mountain Lion. It was you or me. I really avoid the cops by going on foot. There's one. Did you get the one on the top of the mountain?
Which one?
The top of the highest mountain, like where there's that little outlook.
About the one where the
Mount Chiliad.
one where that thing goes up to?
Yeah.
I mean, it wasn't there. So yeah, I either got it in the past or...
Well, that's what I'm assuming then, is you probably already got it. Does this thing actually, can you go up there from this thing?
That's what I'm going to check right now.
Let's go take a look. And it looks kind of broken at the bottom here.
Cake. Oh, dang it, yeah.
I think there is a playing card here somewhere.
Oh, Merryweather.
Why would you do that? Do what, Casper? Did you get the one behind the chicken buildings?
The chicken buildings.
Like in the town we're right next to?
Yeah. Oh, shut up, idiot. Jack, move!
Where do you want to go? Hey! Are you getting back in?
You just exploded?
Move! You messed it up.
Did you use an explosive there to kill him, or what? What happened
No,
there?
since it wasn't landed because you repelled into it, I shot him and that and it blew up. Oh my.
Gamble.
My. Jack sold that so bad.
I'll get the helicopter here.
They might not let you. I can't even call in a new one.
Well, you might.
Due to your recent activity,
Hello, you're through to Merryweather Security Consultant.
because I
What
killed
can
the
I do for you?
driver.
Whoops.
I know where a helicopter
What's a
is.
backup helicopter?
I don't know.
I just called that in. I meant to do a pickup, but what is this one?
It's probably just a helicopter that doesn't land or to help defend you. If I had to guess.
Oh. Yeah. Shoot.
I had to make an assumption.
Well, that's what it seems like it is, because it's not landing.
I know how I know it was you and not me this time.
How?
When you repelled and went back down to the ground and got out, you said, "Are you coming in or not?"
Why are so many ambulances and fire trucks around? Because of all the chaos we're causing. I didn't think that he would take off as soon as I got in the helicopter. I thought he'd wait for you.
He never landed.
Yeah, he did.
Not on my screen.
Oh. On my side, he landed on the ground, and then he lifted back up into the air.
No, he just ascended you. Since how they work, if you don't kill them, they just work pretty much as like a taxi service. So you just purple ping somewhere on the map and it'll take you to it.
Right. I see you going up there.
I'm just gonna check this real quick. No, I'm pretty positive it's not this one.
Well, there is. I mean, you probably have it already, because again, it's a. What is it? 97 out of 98% chance that you've already found it. But can take you over to the spot in town.
I hope I already freaking have this one, at least according to GTA I do.
Do you have a... What's that little lullaby playing?
What?
It's like dun 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 dun.
It's my girlfriend's alarm.
Oh. I didn't know if you had like voice mod on, because I know you've had voice mods that have that little sound.
I don't have
The baby Bona one. You remember that one? You're gonna play one poop, two poop. That's what it reminded me of. I thought you had that on for a second.
One poo. I forgot about that.
What even... Where did that even come from?
I don't know. I think I just came up with it.
One poop, two poop. I win. The factory. This place does have a signal jammer. In this area. Are you coming back down into the town?
I'll be over there in like 2 minutes.
Okay.
And then kind of hoping this thing would fly 80 times faster than it does.
Well, sure beats walking.
Oh.
I saw this, I've been seeing videos on TikTok where people just like say a really mediocre joke to somebody they know, and then they just like laugh incredibly obnoxious about it. Like, why did the horse go to the doctor? Because he was a little horse. Like they start doing that in public with whoever they're talking to. You gonna go to sleep, Ashley? Good night. Yeah, you have a good night. Good night, Casper and Red Dog, if you're there, and East Bona too. Ashley says good night.
Good night, Ashley.
I took a dive. A dumpster dive, you might say.
It's not here. Where could it be? Oh, where could it be? Where could it be? Oh, where could it be?
Where are you? Oh, you're not even
Oh,
anywhere
where
near me.
could
I
it
thought you were
be?
coming down
No.
this side of the mountain.
I thought I could get over here a lot quicker. And you cannot.
It's not at that not at that country club there.
Nope.
Already got that one. I missed the dumpster totally. I did miss the dumpster, Casper, but I was right next to them, which is what prompted the dumpster diving joke. So, actually, I think it still counts. Bell Farms, Bell Farms. Weak joke. Do better. Okay, Casper. I'd like to see you try. Tell us a funny joke, all right, Casper? Think you can do better than the dumpster diving joke?
Hola. Gracias por la
Watch
respuesta.
it. Oh. That's a threat, not a joke. What's this blue dot?
What'd you do that for?
Why did the Minecrafter commit suicide?
Well, come on.
I don't know why, Casper. Why did it? Why did the Minecrafter do that? Because he couldn't take it anymore. What a noob. Yeah, that's a very that's a dark one. Chickens! Dude, there's chickens! You just came out of a chicken coop.
Wait, chickens?
Chicken jockey.
Chickens!
Oh shoot, you're all the way. The chickens. There's a little blue dot over here. You want to check that out?
What do I have the cops on me for? I just freaking respawned.
Chicken.
I just
this reminds me of that
respawned
Rust
and
video.
ran in a straight line.
It reminded me of that Rust video that you did, the chicken attack, where you're like walking alongside them. Ooh, like pumpkin. Oh no, dude. Actually, this is pretty sick.
Dude,
Could be worse.
the cops are after me, and I don't even know what I did. I walked in a straight line after dying. Why do my
Chicken
balls
attack.
smell like balls? Why does my butt smell like butt?
Why my pit smell like pit?
Why is there a security guard sleeping on the ground?
I don't know.
And I'm gonna loot him for whatever he has.
Oh, that must be what the blue dot was. I became a little preoccupied with a situation of my own.
$7,000, and then I heard panther sounds. I don't know why.
Whee! It's me. How's it going? I got turned into a mountain lion. What else is new? I can't jump over fences even though
Where's the pumpkin at?
it's at one of these
here it is.
houses.
Here's
There
one.
you go.
What's the freaking banging, huh?
I am the mighty mountain lion. Hear me snarl. Whoa. You know where those chickens went? I'm getting kind of hungry, dude.
No, I don't know where the chickens are at all.
I gotta find those chickens. Oh, there is another pumpkin. Oh, what the heck? Oh. Oh, that was a weird dream. Dude, I had a dream that I was like a mountain lion.
What dream?
Sure.
Oh, never mind. We don't need to go on that topic. I'm fine off of that.
I think there's one right here I got.
Yeah, new pumpkin?
That's the one I found. Oh, my spine.
Yeah, maybe just land on my back.
So for that building over those
freaking nice.
over the houses there, did you? Well, it's. Oh, I guess it's the other one. Did you get the figure for those buildings?
Where?
They're by the train tracks this way.
Yeah, it's like way at the end of the loading bay.
Yeah. Did you get the signal jammer that's on this one?
Probably not. I wasn't looking for signal jammers.
Well, we're here. Let's get that one. Did you get the, or I think I already asked, did you get the one that was in like one of these big dumpsters with like the cardboard boxes in it?
I'm pretty sure, but let me check.
That one's right in the suburbs that we were just in.
Where at?
Somewhere here, like in this area. It's a dumpster with cardboard boxes. Or not where I am right now, but this is where the signal jammer is up there.
I'm pretty sure I got this one. I'm pretty sure this is I think you're talking about by the renovated house.
Mm-hmm.
That or is this one of them that I couldn't find? No, I could because it was in here, I think.
No, it wasn't that one.
Oh, there's one of them around.
It was,
Oh my gosh, this quad effing sucks donkey balls.
It was, I think, this area where you're heading.
No.
Yeah, it was that. It was that one, yeah.
Yeah, I already got this one. There's this.
I stole the guy's house. If he lived in it, yeah. At the top of that big brown building, though, that's where the signal jammer is. Do a little loop around. Right up there.
Holy shit! Shit!
It's not a two-seater.
No, I'm about to hit a sick jump too.
Alright, well, maybe for right now we do. Whoa! Look at you go! Maybe we just go gambling.
No, I'm not giving in to Casper. Casper's dogging on me all started the stream.
Yeah. But we're gonna find that final one.
Now Casper gets to wait like a good boy. Right, Casper? You thought I just forgot and forgave you for dogging on my driving, my piloting, my action figure finding.
Why can't this thing flip back up? The Dream View Motel.
Actually, let me go over here. I believe I got all the ones underground.
The subway one?
Yeah.
The pipes? The sewer?
And all the ones in the underground tunnel.
Yeah, the sewer area, if it's what it is. Book your party at Pixel Pete's. No way, dude. Pixel Pete's?
Oh.
What's shaking? Oh, yeah, look, I know I'm a few months late with my payments. Yeah, I mean, I'm sort of in between jobs.
Check
right
this
now.
one then.
Mail, I promise. Hey now, don't cancel my service. Can't we work something out? I can't live without porn. All right, I'll pay up. Peace. Hey, what's up?
I'll get there as soon as I can. Shut up, dumb mechanic,
Sometimes life just
idiot.
seems a little too real, you know?
You drive to the gambling place, Iguana can't drive? That's what Casper says. Yeah, so you already got that one by the Bell building there then.
You know what? I'm just gonna check it while we're right here. I'm more than positive I got it.
Wouldn't hurt to look, I suppose.
Maybe somebody crashed it. Thank goodness. Yep, it would have been right there.
Mm-hmm. And, next one. Look out! I feel like there's always a new thing that I'm discovering here just because it's such a big map. Like, I didn't know there was an orchard there. That's pretty neat. We don't really come to this area that often.
So what was the one you were talking about, the nudist and the urban painted sign?
Oh, well, not a sign, but there's like basically that one like nudist colony in the mountains that you took me to before. Like there's a wall, like a rock wall below their camp, and it has a toy there. Like it's
is it kind of like in like a little cave?
It's not in a cave. It kind of looks like it's in a cave, but it's outside. Like it's I believe, I'm trying to think where it would be on this. It's kind of, I think it's this region. I think that's the camp. Oh, actually, I don't know if that is. That might not be. No, that's the lumber mill. It's like somewhere I think it's this. I think it's this right here. Oh, you already marked. It's by the camera on the map.
Take this,
It's by the camera
we'll go
on the
over
map.
there.
There's a jammer on this rocket if you want to shoot it.
I was hoping we could continue the conversation we had the other day about my proposal.
Did you get it already? Or no?
I guess I'm not seeing it.
It would be on the sign on it, like the big circle.
Yeah, I must have already got it then.
Oh yeah.
Out of my way. You know, you follow this road, this leads us straight to the casino.
I forget what this was in here. Houses. There's a cow. Ooh, pumpkin.
Pumpkin. Trick or treat.
Trick or treat. Oh wait, I gotta get into my costume.
Oh yeah, $3,000 in cash.
Trick or treat. Health and armor.
Get in. No figure.
Figures. Is it so loud? Breaking the fence is so loud. But yeah, it would be like basically well, not opposite, but it'd be like right here. I think that's where that camp is. Though it is far away from here. I'd probably recommend like a helicopter ride.
Yeah, we're gonna take this one spot. There's this one will lead us, I believe.
Yeah, on the
just somewhat
coast.
closer to the airport, and then
There's one on the road below that too. On the coast. Which one? Which one?
why is GTA testing my patience?
I don't know.
GTA doesn't want to see me mad now, do they?
He doesn't want to give you the goated haircut. Or the mask. Or the costume. The costume, too, is pretty funny. Uh-oh. GTA is really trying to make you mad now. I can spawn a car. I can, like, push it out. Or a bike or something. Oh, or not.
Oh, so there just happens to be a boulder there? A boulder. Oh, I'm sorry, little one.
I'm on the clock. What you want? Some wheels?
I'm sorry, little one.
I'll bring it by.
I believe this is a two-seater. This is pretty speedy here for you. Take the lead. Give her a spin. Nothing in there.
That figurine would have been in there.
Did you get the signal jammer on this building? It's on one of the chimneys.
Yes,
Yeah,
this
you
one
did.
I for sure got.
The one below us has something like down in here. This area. Careful with this jump. There is water right there. I think some parts can be made, but not all of it. Oh no. Oh, the rabbit lived.
Well, yeah, I don't want to go off the edge. You got lucky.
Not like last time with the deer. Oh, that one might not be so lucky. Oh.
I didn't see it.
What is the... Oh, that... Yeah, that was just a little background noise. I already asked Casper. Casper was wondering what the little alarm was going off. It was,
Their bedtime, Casper.
the bedtime alarm.
It's Casper's bedtime alarm.
Mm-hmm.
A shocker. I already got this one.
Well, there's...
Which one could it possibly be?
Could be
I don't even
there.
know anymore.
Could be there, or... Well, you already said you got this one, right?
Wait, did
Where
I
you had to
check
break the
this?
glass?
Yeah, I got the glass one for sure. It could possibly be this. I don't recall going to this. It could very possibly be this.
It's raining, it's pouring. This action figure's boring. It's testing our patience, making us patience. That's not even a word. Patience. What was this one? I'm trying to remember.
Well, the picture's on a shelf.
I don't remember
Yeah,
this.
the good news is I don't recall going to this. Hopefully I can go in this, because I for sure don't remember.
Oh no, wait, no, I
Okay,
remember.
that's-
I remember. Yeah, it's like around the corner.
Oh my gosh.
Did you find it?
I went to this one.
Oh,
already.
it's not right here.
Nope, if they would have given more context to the picture, I would have known that by then. I went to this one already, for sure. I already did that one, I did that one. Did the
I would
hanging
check,
fire one,
well-
the glass room one, I did the gnome one, I did the alien, the car with the UFO on top.
Um,
I'm gonna check this one again, but I'm pretty sure I got it, but it's worth a shot since we're gonna go to the casino anyway. So might as well just bring us down here. Oh yeah, woohoo!
what about the other one right there?
Which one?
This one, the one above it, kind of in the dark area. I think this one is. There's
Alright,
like this
mark it.
one, then there's the one below it, and then there's the other one below it. pretty sure.
Go check where you just came.
Ah! Hit the jump. Whee! This is the place I think it is. It's in the U of the title.
Oh, I for sure got this one. Yeah,
there.
I definitely got that one.
Alright. And I'll mark the place down here.
Oh, and that's where I was bringing us.
Not too far. Where'd that rock come from? Come on. Make it up this hill. Come on. Up and over. Whee! Whee! Oh! Where'd that rock come from?
There.
It's literally the same thing that just happened. Dang rock. Oh, it'd be in the station there, I think. The train station.
Yeah.
There's a few of them in different train stations.
Apparently, I already got this one too.
Help me! I'm being trained away. Oh, UFO! This wasn't a... Well, I think you're in the middle of a gang fight, but that wasn't an area where there was one, was there?
Yeah. Dude, I might get, there's 25 of them, I might get 23 headshots.
Ooh.
You finish a gang attack without dying and killed at least 10 enemies. 21 out of 25 were headshots. Alright.
Nice. I'm going to Burger Dinosaur for a bite. Or Hot Dog Dinosaur. What is this? Monster Bites? Rex's Diner.
Yariel Fontaine. I don't think I said that right at all. It seems like Yariel. Yariel.
Yeah. They're closed, dude. Ah, my shin.
I need a drink. The freak, they're closed.
I know, dude. It's bogus.
Alright, you know what that means.
What does that mean?
I'm in casino. Where are you at?
Casino time?
Dude, the letter A going my... Oh.
But I'd spin like a little weeble wobble there.
Okay, instead of just flipping the bike over, my guy... I guess my guy would rather take a car.
Well, you almost got into the same scenario I did. Yeah, I think this little trailer park had something, but I don't know if it was an action figure. Are we going to the casino right now?
Yeah.
Well, shoot.
What?
Just that you didn't, you weren't able to find that one right now.
I'm going down the list, and pretty much all of them, I'm like, oh yeah, I for sure checked that. And so I'm just confused.
The only one I can think of where I was like, oh, I'll just come back to this later was the one in glass. But then I realized I could break the glass, so I don't know if you got into the same scenario there.
No, the Reddit thing, I was reading there, it just said, shoot the glass.
Yeah.
So I was like, oh, okay.
What the guide in Steam I was reading didn't say that, so I was like, am I supposed to wait for this to like open up or something, or? But no, it was forcefully going through.
I do have a spot to check after the casino, though.
Casper, you still on? We're going gambling. I don't know if Casper's still here or not. Imagine he left. Doesn't get to see the gambling.
Is it bedtime?
You did say it was Casper's bedtime with the alarm there. What the? That killed me instantly? I crashed and it just killed me.
Yeah, but he didn't have to listen.
Where did it put me? Where the hell did I respawn?
Bam. Oh, no, no, no.
Why did it put me so far away? I hate when that happens. Almost there. Sorry, I'm late. All right. Time to go to the casino. Same car. I thought they'd change it out.
Play around. You're invited to indulge in an elegant.
Yeah, you gotta spin first. I always spin first.
All right, I'll get it all spun out here. Come on, baby, spin the wheel. All right, what am I getting? What am I getting? I got 15,000 chips. All right, not the worst thing, I suppose. Spin the wheel, spin the wheel.
Mother.
A shirt! Yeah! Yeah! I wish I got a shirt.
I wish I could kill myself.
I think there is a way to do it in game. You just go to online options, and there's a button for it, but you can't do it in here, I guess.
You know what?
If you well, you can't do it in here, I suppose. If we went outside, you could. If you go to the options, like online options, you can pay $500 to do it. you want to go horse racing?
I have 1,000 chips to do it.
Is there any way I can give you any of mine?
No.
Oh, shoot. I mean, I only have 169,150 of them. Playing cards. You get chips from all those playing cards that you collect.
Yeah, we get it, man. You're sweat.
Yeah. What are we doing? Let's see. Durban poison, banana hammock, nun's orders, microaggression, lover's speed. I think I'm putting... $3,000 on banana hammock. What are you doing?
Everyone's less likely to win. Highest odds. I'm gonna win one of these times.
Oh, Durban poison.
Durban
Hopefully,
poison.
hopefully you get that. I'm going for banana hammock there.
The excitement of horse racing is always on at the inside track. Digital horse racing at its finest. Here we are. It's post time.
Here we go. Come on, number 4. Number 4.
Six looking like he really doesn't care. He's last.
Come on.
Horse 1 holding on to 3rd. The 5 running on 4th.
Come on.
Moving into the final half.
Come on, baby. Don't lag behind like that.
Just off the lead. It's the 6-horse running second.
Oh, yours is kind of catching up. Taking its time.
No, it's gonna fall back. It's not gonna have enough time to get
Oh,
first.
come on. Number 4. Number 4, come on.
No, it's not enough time.
Light it up. Lit as truck takes first.
Well, shoot.
And a 2-horse takes
Let's see. What,
second place for the 1.
did you go to the one that was at the city park pond? Did you get that one?
Shell's freaking out. I brought that girl home for the
Aww. Just not going good.
What? Can't be real.
Come on, GTA. Get off my meat 5 cents. Cut me some freaking slack. Show me where the freaking thing is. I'm tired of freaking looking at spots I already looked. I'll be more pissed if it's a dumb effing glitch that you're having that you're not showing me the crap that I need to freaking get. That is bullshit. What do you need, buy some wheels? Shut up, mechanic. I'll take you out too. Do you need some wheels? No, I'm freaking calling for a foot massage. Yes, I need some wheels, dingling. This game is pissing me off. Oh, nice
We
fight.
can do it. I know it. We can find... Did you get the one that was in this... There's one in this kind of area on the river. On a river. I think we were by it at one point. Actually, I think we're in the exact area. It's kind of where we found that one ghost. It was, past... What the... What is this guy doing? But yeah, this is... There's
one over here.
Yeah, this is the park. That's what I was talking about, is this pool. Or no, not this. Wait a minute. Wait, was there one here? I was thinking of a different one.
Yeah, it's on the sink.
Yeah, that's not this one. There's another one that looks very similar to this one. There's one in kind of the down, or not downtown, but the suburbs. Few in the suburbs.
Kai, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it so much, man. It means a lot.
Thank you, Kai.
See what's good. Oh, what's good is I am going insane because I can't find a action figure, even though I spent probably like 4 or 5 hours, it feels like, looking for him. Can you join? Not tonight. I mean, I'm kind of just feeling me and my friend right now, to be honest. But I probably eventually will do. Okay, Kai, I gotta keep it honest with you, man. There's been quite a few people before you that have ruined my whole play with the follower, play with my viewer stuff. I definitely got this one.
Oh yeah, inside this building.
Yeah, so yeah, that's just me being honest. There's already people who ruined it for everyone else. Oh, you knocked 3 off the list of stuff I was,
Did you get the... There was one here, right? In this area? Or am I... I think there was one in like a toll booth here or something.
I got this one. That's because they started shooting at me over there. I got the one at the airport.
Yeah.
Not... Okay, well, I guess where's this one? This one could be one to check. Like right here. Is that the map shows? Yeah. Told him he couldn't join and he left. This could be it. I'm iffy about this one, but we'll have to go see. It's probably gonna be something that's like dead obvious that I remember going to, but since there's not much background to it, I can't tell, but we'll see.
There is one in kind of... I think it's... Maybe it's the one that you're going to, but... I remember there one being like on a bench by like a river on this side of the city. Does that one ring a bell at all?
The look, well, I think so. But I'm gonna check this.
It may be
Honestly,
this. No, it's not this, but
no, this isn't. This on like a generator type deal. Yeah, it was supposed to be on that green power generator, or whatever.
Yep. There is.
Alright.
Well, so here, this is where I was thinking at the pond. Did you get the one on the like sink here or right there?
I can go check.
I'm trying to see. This might be. I'm looking at like potential bodies of water. I think I know the area that I might be thinking of, but
Dude, I was having a bad night, but I just remembered something.
what?
And now I'm having a great night.
What'd you
I
remember?
only ate half of my Subway standard, so I have another half
Ooh, there you go.
of
I thought you were gonna say I remember which one it was.
it. No, I wish. That would have made my night even better than remember about the Subway sandwich.
But that's good too. Getting some food. Gamble. Casper, you just missed us doing it. Sorry, buddy.
Casper,
You missed us doing it. Is he still alive? What the hell? Why is that kicking you out of your car? Is he still alive?
you're probably not.
You get that
You're
money.
probably, no, you can get it. It's probably gonna be nothing.
No, I think it's whoever
Either-
grabs it.
No, I know. It's probably not gonna be. I mean, you can got it. I got like one or two of them while I was trying to surprise you anyway.
Oh.
I wish I would tell you how much it was, because I know. You might get a lot from this, but it's a gas station, so it might only be like 7,000. 7.
Here you go. Here's your money back.
Hopefully it's more.
$20,000.
Oh, good. It was more. Cause I said the one I did at for the T-shirt company.
Oh, I got stoned. That guy just ripped you out of your car. Casper says, "Fuck." Ivana can't.
Casper, I can't catch a break. All right,
can't catch a break.
The figurine. I got 1,000 chips for free. Lost it on the horse track. All right.
Yeah,
what do you want me to do?
The other side of this bathroom should
What
have
do you
a
want
figure
me
if
to
you
do,
don't have it.
Casper? Casper, what do you want me to do? What do you want me to do, Casper?
I'm trying to think. I think somewhere in here is where the river one is that I'm thinking of. We drove by it. We were at it the other night when we were ghost hunting. Like, I'm almost positive it's in that area.
Casper, I'm sorry. I have no chips.
Gamble again.
Right?
Casper says gamble again.
Casper, what part of I have 0 chips do you not understand? I can't gamble. I'm not putting my real money, not real money like IRL.
It's real in-game money.
I'm not putting the in-game currency into chips. It's a bad investment. Alright, Casper, I'm sorry. Maybe tomorrow I'll farm out the cards. Alright, Casper. But right now I gotta focus on the action figures. I already went through like 8 billion spots. Why would it bring me up here?
I don't know. Well, I thought it... So, this is the... Oh, okay, that's not the spot then. I thought. Well, it must be somewhere by the motel that we were at in this area.
I'm sorry, Casper. Do you forgive me?
Gamble again, earn thing back. Casper, you can't. Not unless he plays more. There was one somewhere on one of these areas. This isn't a river, but I do remember.
Hey, I'm pretty sure this is just the fire station. This one's not the fire station, and this one might be it. But I'm more than positive that that's just the fire station. But maybe not. I would feel hopeful that it's not the fire station.
Did you get the one at the museum on the mountain?
I'll ping it after I check this one. I honestly,
it's all the way.
I
Well,
can't
I wouldn't go there right now if you're checking the spots in the town because it's a ways away. It's the place based off of the Getty Museum.
Looking good there. Thanks, Venom Jockey. Venom Jockey.
Venom Jockey.
I might. Oh no, it is the fire station, like I said.
Nothing here.
No, I already got this one.
What about?
I already got this one.
Can't really mark it from in here. There's there. So you did get, or you were asking about the mountain one, right? Like, did you think that the one with the paintings in the cave, not cave, but the rock area outside of the mountain? Did you remember getting that one or no?
Well, I don't remember seeing any paintings. I just remember seeing a torch thing being in it.
Well, yeah, it was like a campfire or something, or
yeah. So then, yeah.
But there's like a lot of paintings around it. There's where is the location of the one I'm thinking of here? This one is. Did you find the one by the like the fabric store?
Yeah.
Up on the stairs that were like in an apartment area.
And the metal stairs.
Yeah. You found that one. Probably.
Yeah.
The one on the Arcturus logo, or
yeah,
whatever that one's called. There's one. Well, the one in this area is in like a bulldozer thing. You're probably. Oh, you're here. Yeah, that's funny. I didn't even realize you went here.
Get out real quick. Let me see. Bring us to this one. See, I think I remember. No, I think I checked this when I wasn't there, but I don't remember ever going to this.
Oh yeah, this fountain one.
Oh shit!
It's supposed to be in here.
Yeah. It's like
Right here. But
But you-
freaking, I guess I got it. But I don't remember ever going to that. Ever.
Here, this is actually here. I got a. It was the website I was using to. I gotta find it. It's the one that I was using to find those ghost things. It's called GTAWeb.eu. If you can like, you can find like click action figures, and then you can like right click to unmark ones that you've found or that aren't there. Like that might be an easier checklist. I don't know if that. I mean, it doesn't really help with the scenario at hand, other than just checking off things and easily seeing what's left. But
Hey, what's up? Hello there. I've got to give you the number of that headshot guy.
Is it called?
Which way you
GTAWeb.eu,
going?
and it has like all the like places you can find collectibles or sightings or something like that. And you can click on them too, and it shows you a picture. Like if you left click, it'll show you a picture of where it is. Right clicking unmarks it, and you can also plot a route. If you wanted to try to go to all the places at once, which I would not, or not at once, but just like the quickest route of getting to them.
Hi. Hello.
Mega Mall. Unnecessary jump over the car. It was, but it was cool, wasn't it, Casper? Oh, by the way, Casper, did you know that I finished the script yesterday? I don't know if you knew that, because I know you went to bed. Or you're not went to bed, but you went to do something else.
Oh, hello? There you go.
Yeah, now I just have to record it. So I'll probably do that tomorrow. I want to try to get as much done as I can this October.
No fellows! Get the hell out of my store!
What? Kicking a trash can gets me in trouble with the police? Since when is kicking a trash can illegal?
I don't know about dude, man. He act like the feds. Word?
You fell asleep? I see.
You know, boss being a boss.
This guy's smoking through this helmet?
Hell yeah, I'm ready to shoot some crack.
What is
You
that?
talk, you
get done. Nigga don't play
Piss
no games about
wasser.
running your mouth.
Yo, I hear you.
You know ballin' don't stop. Later.
Why would a real dude join them families? Bitches.
You ain't never lied.
Poop, 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 poop,
Poop, poop, poop, poop.
poop, 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 poop.
I remember this parking lot. It was from that one mission. That one, I don't know if I call it a heist, but that one that we did. I remember. Ah!
I guess let's go check that one. I mean, this is gonna help, but it's.
I mean, yeah, it just is like a checklist version of all those that you were looking at. Ballast country.
Where's this one? Oh, that's one where they're at right now. Yeah, check that one out. That's done. Check this one. That one was done.
Oh, ballas, I see. I read that
Guess
wrong.
this is the next one to check.
What the heck? That guy ahead of us was like sliding. Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, ba-dum, bum, ba-dum, bum, bum.
Yo, this the great part, man.
Dang, that was crazy. The little doghouse there.
Already got it.
This is where I first discovered the rats. Why are you wanted? I don't know, Casper. That is weird.
What did you blow up?
What did I blow up? Just said a gas tank blew up behind us when we left. I don't know.
What did you blow? Why'd you blow up a gas tank?
I don't know what you're talking about, but if I did, it's probably just because I wanted to see if it was going to be a gigantic explosion. You could just broke that guy's cart.
Look at that guy's cart. Yeah, this one's supposed to be like right there, and it's not right there. But I don't remember ever driving through the freaking homeless freaking area. But
I mean,
apparently I did.
it could happen, yeah. I mean, I think, well, obviously, I don't think it's, well, not obviously, but I don't think it's glitched or anything. I mean, I think it's a sign that it probably is something that just got overlooked because there are places you don't remember.
Oh yeah, but I also remember going to 100 places.
Right. The one in the fountains up top.
Yeah, I really ran around all the top of these. Oh, here, alright. That's another one I get a mark off the list. Woo! Yeah.
Well, we can just keep going. I'd say while we're doing this, we could turn it into we could do a discussion stream if any chatters wanted to ask any questions or topics of interest. Get the time to
Sorry
go.
guys, I made it boring. Sorry guys. I'm on a hunt.
Perhaps gamble, Casper. Casper. We already gambled.
Casper, I'm sorry, dude. You missed your chance. You missed your opportunity to watch the gambling.
You can always go back and rewatch.
That's up more stairs. I want to see if there's. I was really hoping I just magically missed this one, but I did not.
It's one more off the list. Whoa! Oh. If you land it right, you can survive that fall.
Wait, oh wait, is this underground? Oh, no, I for sure it's underground. Gotta watch, I gotta look at a video.
Head dent. Yeah, I dented my head a little bit. You died. Oh, did you fall off the edge and
yeah,
not
I
hit
just
it right?
ran off. Guy landed right on his ass.
Whee. Such a convoluted switching of the seats. Vehicle mod unlock. Custom roof 4.
Custom roof 4.
No way, dude. I got custom roof 4.
Alright, I've already checked this one twice.
What is the red dot there? Another thief.
I really like the thieves. You can't stop them by punching them. You can't stop them by hitting them with a card. You have to shoot them.
You gotta shoot them.
Oh, this is to the t-shirt one. Although it says, within the time limit, return the cash or choose to keep it for yourself.
Don't steal from the t-shirt store, dude.
Which is why I wish it would tell me
how much it is. I mean, it's 20,000, isn't it? That's what I feel like it is every time.
Without, no, that first time we saw that Robert, the dude only gave us like 7,000.
Really? I've only gotten 20,000 from doing that.
No, that first guy when I got it.
Martin, I don't need your calls. You're gonna join later, possibly. Bye. Alright, Casper, you have a good night.
I'll join later, maybe.
Maybe.
No action figures. This is starting to piss me off again. It's starting to. I'm not mad at you so much, but now I'm starting to get mad.
Now I am getting fed up.
I mean, if it makes you feel better, I just have to check 86 more. Sorry, 85 more.
Well, we could chat about some stuff if there's any. We could turn it into
I'm just gonna go through this and mark all the ones I know for a fact I checked. I don't think I need to double check ones I know for a fact I checked. I'm not going back to the hardcore comics where I know I climbed on the roof and got it. Wait a second.
Oh god, I need deodorant. What the hell? Put some on earlier. I just stretched my arms back and just hit some on my face. I really put some on this. Stinky boy. Oh, this poor lady. She just has to walk in the rain.
That's that one I partially remember. Yes, I remember the trailer hitch one. I checked this cemetery, not cemetery. Remember this boat one.
Whoa, what is this person doing?
Yeah.
What is this guy doing? Why is he tagging you? What the hell? What happened? Why he just started?
So, what was that guy's problem?
He just started ramming you.
And then I get the police on me because that dingling wants to freaking ram into my car. That makes so much sense.
What the hell?
I'll leave this one and we'll check this one again. We got the Ace Liquor one. Terrible picture of it. But I know for a fact I got that one. We can check this one again just in case. I'm more than pretty positive I got that one, but got this one. Got that one. We got the one in the water reservoir. Got the one in the ice machine. Got the one in the plants. Got the one in the kayak. I remember going to that one. Oh yeah, we're not gonna have to check a lot of these, to be honest. I already checked this twice.
Checked it twice.
Yep. I remember going to that one. Yeah, I got the cave one. Got this one. I got the hole in 6 one. I checked it. Got this one. I got that one. Got that one. Yeah, there's a lot of these there. Yeah, where is this one? I want to go check that one. And this one just to be safe. I'm pretty sure I got those, but better safe than sorry. Apparently I did get that one, even though I don't remember. I never went to it, but it's not there. I did get this. Dude, there's so many of them.
I know. I didn't realize this was below me here. Uh-oh. It's just tear gas. I almost hit myself with. There's this abandoned police car here. I mean, if you want to visit like the individual spots, I could read like a scary story or something, or I could read a scary story while you're looking. It's Halloween-y.
Fine with that.
How many spots are you looking to
I haven't dwindled them down yet, so I'm still going through them. I mean, for the most part, I have all of these that I remember going to them.
Alright.
Just quit.
I can read the scariest story of all. It's called, well, I'll wait till you get it all sorted.
The ramp. Pipe. It's the RV we want to check. We also can check this. We did come and check this. Barn door.
Oh my god!
That's where we shoot up the glass.
Oh, dude, the ghost car. It's attacking the empty cop car. It's not even attacking us.
What an idiot.
There's no one in there, dummy. Oh no, he's after me now!
I think this is the gnome one.
I wonder if I can steal it.
That would be crazy.
Can I steal the ghost car? It burned me, dude. Ow. First ghost cars, now you're running into me? Stupid driver, look where you're going! Dude, what is happening? Why is there a bus in front of you? What happened?
Dude, they probably have it if you go, I wonder if they have it if you go AFK for too long. They start sending stuff at you.
Maybe. What happened to this bus though? Did the ghost driver do this? Why did this guy go so off course?
Well, I could probably do that. I can't take a picture during the day.
Dude, what is happening? The cars are just jamming themselves. That other bus almost got stuck. It's just, everything is going insane. Oh great, now I'm wanted for kicking the bus. I was just trying to get it unstuck, officers. Come on.
Alright, you can start reading the stories.
Alright, 1 second, I gotta get off the police. You gotta get them off my tail. Out of sight, out of mind. How far up did these stairs go? Where the hell am I? What is this building? There we go. I guess I'm on the roof of it. Yeah, you can just look for it. I'll find you. Or I guess I don't have to be there in the car to do it, but... What building is this? Oh, it's the, I think it's the convention center, the sports arena. Or no, not the sports arena. I think it's a convention center. Neat. Oh! Alright. I am going to read probably the
Zane,
scariest.
sorry, I am like locked in. I don't know if you're still here, Zane. My bad. But hi, bro. I might. Oh, you know what? For the time being, I have my chat on my phone. So something like this. A guy was messaging in my YouTube chat, but I couldn't see because I had my
It's on like top chat instead of live.
I had my browser covering my screen instead of OBS.
Oh, I see.
So I didn't get his message.
Dang. Alright, you ready?
I'm ready.
This is probably the scariest story of all. Chapter 2 of Jokes for Minecrafters.
Oh god, no need to listen to jokes
I'm
from
just kidding.
Minecraft.
I won't read it. I could find, are there any...
Man, that is a terrifying book.
Yeah, it's too scary. Are there any, creepypastas you've ever wanted to hear? I've been...
You can just pick one. I think I've really heard
Have you ever heard the Jeff the Killer creepypasta?
No.
It's pretty funny. It's not really scary. It's more of a comedic one, I would say. But you know the Jeff the Killer image, right?
Yes.
I'm pretty sure the original story, like I think the author's anonymous, but whoever made it, I think, based it off of that image. So I think the scary image was made first, and then somebody wanted to make a story that was basically the inspiration for that image. So, yeah, I'll pull that up. I want to, since I am... I kind of want to set the mood a little bit. I'll go to one of my homes. Sit on my couch in my house, my apartment, or my house, one of the two. Almost there. There we go.
have him, ladies and gentlemen, Hugh Harrison!
So, who are you calling a has-been?
Hugh, save the venom for the axe.
All right. Here we go. I'm sitting nice and cozy in my house, out of the rain. Let's look up Jeff the Killer creepypasta. All right. Where is the story? All right, I got it up. Are you ready?
Hey, on. Now I gotta take my trash out.
Oh, come on.
Then I'll be ready. I'm too scared to hear. I'm too scared to hear it, man. I gotta take my trash out.
Sounds good.
I'll be right back.
Whoa, my mask. I'm not actually the Yeti. What is that noise? Well, that was weird. Now it's not raining anymore. I think I'll go to my porch then.
Okay, I'm back.
All right. So, here is the creepypasta. Jeff the Killer. Actually, not yet. 1 second. I'm sorry. I just realized it was going to cut out sound from my game if I have it, if I scroll. So I'll just look at it on my phone. Alright. Jeff the Killer. What the hell? There we go. Sorry, the website is not easy to read. Okay. I keep saying okay and it just keeps more text that's not the story. Alright, here we go. Okay, this is for real. Jeff the Killer. So, it starts off with an excerpt from a local newspaper. Ominous unknown killer is still at large. After weeks of unexplained murders, the ominous unknown killer is still on the rise. After little evidence has been found, a young boy states that he survived one of the killer's attacks and bravely tells his story. So this is the kid's story. I had a bad dream, and I woke up in the middle of the night, says the boy. I saw that for some reason the window was open, even though I remember it being closed before I went to bed. I got up and shut it once more. Afterwards, I simply crawled under my covers and tried to get back to sleep. That's when I had a strange feeling, like someone was watching me. I looked up and nearly jumped out of my bed. There, in the little ray of light illuminating from between my curtains, were a pair of 2 eyes. These weren't regular eyes. They were dark, ominous eyes. They were bordered in black and just plain out terrified me. That's when I saw his mouth. A long, horrendous smile that made every hair on my body stand up. The figure stood there, watching me. Finally, after what seemed like forever, he said it. A simple phrase, but said in a way only a madman could speak. He said, "Go to sleep." I let out a scream. That's what sent him at me. He pulled up a knife, aiming at my heart. He jumped on top of my bed. I fought him back. I kicked, I punched, I rolled around trying to knock him off me. That's when my dad busted in. The man threw the knife. It went into my dad's shoulder. The man probably would have finished him off if one of the neighbors hadn't alerted the police. They drove into the parking lot and ran towards the door. The man turned and ran down the hallway. I heard a smash like glass breaking. As I came out of my room, I saw the window that was pointing towards the back of my house was broken. I looked out to see him vanish into the distance. I can tell you one thing. I will never forget that face. Those cold, evil eyes and that psychotic smile. They will never leave my head. Police are still on the look for this man. If you see anyone that fits the description in this story, please contact your local police department. Alright, so that was just the intro, alright? So they're actually getting into the real story now. So that was like the little cold open of the story. So this is the origin of Jeff the Killer. Jeff and his family had just moved into a new neighborhood. His dad had gotten a promotion at work, and they thought it would be best to live in one of those fancy neighborhoods. Jeff and his brother Lou couldn't complain, though. A new, better house. What was not to love? As they were getting unpacked, one of the neighbors came by. "Hello," she said. "I'm Barbara. I live just across the street from you. Well, I just wanted to introduce myself and to introduce my son." She turns around and calls her son over. "Billy, these are our new neighbors." Billy said hi and ran back to play in his yard. "Well," said Jeff's mom, "I'm Margaret, and this is my husband Peter and my 2 sons, Jeff and Lou." They each introduced themselves, and then Barbara invited them to her son's birthday. Jeff and his brother were about to object when their mother said that they would love to. When Jeff and his family were done packing, Jeff went up to his mom. "Mom, why would you invite us to some kid's party? If you haven't noticed, I'm not some dumb kid." Jeff, said his mother, we just moved here. We should show that we want to spend time with our neighbors. Now, we're going to that party, and that's final.
Oh no. That started the villain arc.
That's the villain arc. Jeff
Forced to
started...
go to a party.
Yeah, has to go to a kid's birthday party. Jeff started to talk, but stopped himself, knowing that he couldn't do anything. Whenever his mom said something, it was final. He walked up to his room and plopped down on his bed. He sat there looking at the ceiling when suddenly he got a weird feeling. Not so much pain, but a weird feeling. He dismissed it as just some random feeling. He heard his mother call him down to get his stuff, and he walked down to get it. I'm almost positive, too, this story was written by, like, probably, like, a 13-year-old or something. Just based on the main character almost feeling like a... like something they were trying to relate to or whatever.
Yeah.
And the way the writing is, but anyways. The next day, Jeff walked downstairs to get breakfast and got ready for school. As he sat there eating his breakfast, he once again got that feeling. This time it was stronger. It gave him a slight tugging pain, but he once again dismissed it. As he and Lou finished breakfast, they walked down to the bus stop. They sat there waiting for the bus, and then, all of a sudden, some kid on a skateboard jumped over them, only inches above their laps. They both jumped back in surprise. Hey, what the hell? The kid landed and turned back to them. He kicked his skateboard up and caught it with his hands. The kid seemed to be about 12, 1 year younger than Jeff. He wears an Aeropostale shirt and ripped blue jeans. Well, well, well.
Oh, that kid's a punk.
It looks like he is. This is his line right here. Well, well, well. It looks like we got some new meat.
Okay, you're punk.
Suddenly, two other kids appeared. One was super skinny and the other was huge. Well, since you're new here, this is verbatim what the story goes by. Well, since you're new here, I'd like to introduce ourselves. Over there is Keith. Jeff and Lou looked over to the skinny kid. He had a dopey face that you'd expect a sidekick to have. And he's Troy. They looked over at the fat kid. Talk about a tub of lard. This kid looked like he hadn't exercised since he was crawling. That's how they introduced Troy in the story, as a tub of lard.
Troy dirty, bro.
And I, said the first kid, am Randy.
Okay.
Now, for all the kids in this neighborhood, there is a small price.
What the freak is that? I'm Randy. You're not main character.
I am Randy.
That was not a tough line.
Dude's trying to intimidate these newbies. Now, for all the kids in this neighborhood, there's a small price for bus fare, if you catch my drift. Lou stood up, ready to punch the lights out of the kid's eyes.
This is Jeff's villain arc.
This is his villain arc. Mm-hmm. When one of the Lou stood up, ready to punch the lights out of the kid's eyes, and one of his friends pulled a knife on him. Tisk, tisk, tisk.
Okay.
I had hoped you'd be more cooperative, but it seems we must do this the hard way.
How can you be more cooperative?
The kid walked up to Lou and took his wallet out of his pocket. Jeff got that feeling again. Now it's just that feeling. It was truly strong, a burning sensation. He stood up, but Lou gestured him to sit down. Jeff ignored him and walked up to the kid. Listen here, you little punk. Give back my bro's wallet or else. Randy put the wallet in his pocket and pulled out his own knife. Oh, and what will you do? Just as he finished the sentence, Jeff popped the kid in the nose. As Randy reached for his face, Jeff grabbed the kid's wrist and broke it. Randy screamed, and Jeff grabbed the knife from his hand. Troy and Keith rushed Jeff, but Jeff was too quick. He threw Randy to the ground. Keith lashed out at him, but Jeff ducked and stabbed him in the arm. Keith dropped his knife and fell to the ground, screaming. Troy rushed him too, but Jeff didn't even need the knife. He just punched Troy straight in the stomach, and Troy went down. As he fell, he puked all over. Lou could do nothing but look in amazement at Jeff.
Okay,
How
much well
you?
deserved that was? That did not happen.
These are all like 12-year-olds, by the way.
Okay, but a 13-year-old, I don't care.
Yeah.
Is not punching on hard leg and puke all over the floor.
It was the fat kid specifically too.
Okay, yeah, that's not. Yeah, he's not making a fat kid puke all over the floor.
Jeff, how'd you? Was all he said. They saw the
Badass
bus
move,
coming. It is badass. And knew they'd be blamed for the whole thing. So they started running as fast as they could. As they ran, they looked back and saw the bus driver rushing over to Randy and the others. As Jeff and Lou made it to school, they didn't dare tell what happened. All they did was sit and listen. Lou just thought of that as his brother beating up a few kids, but Jeff knew it was more. It was something scary. As he got that feeling, he felt how powerful it was, the urge to just hurt someone. He didn't like how it sounded, but he couldn't help feeling happy. He felt that strange feeling go away and stay away for the entire day of school. Even as he walked home due to the whole thing near the bus stop and how now he probably wouldn't be taking the bus anymore, he felt happy. When he got home, his parents asked him how his day was, and he said, in a somewhat ominous voice, "It was a wonderful day." Next morning, he heard a knock at his front door.
Never mind. He had that in him the entire time. That didn't cause it.
And next morning, yeah, he had it in him from the start. Next morning, he heard a knock at his front door. He walked down to find 2 police officers at the door, his mother looking back at him with an angry look. "Jeff, these officers tell me that you attacked 3 kids, that it wasn't regular fighting, and that they were stabbed. Stabbed, son!" Jeff's gaze fell to the floor, showing his mother that it was true.
"Mom, they were the ones who pulled the knives on me and Lou."
"Son," said one of the cops, "we found 3 kids, 2 stabbed, one having a bruise on his stomach, and we have witnesses proving that you fled the scene. Now, what does that tell us?" Jeff knew it was no use. He could say him and Lou had been attacked, but then there was no proof it was not them who attacked first. They couldn't say that they weren't fleeing, because truth be told, they were. So Jeff couldn't defend himself or Lou. "Son, call down your brother." Jeff couldn't do it since it was he who beat up all the kids.
"Sir, it was me. I was the one who beat up the kids. Lou tried to hold me back, but he couldn't stop me."
The cop looked at his partner and they both nod. "Well, kid, looks like a year in juvie." "Wait," says Lou. They all looked up to see him holding a knife. The officers pulled their guns and locked them on Lou. This kid is like 5 years younger than Jeff, by the way. He's got a knife.
He's like 7.
The officers pulled their guns on him.
The officers.
Put it down!
The officers then proceeded to unload.
Yeah.
And that's
just also they just gave him a year in juvie. Like they didn't take him to court or anything. They just are like, "Well, you're going to jail, kid."
"It was me. I beat up those little punks. Have the marks to prove it."
He lifted up his sleeves to reveal cuts and bruises as if he was in a struggle.
Where he cut himself and hurt himself.
"Son, just put the knife down," said the officer. Lou held up the knife and dropped it to the ground. He put his hands up and walked over to the cops.
"No, Lou, it was me. I did it."
Jeff had tears running down his face.
"Huh, poor bro. Trying to take the blame for what I did. Well,
take me away." The police led Lou out to the patrol car.
The cops are not falling for that. There's witnesses that saw Jeff do it.
Yeah, no, literally that's what they said too. Is that's what the kids told us. But I guess this kid says he did it, so he's going instead.
I'm taking you.
"Lou, tell them it was me. Tell them. I was the one who beat up those kids."
Jeff's mother put her hands on his shoulder. "Jeff, please, you don't have to lie. We know it's Lou. You can stop." This is his mom doing this, by the way.
Oh my gosh. Jeff, we know it was a 7-year-old, not you. Alright? We know the 7-year-old beat up a bunch of 12-year-olds, alright?
Yeah, Jeff, we know that he stabbed him, broke that one kid's wrist, hit that one kid so hard in the stomach he threw up.
Yeah, we all know
that was Lou.
That's Lou, not you. All right.
Mm-hmm. Jeff watched helplessly as the cop car speeds off with Lou inside. A few minutes later, Jeff's dad pulled into the driveway, seeing Jeff's face and knowing something was wrong. Son, what is it? Jeff couldn't answer. His vocal cords were strained from crying. Instead, Jeff's mother walked his father inside to break the bad news to him as Jeff wept in the driveway. After an hour or so, Jeff walked back into the house, seeing that his parents were both shocked, sad, and disappointed. He couldn't look at them. He couldn't see how they thought of Lou when it was his fault. He just went to sleep, trying to get the whole thing off his mind. 2 days went by with no word from Lou at JDC, no friends to hang out with, nothing but sadness and guilt. That is, until Saturday, when Jeff is woken up by his mother with a happy, sunshiny face. His mom's just like happy. Jeff, it's the day, she said as she opened up the curtains and let light flood into his room.
What? What's today?
Asked Jeff as he stirs awake. Why, it's Billy's party. He was now fully awake.
Mom, you're joking, right? You don't expect me to go to some kid's party after...
There was a long pause. Jeff, we both know what happened. I think this party could be the thing that brightens up the past days. Now, get dressed. Jeff's mother walked out of the room and downstairs to get ready herself. He fought himself to get up. He picked out a random shirt and a pair of jeans and walked downstairs. He saw his mother and father all dressed up, his mother in a dress and his father in a suit. He thought, why would they ever wear such fancy clothes to a kid's party? Which is a good question. Why would you dress up like that to go to some stranger's kid's party? Son, is that all you're going to wear? Said Jeff's mom.
Better than wearing too much,
he said. His mother pushed down the feeling to yell at him and hid it with a smile. Now, Jeff, we may be overdressed, but this is how you go if you want to make a good first impression. Wait, or this is his dad. Now, Jeff, we may be overdressed, but this is how you go if you want to make an impression, said his father. Jeff grunted and went back up to his room.
I don't have any fancy clothes,
he yelled downstairs. Just pick out something, called his mother. He looked around in his closet for what he would call fancy. He found a pair of black dress pants he had for special occasions and an undershirt. He couldn't find a shirt to go with it, though. He looked around and found only striped and patterned shirts, none of which would go with dress pants. Finally, he found a white hoodie and put it on. You're wearing that? They both said. Huh? His mother looked at her watch. Oh, no time to change. Let's just go. She said as...
Okay. You can have the striped shirts go with your your dress pants.
With the black dress pants. On. Yeah, the white hoodie.
The white hoodie does not go with no dress pants.
But you know they're having to deal with it because they're gonna be late for the party, so they go there with his white hoodie on. They crossed the street over to Barbara and Billy's house. They knocked on the door, and at it appeared that Barbara, just like his parents, way overdressed. As they walked inside, all Jeff could see were adults, no kids. The kids are out in the yard. Jeff, how about you go and meet some of them, said Barbara. Jeff walked outside.
Oh, no, Jeff's gonna kill them all.
We don't know that. Jeff walked outside to a yard full of kids.
I can feel it.
They were running around in weird cowboy costumes and shooting each other with plastic guns.
They're all gonna come out. The parents are gonna come out, and all the kids are gonna be dead. Jeff's gonna be there.
He might as well be standing in a Toys R Us. Suddenly, a kid came up to him and handed him a toy gun and hat.
Hey,
oh no!
Wanna play?
He said.
No, kid. I'm way too old for this stuff.
The kid looked at him with that weird
Jeff, you're 13.
Puppy dog face.
Please,
said the kid.
Fine,
said Jeff. He put on the hat.
You're 13, bro.
And started to pretend to shoot at the kids. At first he thought it was totally ridiculous, but then he started to actually have fun once he starts fake shooting the kids.
Once he had the image of shooting the kids.
It might not have been super cool, but it was the first time he had done something that took his mind off of Lou, so he played with the kids for a while, until he heard a noise. A weird rolling noise. Then it hit him. Randy, Troy, and Keith all jumped over the fence with their skateboards. Jeff dropped the fake gun
that's pretty sick, though.
and ripped off the hat. Randy looked at Jeff with a burning hatred.
Hello, Jeff, is it?
He said. We have some unfinished business. Jeff saw his bruised nose.
I think we're even. I beat the crap out of you and you get my brother sent to JDC.
Randy got an angry look in his eyes. Oh no, I don't go for even. I go for winning. You may have kicked our asses that one day, but not today. As he
go for winning.
He goes for winning. He doesn't take to losing. As he said that, Randy rushed at Jeff. They both fell to the ground. Randy punched Jeff in the nose, and Jeff grabbed him by the ears and headbutted him. Jeff pushed Randy off of him, and both rose to their feet. Kids were screaming, and parents were running out of the house. Troy and Keith both pulled guns out of their pockets. No one interrupts or guts will fly, they said. Randy pulled a knife on Jeff and stabbed it into his shoulder. By the way, the adults are being held at gunpoint by children right now. Jeff screamed and fell to his knees. Randy started kicking him in the face. After 3 kicks, Jeff grabs his foot and twists it, causing Randy to fall to the ground. Jeff stood up and walked towards the back door. Troy grabbed him. Need some help? He picks Jeff up by the back of the collar and throws him through the patio door. As Jeff tries to stand, he is kicked down to the ground. Randy repeatedly starts kicking Jeff until he starts to cough up blood. Come on, Jeff, fight me! He picks Jeff up and throws him into the kitchen. Randy sees a bottle of vodka on the counter and smashes the glass over Jeff's head. Fight! He throws Jeff back into the living room. Come on, Jeff, look at me. Jeff glances up, his face riddled with blood. I was the one who got your brother sent to JDC. And now you're just gonna sit here and let him rot in there for a whole year. You should be ashamed. Jeff starts to get up. Oh, finally, you stand and fight. Jeff is now to his feet, blood and vodka on his face. Once again, he gets that strange feeling, the one in which he hasn't felt for a while. Finally, he's up, says Randy as he runs at Jeff. That's when it happens. Something inside Jeff snaps. His psyche is destroyed. All rational thinking is gone. All he can do is kill. He grabs Randy and pile drives him to the ground. He gets on top of him and punches him straight in the heart. The punch causes Randy's heart to stop. As Randy gasps for breath, Jeff hammers down on him, punch after punch. Blood gushes from Randy's body until he takes one final breath and dies.
Why does it start acting like this is like Doom Guy himself?
Yeah, right?
Like, Jeff is just stopping kids' hearts with punches.
Yeah,
now?
it's like Kill Bill, like the 5-finger death punch into the...
I've watched grown men who train fighting, knock someone out and just punch him in the face 10 extra times, and the guy's heart is still going. I know it's not in the heart. I've seen dudes kick him in the liver, and they're not, oh, my liver don't work.
That's just his instinct to kill.
Jeff's him, I guess.
Everyone is looking at Jeff now. The parents, the crying kids, even Troy and Keith. Although they easily break from their gaze and point their guns at Jeff, Jeff sees the guns trained on him and runs for the stairs. As he runs, Troy and Keith let out fire on him, each shot missing. Jeff runs up the stairs. He hears Troy and Keith follow up behind. As they let out their final rounds of bullets, Jeff ducks into the bathroom. He grabs the towel rack and rips it off the wall. Troy and Keith race in, knives ready. Troy swings his knife at Jeff, who backs away and bangs the towel rack into Troy's face. Troy goes down hard, and now all that's left is Keith. He is more agile than Troy, though, and ducks when Jeff swings the towel rack. He dropped the knife and grabbed Jeff by the neck. He pushed him into the wall. A thing of bleach, I like that, a thing of bleach, fell down on top of him from the top shelf. It burnt both of them, and they both started to scream. Jeff wiped his eyes as best as he could. He pulled back the towel rack and swung it straight into Keith's head. As he lay there, bleeding to death, he let out an ominous smile.
What's so funny?
Asked Jeff. Keith pulled out a lighter and switched it on. What's funny, he said, is that you're covered in bleach and alcohol. Jeff's eyes widened as Keith threw the lighter at him. As soon as the flame made contact with him, the flames ignited the alcohol in the vodka. While the alcohol burned him, the bleach bleached his skin. Jeff let out a terrible screech as he caught on fire. He tried to roll out the fire, but it was no use. The alcohol had made him a walking inferno. He ran down the hall and fell down the stairs. Everybody started screaming as they saw Jeff, now a man on fire, drop to the ground, nearly dead. The last thing Jeff saw was his mother and the other parents trying to extinguish the flame. That's when he passed out. I'd like to, before we continue, I would like to point out the fact that this party had several adults at it, and not one tried to intervene with these children murdering each other. They all just stood by and watched as this was happening, and didn't intervene until Jeff was the only one left alive. When Jeff woke, he had a cast wrapped around his face. He couldn't see anything, but he felt a cast on his shoulder and stitches all over his body. He tried to stand up, but he realized that there was some tube in his arm, and when he tried to get up, it fell out, and a nurse rushed in. "I don't think you can get out of bed just yet," she said as she put him back in the bed and reinserted the tube. Jeff sat there with no vision, no idea of what his surroundings were. Finally, after hours, he heard his mother. "Honey, are you okay?" she asked. Jeff couldn't answer, though. His face was covered, and he was unable to speak. "Oh, honey, I have great news. After all the witnesses told the police that Randy confessed of trying to attack you, they decided to let Lou go." This made Jeff almost bolt up, stopping halfway, remembering the tube coming out of his arm. "He'll be out by tomorrow, and then you two will be able to be together again." I like that, too, that they're not letting him out for being innocent right now. Like, they're taking their time. Jeff's mother hugs Jeff and says her goodbyes. The next couple of weeks were those where Jeff was visited by his family. Then came the day where his bandages were to be removed. His family members were all there to see what he would look like. As the doctors unwrapped the bandages from Jeff's face, everyone was on the edge of their seats. They waited until the last bandage holding the cover over his face was almost removed. "Let's hope for the best," said the doctor. He quickly pulls the cloth, letting the rest fall from Jeff's face. Jeff's mother screams at the sight of his face. Lou and Jeff's dad stare awestruck at his face.
"What? What happened to my face?"
Jeff said. He rushed out of bed and ran to the bathroom. He looked in the mirror and saw the cause of the distress. His face. It's horrible. His lips were burnt to a deep shade of red. His face was turned into a pure white color, and his hair singed from brown to black. He slowly put his hand to his face. It had a sort of leathery feel to it now. He looked back at his family, then back at the mirror.
"Jeff," said Lou, "it's not that bad." "Not that bad," said Jeff. "It's perfect."
His family was equally surprised. Jeff started laughing uncontrollably. His parents noticed that his left eye and hand were twitching. "Oh, Jeff, are you okay?"
Oh, no.
"Okay, I've never felt more happy." "Look at me. This face goes perfectly with me."
He couldn't stop laughing. He stroked his face, feeling it, looking at it in the mirror. What caused this? Well, you may recall that when Jeff was fighting Randy, something in his mind, his sanity, snapped. Now he was left as a crazy killing machine. That is, his parents didn't know. "Doctor," said Jeff's mom, is my son all right? You know, in the head?" "Oh yes, this behavior is typical for patients that have taken very large amounts of painkillers. If his behavior doesn't change in a few weeks, bring him back here and we'll give him a psychological test." "Oh, thank you, doctor." Jeff's mother went over to Jeff. "Jeff, sweetie, it's time to go." Jeff looks away from the mirror, his face still formed into a crazy smile.
"Hey, mommy."
His mother took him by the shoulder and took him to get his clothes. That's the line in the story. I wasn't laughing. Well, I was laughing, but the ha 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 that's in the line is, "Hey, mommy, ha ha." "This is what came in," said the lady at the desk. Jeff's mom looked down to see the black dress pants and white hoodie her son wore. Now they were clean of blood and now stitched together. Jeff's mother led him to his room and made him put his clothes on. Then they left, not knowing that this was their final day of life. Later that night, Jeff's mother woke to a sound coming from the bathroom. It sounded as if someone was crying. She slowly walked over to see what it was. When she looked into the bathroom, she saw a horrendous sight. Jeff had taken a knife and carved a smile into his cheeks. 1 second, I gotta pause. Something just happened in the game. There's like a red dot that just appeared with a noise. I have no idea what the hell that is. Like right outside my house in game. What the hell is that?
Holy shit!
Ow. I don't know, it's gone. I have no idea what that was, but anyways, back to this. Dude, I don't know what happened. There's just a weird noise and a red dot that appeared. Okay, anyways.
Well, you can keep reading.
The story's almost done. It's almost done.
No, I just found out I have to put in a ticket.
Oh, did you go to all the places?
As far as I know, I remember going to all the places, all 98, and they're all empty.
Shoot.
I mean, if they email me back or whatever, telling me, oh no, you didn't find them all, then alright, whatever, I'll look again.
I mean, they got back to me within a day and said, oh yeah, here you go. And I would, if you do put a ticket in, I would clarify to, because I think, like, with the signal things, I did get the reward, it just didn't mark it as me getting it. So I would say you didn't get the reward, if they do, like, finish it or something.
I just said I am stuck at 97 out of 100 action figures. I was like, I just said, and I would like to be able to get the experience money and cosmetics for completing this. So if they can fix it or figure out what's wrong, then whatever.
Yeah.
That's roughly what I put in there.
Well, shoot.
So I've checked all the areas and they're all empty.
Dang. Well, that sucks.
So if you want to just keep reading, I'm gonna fly around and do the mute jammers now.
Alright.
Since it's already 2 o'clock. I wasted a whole freaking night trying to find something that's not freaking there.
Yeah,
at least I'm not the only one. There is a Reddit post saying other people have gone stuck at 97.
Yeah. Well, that sucks. Shoot, I'm
still
sorry.
Annoying
Dude.
nonetheless. No, it's all good. It's not your fault.
That is really annoying though. That it just like wasted all the time.
That's what I'm more annoyed about, is it wasted a lot of time. Well, I mean, I guess I technically wasted a lot of time, but I wasn't trying to.
No, it's all good. It's all good. So yeah, I'll finish Jeff the Killer and maybe we can find another story.
At least I gotta listen to Jeff the Killer.
Yeah, it's a great story so far, right? It's super scary.
Yeah, it's a good story. It's a little ridiculous.
It's a so bad it's good story, I think.
Yeah.
Later that night,
I mean, he's punching kids and stuff in the hearts and stuff.
Punching kids so hard in the heart they die. Later that night, Jeff's mother woke to a sound coming from the bathroom. It sounded as if someone was crying. She slowly walked over to see what it was. When she looked into the bathroom, she saw a horrendous sight. Jeff had taken a knife and carved a smile into his cheeks, like the Joker from The Dark Knight.
Oh my goodness.
Jeff, what are you doing? Asked his mother. Jeff looked over to his mother.
I couldn't keep smiling, Mommy. It hurt after a while. Now I can smile forever.
Jeff's mother noticed his eyes ringed in black. Jeff, your eyes! His eyes were seemingly never closing.
I couldn't see my face. I got tired and my eyes started to close. I burned out the eyelids so that I could forever see myself, my new face.
Jeff's mother slowly started to back away, seeing that her son was going insane.
What's wrong, Bobby? Aren't I beautiful?
Yes, son, she said. Yes, you are. Let me get Daddy so he can see your face. She ran into the room and shook Jeff's dad from his sleep. Honey, get the gun. She stopped. She saw Jeff in the doorway holding a knife.
Mommy, you lied.
That's the last thing they hear as Jeff rushes them with the knife, gutting both of them. His brother Lou woke up, startled by some noise. He didn't hear anything else, so he just shut his eyes and tried to go back to sleep. As he was on the border of slumber, he got the strangest feeling that someone was watching him. He looked up before Jeff's hand covered his mouth. He slowly raised the knife, ready to plunge it into Lou. Lou thrashed here and there, trying to escape Jeff's grip. Shh, Jeff said.
Just go to sleep.
And that's the story. That's the end of the story, is that he kills his whole family. That's the origin of Jeff the Killer. After being so sad that his brother was sent to JDC, like the day after he comes back, he murders him in his bed for no reason.
Wait, what?
That's the end of this. Did I need to? You heard the end of that story, right? Or did I?
Yeah, he's talking to Lou.
Yeah.
So just go to bed.
Just go to sleep. Well, because he's killing him. He's like about to plunge the knife in his chest. It's like a mirror to the story from the beginning, where he's going on a killing spree and he tries to kill some random kid, and before he kills him, he says his iconic Jeff the Killer catchphrase, which is, "Just go to sleep." That's his killer catchphrase, is "Just go to sleep." So it ended the story on his new catchphrase. That was him killing his little brother, like a day after he came back. The little brother, he was super sad about going to JDC. His mind snapped so hard that he killed his whole family after burning his eyelids out and cutting a smile into his face. And part of that is because if you know the photo, like the Jeff the Killer photo doesn't have eyelids, and he's got the big bloody smile. So that's the origin of that. That's why. And his skin is white because he got bleached with bleach, and his skin got burned with alcohol from the vodka. But yeah, that was it. Like it doesn't talk about any more like killing sprees or anything. That's literally the entire story. It just ends there. So, anyways, now you know the creepypasta of Jeff the Killer. Alright, I gotta see if there's another good dumb one.
This guide is effing horrendous. I'm putting a video on.
Do you need me to help with some of the flying? Because I can fly like a helicopter.
I don't mind the flying. I can't even figure out what this one's at, and the map I'm looking at is horrendous. I'm gonna watch a video instead.
I think I know where, like if you go to the locations, I could point out where they are. I just gotta find you. Where are you at? Oh, you're down here. Oh, are you at the boat? It's on the boat. It's almost always going to be up high.
Okay, finally, here's the one this guy isn't down. But yeah, I'm just trying to see where on the boat. Okay, so it's where I thought it was.
Merryweather, for all your private security needs.
What's the next creepypasta we
A helicopter has been dispatched to your location.
Why don't we do Is there one that you, well, I mean, some of them are much longer than others. Is there one that you've heard of that you've ever wanted to know the origin of?
Not particular. I don't really know. a crazy bunch of them.
Some of them are actually good, like surprisingly good ones. Like like there's one called
Where do you want to go?
Trying to think of one that's really good. The Candle Cove one is a good one. But why don't we do Mr. Widemouth?
I haven't heard of that one.
That one, I think, is a much lesser known one, but it's sorry, I was getting a helicopter right here. It's one that I never heard of before, but when I heard it on the Creepcast podcast, I thought it was super funny. Just because it's another one of those stories where it's like, it feels like some kid got like an idea of like something that could be potentially scary, but just wrote it really basic.
Yeah.
Okay, we're on our way.
Oh, there we go. That's how you get the helicopter going. All right. So, this is the story, Mr. Widemouth.
Hold on tight.
Originally made in 2010. It was October 25th, 2010. That's the anniversary yesterday. Dang. I didn't even realize that. But, here we go. During my childhood, my family was like a drop of water in a vast river, never remaining in one location for long.
Man, San Andreas is so beautiful.
We settled in Rhode Island when I was 8, and there we remained until I went to college in Colorado Springs. Most of my memories are rooted in Rhode Island, but there are fragments in the attic of my brain which belong to the various homes we had lived in when I was much younger. Most of these memories are unclear and pointless. Chasing after another boy in the backyard of a house in North Carolina, trying to build a raft to float on the creek behind the apartment we rented in Pennsylvania, and so on. But there is one set of memories which remains as clear as glass, as though they were made just yesterday. I often wonder whether these memories are simply lucid dreams produced by the long sickness I experienced that spring. But in my heart, I know they are real. We were living in a house just outside the bustling metropolis of New Vineyard, Maine. Population 643. It was a large structure, especially for a family of 3. There were a number of rooms that I didn't see in the 5 months we resided there. In some ways, it was a waste of space, but it was the only house on the market at the time, at least within an hour's commute to my father's place of work. The day after my 5th birthday, attended by my parents alone, I came down with a fever. The doctor said I had mononucleosis, which was no rough play, and more fever for at least another 3 weeks. It was horrible timing to be bedridden. We were in the process of packing our things to move to Pennsylvania, and most of my things were already packed away in boxes, leaving my room barren. My mother brought me ginger ale and books several times a day, and these served the function of being my primary form of entertainment for the next few weeks. Boredom always loomed just around the corner, waiting to rear its ugly head and compound my misery. I don't exactly...
Hurry!
What is going on here? Here we go. Sorry, I had to jump out of the helicopter. I don't exactly recall how I met Mr. Widemouth. I think it was about a week after I was diagnosed with mono. My first memory of the small creature was asking him if he had a name. He told me to call him Mr. Widemouth because his mouth was large. In fact, everything about him was large in comparison to his body. His head, his eyes, his crooked ears, but his mouth was by far the largest.
You look kind of like a Furby,
I said as he flipped through one of my books. Mr. Widemouth stopped and gave me a puzzled look. Furby? What's a Furby? He asked. I shrugged.
You know, the toy? The little robot with the big ears? You can pet and feed them almost like a real pet.
Oh, Mr. Widemouth resumed his activity. You don't need one of those. They aren't the same as having a real friend. I remember Mr. Widemouth disappearing every time my mother stopped by to check in on me. I lay under your bed, he later explained. I don't want your parents to see me because I'm afraid they won't let us play anymore. we didn't do much during those first few days. Mr. Widemouth just looked at my books, fascinated by the stories and pictures they contained. The third or fourth morning after I met him, he greeted me with a large smile on his face.
I have a new game we can play, he said. We have to wait until after your mother comes to check on you, because she can't see us play it. It's a secret game.
After my mother delivered more books and soda at the usual time, Mr. Widemouth slipped out from under the bed and tugged at my hand.
We have to go to the room at the end of the hallway,
he said. I objected at first, as my parents had forbidden me to leave my bed without their permission, but Mr. Widemouth persisted until I gave in. The room in question had no furniture or wallpaper. Its only distinguishing feature was a window opposite the doorway. Mr. Widemouth darted across the room and gave the window a firm push, flinging it open. He then beckoned me to look out at the ground below. We were on the second story of the house, but it was on a hill, and from this angle the drop was farther than 2 stories due to the incline.
I like to play pretend up here,
Mr. Widemouth explained.
I pretend that there's a big, soft trampoline below this window, and I jump. If you pretend hard enough, you can bounce back up like a feather. I want you to try.
I was a 5-year-old with a fever, so only a hint of skepticism darted through my thoughts as I looked down and considered the possibility. It's a long drop, I said.
But that's all part of the fun. It wouldn't be fun if it was only a short drop. If it were that way, you may as well just bounce on a real trampoline.
I toyed with the idea, picturing myself falling through thin air, only to bounce back to the window on something unseen by human eyes. But the realist in me prevailed. Maybe some other time, I said. I don't know if I have enough imagination. I could get hurt. Mr. Widemouth's face contorted into a snarl, but only for a moment. Anger gave way to disappointment.
If you say so,
he said. He spent the rest of the day under my bed, quiet as a mouse. The following morning, Mr. Widemouth arrived holding a small box. He was not happy. He wanted the kid to jump out the window. He came in with a small box.
I want to teach you how to juggle, he said. Here are some things you can use to practice before I start giving you lessons.
I looked in the box. It was full of knives. My parents will kill me, I shouted, horrified that Mr. Widemouth had brought knives into my room, objects that my parents would never allow me to touch. I'll be spanked and grounded for a year. Mr. Widemouth frowned.
It's fun to juggle with these. I want you to try it.
I pushed the box away. I can't. I'll get in trouble. Knives aren't safe to just throw in the air. Mr. Widemouth's frown deepened into a scowl. He took the box of knives and slid under my bed, remaining there the rest of the day. I began to wonder how often he was under me. I started having trouble sleeping after that. Mr. Widemouth often woke me up at night saying he put a real trampoline under the window. A big one that I couldn't see in the dark. I always declined and tried to go back to sleep. Mr. Widemouth persisted. Sometimes he stayed by my side until early in the morning, encouraging me to jump. He wasn't so fun to play with anymore. My mother came to me one morning and told me I had her permission to walk around outside. She thought the fresh air would be good for me, especially after being confined to my room for so long. Ecstatic, I put on my sneakers and trotted out to the back porch, yearning for the feeling of sun on my face. Mr. Widemouth was waiting for me.
I have something I want you to see.
Oh my gosh.
He just keeps trying, dude. He said. I must have given him a weird look because he said,
It's safe, I promise.
I followed him to the beginning of a deer trail, which ran through the woods behind the house.
This is an important path, he explained. I've had a lot of friends about your age. When they're ready, I took them down this path to a special place. You aren't ready yet, but one day I hope to take you there.
I returned to the house, wondering what kind of place lay beyond that trail. 2 weeks after I met Mr. Widemouth, the last load of our things had been packed into a moving truck. I would be in the cab of that truck, sitting next to my father for the long drive to Pennsylvania. I considered telling Mr. Widemouth that I'd be leaving, but even at 5 years old, I was beginning to suspect that perhaps the creature's intentions were not to my benefit, despite what he said otherwise. For this reason, I decided to keep my departure a secret. My father and I were in the truck at 4 a.m. He was hoping to make it to Pennsylvania by lunch tomorrow with the help of an endless supply of coffee and a 6-pack of energy drinks. He seemed more like a man who was about to run a marathon rather than one who was about to spend 2 days sitting still. Early enough for you? He asked. I nodded and placed my head against the window, hoping for some sleep before the sun came up. I felt my father's hand on my shoulder. This is the last move, son. I promise. I know it's hard for you, as sick as you've been. Once Daddy gets promoted, we can settle down and you can make friends. I opened my eyes as we backed out of the driveway. I saw Mr. Widemouth's silhouette in my bedroom window. He stood motionless until the truck was about to turn onto the main road. He gave a pitiful little wave goodbye, steak knife in hand. I didn't wave back. Years later, I returned to the new vineyard. The piece of land our house stood upon was empty except for the foundation, as the house burned down a few years after my family left. Out of curiosity, I followed the deer trail that Mr. Widemouth had shown me. Part of me expected him to jump out from behind a tree and scare the living bejesus out of me, but I felt that Mr. Widemouth was gone, somehow tied to the house that no longer existed. The trail ended at the New Vineyard Memorial Cemetery. I noticed that many of the tombstones belong to children. And that is the story of Mr. Widemouth.
Yeah, Mr. Widemouth.
He's trying to kill kids, or not even kill kids. He's trying to get kids to kill themselves. That's the story. That's the scary monster. Is he tries to gaslight children into harming themselves. It's funny just because it's so ridiculous. It's just the idea of a monster that gaslights little 5-year-old children into doing that. Or trying to.
No, it's crazy.
What?
That's a lot like the story of Momo.
It is, actually.
The story of Momo is the little creature pops on their TV or iPad, or they're watching it on, and it tries to tell them to either do stuff to themselves or to their family, or else Momo's gonna go get them.
Yeah.
But a lot of times, just you better do this to yourself, or else Momo's gonna go kill their parents.
That is
like
very similar.
Momo's not gonna kill you. He'll go kill your parents, though.
Yeah, it's like you gotta listen. Well, isn't it like you gotta listen to what Momo says, or you're gonna die?
Yeah,
like Momo's gonna kill you if you don't do it.
Momo will be like, "Hey, cut yourself."
Yeah, if you don't do it, I'm gonna get you.
If you don't listen, Momo shows up. We'll show up like next night or something like that.
Honestly, a pretty similar design too. Now that I think about it, not that Mr. Widemouth is like a weird bird lady, but like the big smile.
Yeah.
I think he's supposed to be like a teddy bear looking creature from all the fan art that people made of him, like a little goblin or a teddy bear or something. Just with like a big grin on his face. But anyways, I think the Jeff the Killer one is. I mean, I think that one is better written than the Jeff the Killer one, but it is a little goofy. Just the idea. Especially the way he responds. It's like, I don't know, Mr. Widemouth.
No, please do it. Come on.
Come on.
Trust me.
Safe.
Trust me.
I must have something wrong.
It's safe.
Listen, kid. I put a trampoline down there. I know it's nighttime and you can't see it, but I did put a trampoline down beneath the window. You need to go.
It's safe.
You gotta go down there, kid. It's really fun. You're missing out on a lot of fun.
But
he's trying his hardest.
there is a really. Have you ever heard of Squidward's suicide? Have you ever heard of that one?
I don't think so.
Sometimes it's called Red Mist.
Actually, I think you've shown me that one. Actually.
Maybe I have. Well, I don't know if I've read it. The story is just ridiculous. It's again that kind of thing where you can tell it's like a kid writing it to try and trick other kids into thinking it's like a real thing that happened. Or it's like this is serious, guys, and it's just I gotta find it. But it was such a infamous. I think it was the first creepypasta. I don't know if it was the first necessarily, but it has a lot of those kind of tropes you see with like bad creepypastas where they're like, where the story has like the characters looking super hyper realistic, or having like, you know, like it's like a TV show that is missing an episode, and the missing episode is really, really scary. So that's what it. That's kind of what it is.
Hey, go Beaver! All the way, right?
And I think, other than parts that are obviously obscured for the reasons that that you're gonna hear, there's a lot of like recreations of it on YouTube and stuff that people have tried to do. I think they even referenced it in an actual episode of SpongeBob too, which got deleted. Like Nickelodeon made them take out that reference like almost immediately because of well, they didn't show Squidward doing what he does in the story, but they show like you probably have seen the image. It's like him in the super like hazy black room with like the red bloodshot eyes.
Yeah.
Like so it was like they made Squidward look like that for like a few frames. Something like that. So here we go. Here's the story. I want to start off by saying, if you want an answer at the end, prepare to be disappointed. There just isn't one. I was an intern at Nickelodeon Studios for a year in 2005 for my degree in animation. It wasn't paid, of course. Most internships aren't. But it did have some perks beyond education. To adults, it might not seem like a big one, but most kids at the time would shit themselves over it. Now, since I worked directly with the editors and animators, I got to view the new episodes days before they aired. I'll get right to it without giving too many unnecessary details. They had very recently made the SpongeBob movie, and the entire staff was somewhat sapped of creativity, so it took them longer to start up the season. But the delay lasted longer for more upsetting reasons. There was a problem with the Series 4 premiere that set everyone and everything back for several months. Me and 2 other interns were in the editing room, along with the lead animators and sound editors for the final week. We received the copy that was supposed to be Fear of a Krabby Patty and gathered around the screen to watch. Now, given that it isn't final yet, animators often put up a mock title card, sort of an inside joke for us, with phony, oftentimes lewd titles, such as How Sex Doesn't Work, instead of Rockabye Bivalve. When SpongeBob and Patrick adopt a sea scallop, nothing particularly funny, but work-related chuckles. So when we saw the title card, Squidward's Suicide, we didn't think it more than a morbid joke. One of yeah, here it goes, and so it begins. One of the interns did a small throat laugh at it. The happy-go-lucky music plays as normal, which I can only imagine is like. The opening credits read 5 names: Madison Richards, Andrew Skinner, Paul McLeod, Trent Hindley, and Dylan Grant. The story began with Squidward practicing his clarinet, hitting a few sour notes like normal. We hear SpongeBob laughing outside, and Squidward stops, yelling at him to keep it down as he has a concert that night and needs to practice. SpongeBob says okay and goes to see Sandy with Patrick. The Bubbles splash screen comes up, and we see... Hi, Casper. Welcome back. You're just in time. Casper comes back, asks, why are you reading Squidward's Suicide? Because we're having it's scary stories, Casper, for the Halloween season. I'm reading some super scary creepypastas to Eve Bona that he's never heard.
Well, I do some boring stuff.
Yeah, while he does the signal jammers, which he never got the toys because it's glitched. Like for some reason, one just didn't ever load for him. The Bubble Splash screen comes up and we see the ending of Squidward's concert. This is when things began to seem off. While playing, a few frames repeat themselves, but the sound doesn't. At this point, sound is synced up with animation, so yes, that's not common. But when he stops playing, the sound finishes as if the skip never happened. There is slight murmuring in the crowd before they begin to boo him. Not normal cartoon booing that is common in the show, but you could very clearly hear malice in it. Squidward's in full frame and looks visibly afraid. The shot goes to the crowd with SpongeBob in center frame, and he too is booing, very much unlike him. That isn't the oddest thing though. What is odd is everyone had hyper-realistic eyes. but something a bit more real than CGI. The pupils were red. Some of us looked at each other, obviously confused, but since we weren't the writers, we didn't question its appeal to children yet. The shot goes to Squidward, sitting on the edge of his bed, looking very forlorn. The view out of his porthole window is of a night sky, so it isn't very long after the concert. The unsettling part is that at this point, there's no sound. Literally no sound. Not even the feedback from the speakers in the room. It's as if the speakers were turned off, though their status showed them working perfectly. He just sat there. Yeah, it's just like no sound, and that's the. He just sat there, blinking, in silence for about 30 seconds. Then he started to sob softly. He put his hands, or his tentacles, over his eyes and cried quietly for a full minute more. All the while, a sound in the background, very slowly growing from nothing to barely audible. It sounded like a slight breeze through a forest. It's scary. It is hyper-realistic, Casper. That's what makes it scary, is it's like real people eyes. The screen slowly begins to zoom in on his face. By slow, I mean it's only noticeable if you look at shots 10 seconds apart, side by side. His sobbing gets louder, more full of hurt and anger. The screen then twitches a bit, as if it twists in on itself. For a split second, then back to normal. The wind through the trees sound gets slowly louder and more severe, as if a storm is brewing somewhere. The eerie part is this sound and Squidward's sobbing sounded real, as if the sound wasn't coming from the speakers, but as if the speakers were holes the sound was coming through from the other side. Which is how a speaker works. As good as sound as the studio likes to have, they don't purchase the equipment to be that good to produce sound of that quality. Below the sound of the wind and sobbing, very faint, something sounded like laughing. It came at odd intervals and never lasted more than a second, so you had a hard time pinning it. We watched this show twice, so pardon me if things sound too specific, but I've had time to think about them. After 30 seconds of this, the screen blurred and twitched violently, and something flashed over the screen as if a single frame was replaced. The lead animation editor paused and rewound frame by frame. What we saw was horrible. It was a still photo of a dead child. He couldn't have been more than 6. It's just being like dark for the sake of being dark. Just he couldn't have Squidward being sad. There's a dead kid. The face was mangled and bloodied, one eye dangling over his upturned face, popped. He was naked down to his underwear, and again, just being grotesque for the sake of being grotesque. His stomach crudely cut open and his entrails laying beside him. He was laying on some pavement that was probably a road. Probably a road. The most upsetting part was that there was a shadow of the photographer. There was no crime tape, no evidence tags or markers, and the angle was completely off for a shot designed to be evidence. It would seem the photographer was the person responsible for the child's death. We were, of course, mortified, but pressed on, hoping that it was just a sick joke. Like, they're still watching this. They're still watching this. They haven't stopped and called the police to investigate a potential child murder. They're still watching this. Like, this show. They have to watch it. Yeah, it is just disturbingly gross, Castor. But
I mean, I could tell you, okay, that's a dead kid.
That's a dead kid.
Let's figure out what happened to that kid.
Yeah.
And whoever did this as a joke, you're fired.
Like, you don't need to. Yeah, like, you're fired. Well, also the kid is like, they describe the kid as being naked for some reason, which is also worse. And it's just like. But
it's not a game anymore at that point.
I am genuinely convinced that whoever wrote this was just like some like 14-year-old or somebody who was like, oh, this will be edgy. This will be the like it's not done like with any kind of you know, you can have scary stories where really bad things happen, but it's like there's a I don't want to say tasteful way to do it, but you know, there is a proper way, I think, of making this kind of stuff, and that is not how you do it. Anyways, continuing on. The screen flipped back to Squidward, still sobbing, louder than before, and half body in frame. There was now what appeared to be blood running down his face from his eyes. The blood was also done in a hyper-realistic style, looking as if you touched it, you'd get blood on your fingers. The wind sounded now as if that were that of a gale blowing through the forest. There were even snapping sounds of branches. The laughing, a deep baritone, lasting at longer intervals and coming more frequently. After about 20 seconds, the screen again twisted and showed a single frame photo. The editor was reluctant to go back. We all were. But he knew he had to. No, you don't. You don't have to go back, dude. This time, the photo was that of what appeared to be a little girl, no older than the first child. She was laying on her stomach, her berets in a pool of blood next to her. Her left eye was too popped out and popped. God, naked except for underpants. This is just awful. Her entrails were piled on top of her above another crude cut along her back. Again, the body was on the street and the photographer's shadow was visible, very similar in size and shape to the first. I had to choke back vomit, and one intern, the only female in the room, ran out. The show resumed. Like, they're still watching this. This is the point. Even if, like you should have stopped a while ago. Why? About 5 seconds after the second photo played, Squidward went silent, as did all sound, like it was when the scene started. He put his tentacles down and his eyes were now done in hyper-realism, like the others at the beginning of the episode. They were bleeding, bloodshot, and pulsating. He just stared at the screen as if watching the viewer. After about 10 seconds, he started sobbing, this time not covering his eyes. The sound was piercing and loud, and most fear-inducing of all, his sobbing was mixed with screams. Tears and blood were dripping down his face at heavy rate. The wind sound came back, and so did the deep-voiced laughing. And this time, the still photo lasted for a good 5 frames. The animator was able to stop it on the 4th and backed up. This time, the photo was of a boy, about the same age, but this time the scene was different. The entrails were just being pulled out from a stomach wound by a large hand. The right eye popped, or stomach wound by a large hand. The right eye popped and dangling, blood trickling down it. The animator proceeded. It was hard to believe, but the next one was different, but we couldn't tell what. He went on to the next. Same thing. He went back to the first and played them quicker, and I lost it. I vomited on the floor, the animating and sound editors gasping at the screen. The 5 frames were not as if they were 5 different photos. They were played out as if they were frames from a video. We saw the hand slowly lift out the guts. We saw the kid's eyes focus on it. We even saw 2 frames of the kid beginning to blink. The lead sound editor told us to stop. He had to call in the creator to see this. Mr. Hillenberg arrived within about 15 minutes. He was confused as to why he was called down there, so the editor just continued the episode. Once the few frames were shown, all screaming, all sounds again stopped. Squidward was just staring at the viewer, full frame of the face for about 3 seconds. The shot quickly panned out and the deep voice said, "Do it!" And we see in Squidward's hands a shotgun. He immediately puts the gun in his mouth and pulls the trigger. Realistic blood and brain matter splatters the wall behind him. At his bed, and he flies back with force. The last 5 seconds of this episode show his body on the bed, on his side, one eye dangling on what's left of his head above the floor, staring blankly at it. Then the episode ends. Mr. Hillenberg is obviously angry at this. He demanded to know what the hell was going on. Most people left the room at this point, so it was just a handful of us to watch it again. Viewing the episode twice only served... They watched the episode twice, dude. It only served to imprint the entirety of it in my mind and caused me horrible nightmares. I'm sorry I stayed. The only theory we could think of was the file was edited by someone in the chain from the drawing studio to here. The CTO was called in to analyze when it happened. The analysis of the file did show it was edited over by new material. However, the timestamp of it was a mere 24 seconds before we began viewing it. All equipment involved was examined for foreign software and hardware, as well as glitches, as if the timestamp may have glitched and showed the wrong time, but everything checked out fine. We don't know what happened, and to this day nobody does. There was an investigation due to the nature of the photos, but nothing came of it. No child scene was identified, and no clues were gathered from the data involved, nor physical clues in the photos. I never believed in the unexplainable phenomena before, but now that I have something happen and can't prove anything about it beyond anecdotal evidence, I always think twice about things. And that's the story. That's that horrible, horrible story. So there, now you know, you know that one. It's just like, just over the top, for way too over the top. Like none of it had to be that descriptive.
No, it's always worse. Don't get me wrong, all that stuff's bad, but it's always worse when it's kids.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, no, it is gross, Casper, but there is like I do think it is just like ridiculous. It's a lot of those parts where it's just like you're supposed to take it seriously with all the hyper realistic mentions and the way that it's like it sounded like sound was coming out of the speakers, almost as if the sound was coming out of the speakers. Probably the worst story you've heard. Yeah, no, that one it's a really bad story. It is, Casper. How are those jammers coming?
No, it's not. These ones aren't too bad to do. I mean, I'm in a buzzard, so I just have locked-on missiles.
Oh yeah.
It really makes it a lot easier.
Yeah.
At least I've been able to find them all so far.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just really peeved about the action figure thing.
Yeah, that is really dumb. That was like, what I mean, it's not, I don't think my situation was as annoying as that, but I had the same thought like a couple days ago where I was like, are you kidding me? Like I kept revisiting certain places too where I was like maybe it just needs to respawn. Like maybe because it glitched it'll respawn, but it never did.
Okay, game, can you break this mute signal jammer, please? I've shot 3 missiles at it.
Oh, what the heck? I didn't even mean to land here.
Oh yeah, I got it.
I wonder, maybe I should, since I've done, oh god. Ah! We totally could have made some existential horror stuff instead of relying on shock horror. Yeah, no. But that story that story was very influential, like to a lot of like child creepypasta writers, because they would take those same tropes like oh this cartoon I watched, like the character died in it, but it wasn't like a cartoon death. It was like it looked like real blood and guts on the screen.
Yeah, have you seen that one kid show? Well, it's like
Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared.
Show? I think so.
I mean, there's a lot, but Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared. That's a good one. That's an actually good one. I really love Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared. It's they have the series on YouTube, and then they had a TV show that ran for a season, and the show was really good. But yeah, it was like solid, like with like Sesame Street style puppets and stuff. Is that what you're thinking of?
No, it looks more like kind of like Peppa Pig.
Oh, and that's not the same thing.
And there's this, I know it's like an episode. It's like some guy's like killing all his friends. Like one, like it's like a pig or something like that. It's on like a train, and it's like eye comes out of the socket. Now, I mean, the graphics aren't realistic, so it's not like, oh my goodness,
it's not,
but like...
That's not Happy Tree Friends, is it?
I think it is.
Oh, Happy Tree Friends? Yeah, Happy Tree Friends, that's where it's like all the little animals that like get killed in super violent and brutal ways.
Yeah, it is Happy Tree.
I have no idea. I mean, I've seen some of those episodes. Some of the gore in that is genuinely like really effed up. Like I have no idea how somebody came up with some of the ideas that they did for some of those episodes. They're really, really bad, some of the gore in those. But no, Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared. That's like it's styled kind of like after like Sesame Street, and it just has like a lot of like metaphors, and it's really creepy, and it's not like make you stay up at night kind of horror. It's just like really eerie. Just has a lot to say, but it does it in such a subtle way that it doesn't feel preachy about it.
Yeah.
But no,
I think I already got the jammer at the dam.
What's your favorite idea? Mine is being creative.
How do you get an idea?
You have to think creatively. It's from the show.
I shot this one right at the dam with you when you're there.
Yeah, you shot the dam. You shot the building up in the north. You shot the rocket one was from the night you got. What I was gonna say before I died was if I can find a shorter one, just because some of the good ones are usually pretty long, like the good creepypastas. But I was gonna say I could read an actually good one to balance out the bad three that I just read.
I definitely prefer a good one.
Yeah, let's see. What's a good? Let's see. Read jokes for Minecrafters. Casper, that was the best horror story. I couldn't even read it because it was so scary.
I'll be honest. I was gonna say, to be honest, Casper, he was going to, and I told him that is way too scary to read. I told him I want to be able to go to sleep tonight, not be too scared.
Exactly.
So he tried, but I was too scared.
Oh man, I'd love to read Pen Pal, but that story would take like probably 6 hours to read because it's a really long one. But that's a really good one, Pen Pal.
Did you get a pic of that?
Yeah, I'm actually cruising through. I only have 19 more.
The Showers is a good one. I don't know, maybe The Showers. I don't know if that one's very long. Ted the Caver is a really good one. That's probably one of the best creepypastas. I think it was the first one, actually. Ted the Caver. But that one I think takes a good while to read. No, I think I could. How like do you think you'd be on for like another hour?
Oh, definitely.
I think I could read it at an hour.
Most definitely.
Okay, let's read Ted the Caver. Read the lamp one? What's the lamp one? What's the lamp one, Casper? Alright, so a little backstory of Ted the Caver. I think in reality, so what it was a blog post made in, I think, 2001. It was made in 2001. It was like a website blog post before they had like sites you could upload creepypastas to and whatever. And it was this guy who I think was a real like spelunker, like a guy who would go into caves, like underground caves, and he would like kind of take logs about the caves that he was going in, but like just to kind of, I think it was to like pull a prank on his family or something. He basically made up a story about like potential supernatural happenings going on in the cave, and basically turned his expeditions into a horror story. And he has like real pictures of like him and his friend in the caves, and they are just like, if you have like claustrophobia, they are some of the most horrifying pictures ever.
I don't know how people
no,
just
it's
go, I want to go tight to squeeze into some of this. My chest is pushing against solid rock, and my back is pushing solid rock at the same time. I have to wiggle just by my feet. I have to push by toe lengths. That's how I'm moving. I can't.
That's pretty much
imagine
the characters in this story. Is they're the kind of crazy guys who do that.
Like, those people are insane to me.
But anyway, so like some of the story has like the pictures like at the certain parts. You don't necessarily need them to get the full experience. Well, I mean, it's not the full experience, but like you can still get the gist. But the story is kind of formatted in a way where, you know, he's like posting it like a blog, so that's why some of it'll read the way it is. Like, it's not formatted like a traditional story, but
yeah.
Anyways, that cave story sounds like the forest. It kind of is. Some of the parts of that forest of the game, the forest, do have those super tight caves in them, Casper. The lamp story is a story on how the guy hallucinated his whole life and just noticed when he stared at a weird-looking lamp. But in reality, he was, like, knocked out or something. Oh, I've never heard of that one.
Wait, is that like the, I think I heard of that story, the lamp. Yeah, I think I get the stairs. Maybe I'm thinking of a different one. I saw a YouTube video on a guy who buys a lamp, and he sees a weird lamp, and he's, like, forced to buy it because his girlfriend wanted it or something. Maybe it's a chair, actually. Never mind.
I feel like there was some kind of thing I saw that was kind of like that. Well, maybe not like that, but it was like a guy living the horror. Was a guy like lives his whole life or something, and then like once he dies, he like realizes that it was all just a dream or something. Or I thought I saw something like that. Anyways, so this is Ted the Caver, and it's split up in entries. So first entry is from the cave. So this is Caving Journal, December 30th, 2000. And for the record, there's his friend in here. He just goes by the letter B, like just for anonymity. So if you hear me say B, that's his friend he's talking about.
That's true.
All right. So Ted the Caver. Oh, you think that's what Eth said? Gotcha. So you're probably thinking of the same thing Casper's thinking of. Alright. Caving Journal, December 30th, 2000. B and I decided to get in one more caving trip before the new year, so we set our sights on Mystery Cave. Not a spectacular cave, but since neither of us had been caving in a while, it would be nice to go to any cave. There was a bit of excitement to this trip. There was a small passage in the lower portion of the cave that I wanted to check out to see if it was possible to get past it. It had a small opening, but lots of air blowing out of it. Even though it was way too small to climb through, I never had even checked to see what was inside the passage. We got our gear loaded up and hit the road by 3 p.m. We got to the cave in great time, since B likes to drive fast. We anchored from the usual tree and began to rappel into the cave. I went down first and got my gear together, while B came down. I will refer to B many times. We have been caving together for many months now. He was injured in a caving accident a few years ago and was told he would never walk again. Through hard work and perseverance, he not only walks but can get around very well in caves. The trickier part of the cave might slow him down a bit, but he can make it. He patiently works through an obstacle until he gets past it. As for the reference to the small opening in the cave, there's a saying among cavers: if it blows, it goes. Meaning, if a passage is a good flow of air, it's probably worth investigating. After we explored all the usual passages, we climbed down to check out the hole. The hole is located deep in the cave, near the lowest part of the cave. It is on the side of a cave wall, about 3 feet from the floor. To look inside the hole, I had to kneel down to duck under an overhang of rock. And then he has a picture of the hole where he has like his glove stuck in it for reference of the hole's size. And the glove just barely fits in the hole, so it's a small hole. I used my backup mini mag light and held it inside the hole to see what I could see. I was excited by what I saw. The wall around the hole was about 3 to 5 inches thick. It led into a tight passage. The passage opened up a bit just inside the hole. It continued back about 10 to 12 feet in a small crawl space. After that, it seemed to really open up, although how much we couldn't tell. this could be a virgin passage. Obviously, no one has passed through this route, but there could be a way into the passage from the other side. To even get to the crawl space, we'd have to enlarge the opening. Currently, it is about the size of my fist. Once we get past the opening, we could have a tight crawl back to where it opened up. It would take some work, but we thought we could do it. We sat down for a few minutes to rest and contemplate our plan of attack. While we sat there in the darkness, we could hear the wind howling from the other side of the passage. It was a low, eerie noise. We could also hear a low rumble from time to time. No big deal, though. The cave is in the vicinity of a highway that has heavy trucks drive on it. We figured the rumble was the effect of the trucks resonating through the rocks. We determined that our best plan would be to haul a cordless drill into the cave to drill into the rock. Then we could take a bullpen and a small sledgehammer and break up the rock. It seemed pretty straightforward. We would widen the hole, big enough to squeeze in, and see what was on the other side. The efforts to haul in all the equipment down the hole would be a pain, but we hoped it would be worth it. I named the passage Floyd's Tomb, after Floyd Collins. It seemed to look like the tight spot where Floyd spent his last miserable days on Earth. And then it shows a diagram of kind of how the hole works, where you see the super tiny hole that the glove fits in, but behind it is a passage just wide enough that if they opened it up, they could crawl inside of it, essentially. So that's kind of what it looks like, if you can imagine that.
Yeah, that's terrible.
Yeah, and also, if you know, can you read a GTA creepypasta? Maybe if there is one, that would be funny, Casper. I was just about to bring this up. Do you know who Floyd Collins is, Ethan?
No.
So Floyd Collins was a caver back in like the 1800s or the early 1900s or something, who in like the Mammoth Cave systems down in like the south found this cave that was like full of these cool crystal formations or something, and he was digging it out to basically turn it into a tourist attraction, because there was like a big race between people to find like caves as tourist spots back in that era. And he goes in and he's digging, and some loose gravel falls on top of him and he gets stuck in there, and his brother, who also caves, goes to look for him, finds him, and they spent like I think almost a month trying to get him out of this cave. Like, he was trapped underground, under rubble, with no light, like barely getting getting basically food from people going in and out of the cave, and water. Like he was completely stuck in there, and despite all their efforts, he died in the cave. And so that's what he named this passage after, was a guy who died caving, if that is any foreshadowing of potential stuff to come.
Oh my.
So anyways, that's just a little bit of history with Floyd Collins there. I've paused because a ghost car is trying to murder me.
Huh.
I can't just have a nice walk down this sidewalk. This phantom car is trying to murder me. 1 second. I think I killed it. Oh, I died. I burned. I got rid of it, though. Hey, John Smith, welcome to the stream. You should read this one. One of it's so bad it's good. Definitely gave me a chuckle back at you. I've read a few so bad it's... Well, not... I wouldn't call the Squidward Suicide one so bad it's good. That one's just bad, but... I read Jeff the Killer a little bit ago, and Mr. Widemouth, so... Anyways, so, continuing the story. Floyd Collins... Oh, well, I didn't even have to stop it. He gives an explanation. Floyd Collins was a caver back in the early 1900s. He got stuck in a tight crawl space and was unable to free himself. It is an amazing story that is detailed in a book called Trapped, the story of Floyd Collins. I think that was the title. I don't recall the author. Calling our passage Floyd's Tomb was not only a tribute to Floyd, but a commentary on the size of the passage. In retrospect, it is funny how simple I thought it was going to be. I figured a few hours' work we would be in. Had I known how long it was going to take, I doubt I would have even begun the project. Had I known what I was going to experience in the cave, I never would have returned. We gathered up our gear and headed for the surface. Normally, I couldn't care less if I ever came back into this cave. There's nothing special about it. But now I was psyched about getting back and getting through. We hadn't even left the cave, and we were planning our return trip. The rest of the journal entry talked about the climb out of the cave, our dinner, and our trip back home. So that's the first entry. So that's basically the setup to the story, is that these two friends go caving, find this hole. They realize that there's like a virgin passage, which, if you don't know, that's like just a cave that has not been explored yet.
Yeah.
They decide they want to see what's on the other side of it, because that's also kind of the thing with cavers. Like, the justification they use is that it's some of the last, untouched, unfound exploration areas. But I'd rather leave it just unexplored. if I was, if I was myself, I'd say no. I am not. I'm not going to do that. But that's kind of their justification, is like, oh, sweet. Like, we go caving to find all these new areas, and here's one that probably never has seen the light of day. So, even though most of the cave hasn't seen the light of day. Anyways, next entry is January 27th through 28th of 2001. Work begins. B and I were both excited to get back into the cave and get to work. I figured about 4 hours work we could be in and see what was on the other side. We had arranged to borrow a DeWalt cordless drill to bring with us. We also had masonry bits to drill with, sledgehammers, too, to break up the rock, bullpins to insert into the drill holes, and a few other tools that we ended up not using. Getting the tools down to the work site proved to be a challenge. One of us would climb down the rope and stop at a ledge or good resting place. Then the other person would lower the tools. We kept repeating this routine until we got to the bottom of the cave. Then we had to drag the tools to the hole. It took about an hour to finally get to work. B took the first turn at the hole. After an hour of exhausting work, we could tell that we were not going to get through in one session. We kept trading off after we worked ourselves into a sweat. One would take a break and get some food and water, while the other one went to work. The routine went like this. To begin work, we had to get down on our knees and do our best to avoid smacking our heads on the ceiling. Working in this awkward position, we would drill into the wall around the hole. That was difficult work. We really had to push on the drill, and it was still slow progress. Then we inserted the bullpen into the hole and hammered on it until the rock broke up. Then we would repeat the process. To give you an idea how slow it went, the typical size rock that would break off was about fingernail size. If we broke off a large piece, about 1/3 the size of my palm, it was cause for celebration. From time to time,
Oh my
yeah,
God.
like it's taking forever. Like they can't just do this in one go. They got to keep coming back to keep this hole going. From time to time, for variety, we would just wail on a cold chisel with a 5-pound sledge. It was slow progress. The problem with the sledge was that we couldn't get a good swing because of the tight quarters. And you can just imagine this. They're drilling in an area that they can't even, like, stand in. Like, they are crouched, drilling this hole into the wall.
I don't want to do that.
Even though we spent many hours and several trips working on the hole, we never did find a better technique for widening the hole. The drill bullpen hammer got the best results for our efforts. We came up with some crazy ideas for breaking up the rock. Everything from TNT, never seriously considered, to hauling a generator to the mouth of the cave and running an extension cord down to a jackhammer. We even thought about using liquid nitrogen to freeze the rock and make it more brittle. After a couple hours of hard work, we realized what our limiting factor was going to be. It was about then that our first battery met an abrupt death. We had a second battery, so we swapped them out. The second battery lasted a little longer because we hammered and chiseled a little more often and a little longer each time. Finally, about 3 more hours of drudgery, the second battery died, and we called it a night. Whew. We could tell that we had done some work in the cave, but it was not much. For the first time since we got in the cave, we sat back, both of us, and took a break. It was nice to check out the results of our hard work. Then we noticed the howling again. It seemed to be a little louder than the last time we were there. We just figured the wind was blowing a little stronger outside. We could not figure out what the rumbling... What we could not figure out was the rumbling. It too seemed to be louder and more frequent. This time we couldn't attribute the noise to trucks. The road that the trucks drove on was not very busy to begin with. At that time of night, it should be dead. Yet the rumbling continued. It seemed to be coming from deep within the passage. B said he could ask some veteran cavers what could be causing the noise. We didn't spend a long time admiring our work. We still had to haul the gear up and out of the cave. Actually, we left some of it in the cave. It was still difficult work. What made it worse was that we were both exhausted. Our original plan was to be done with this cave and hit a couple of other caves in the area to the next day. Instead, we decided to crash at a nearby motel, charge up the drill batteries, and go back to Mystery Cave. And then they have a photo of the progress they made on the hole, which shows that you could probably just fit your fist into it, is how much they've gotten done on the hole. My journal, my journal goes on at length about the night after we left the cave. We got a room, dinner was excellent, I didn't sleep good despite the fact that I was exhausted, etc. We both slept in, so we got a late start back into the cave. The second day working on the cave went about the same as the first. We worked until both batteries were dead again. We were still not even close to getting through. The howling and rumbling continued as the day before. And then next, I think it's a part of the same log, but it's just kind of more in-depth explanation on the cave, like the techniques they're using on caving, to just kind of expand on how effing scary it would be to be in this scenario. But first, I have to say, too, with the story so far, so in the hole, they can hear, like, kind of wind blowing through, which isn't abnormal, because caves usually have wind going through. Like, you literally kind of need a cave to have wind going through if you're going caving, because otherwise there's not enough oxygen for you to breathe in, and you could just suffocate, which is also a reason why I don't understand people doing that shit, because that is just terrible. Like, your light could die, and you could just be trapped in the dark. You could get stuck on a really tight space. You could just literally breathe too much, and you're out of oxygen. Like, so many things could go wrong. But there's wind going through, which isn't that unnatural, but there's a rumbling that they thought was cars going on the road above the cave, but it's not a busy road. So the rumbling is kind of a mystery, but they're still kind of acting like pretty, rational, like thinking it's just something that's going on with the earth, right? But anyway, so on caving. Before I continue with the next journal entry, I thought it might be helpful to the reader to explain a little bit about caving and the atmosphere in the cave. As I reread and think about my description of the cave, I notice that much of the language I use in my caving journal and the descriptions, or lack thereof, assume that the reader has a knowledge of caving and what it is like inside a cave. In other words, I write my journals for me. I'll take this time to give a more detailed description of the cave. I'll tell about what it was like while we worked on the cave. I will summarize our feelings up to this point. The cave was discovered several decades ago when the construction in the area unearthed its entrance. From that time to the present, it had been visited by mostly locals in the area and avid cavers in the region. Beer cans can be found intermittently in the cave, mostly in the upper half. When the cave was first entered, it was probably beautiful. Dust, graffiti, vandals, pigeons, and regular use have diminished its appeal. There are still places in the cave where small formations remain undisturbed, as a reminder of what the rest of the cave used to look like. To enter the cave, one must have a good length of rope in order to rappel down into the rock. A nearby tree serves as a good anchor point. So they have to, it's not like a walk-in. You have to rope down, use a rope and go down into the cave. A nearby tree serves as a good anchor point. Once the rope is tied to the tree about 20 feet away from a small cliff, it can be tossed over the edge of the cliff to a small ledge 15 feet below. Cavers can then descend the short distance to the entrance. Once inside, the cave artificial light must be used. My light source of choice is a battery-operated, helmet-mounted light, known as a tag light. Safe caving calls for at least 2 sources of backup lighting. For my backup lighting, I have a mini-mag light mounted to my helmet, and another helmet-mounted light in my pack, which I always carry with me. I also have glow sticks that I carry with me. These are not considered good sources of backup light by some, but they are good to use for taking lunch breaks. And they could be used to get out of the cave if the other sources fail. After a short climb over large rocks, the caver comes to a large pit. The same rope is used to reach the bottom of the pit. The drop is only 50 feet or so, but it is not free hanging. In other words, you can't slide straight down the rope, which is preferable. You have to snake your way around sharp rocks as you descend. The ascent is made more difficult for the same reason. The pit varies in diameter from about 10 feet to 3 or 4 in a few places. The walls are lined with a sharp white rock called popcorn. Let me correct that. It used to be white, but is now covered with dust and dirt that was kicked down from above by years of caving. The popcorn makes it painful to brush against the side of the pit. My choice of clothing is Levi's, t-shirt, gloves, and knee pads. I usually leave the cave with a few scrapes, but at least I'm comfortable while I climb around inside. The temperature is stable year-round. It feels cool in the summer and warm in the winter. We have gone in on freezing days, and 10 feet into the cave it is warm enough that coats are not needed. It is a good temperature to work in, as we learned. For this size drop, I usually use a figure-8 descending device. For the climb up, I attach myself to the rope using a pencil ascender, but I climb up on my own without using the device. It is there merely as a safety attachment in case I slip. Other cavers have their own methods of getting down and up. At the bottom of the drop, the caver gets to do some crawling for a while. There's a small room, about 6 by 6 feet, at the bottom that gives the caver a spot to leave his harness and descending and ascending gear. Since there is no more steep drops, the harness is not needed and will only get in the way. Once the caver gets down to the 6 by 6 room, he can take a break under a ledge while the rest of the party comes down. Then he must drop to his knees to negotiate a 10-foot long passage that is only a few feet high. This is where the knee pads come in handy. The floor is covered with a soft dirt, intermingled with bits of broken rock from above. The thin layer of dirt does nothing to soften the blow to the hands and knees as the caver works down the crawl space. As a reward, at the end of the crawl, he gets to drop to his belly and scoot under a tight squeeze. Not really tight.
As a reward?
Yeah, as a reward, he gets a little more open space. Not really tight, just something low enough to make the caver scoot along in the dirt. Once the caver gets onto the other side of the squeeze, there are a few feet of crawl space. Then the cave opens up enough to stand. For most of the rest of the caver can stand or at least stoop. The cave splits off into several passages at this point. 2 routes wind around rocks and crevices and come to abrupt dead ends. The other 2 lead to small pools of water. Each route is fun to explore. They all lead on for 100 feet or so in a gradual downward slope. Most of the time the caver can walk upright in the passages. Other times he will have to climb over large boulders or occasionally crawl on hands and knees. So this is very long for the sake of just explaining that even if there is something in the cave with them, they can't just run out of the cave. They have a long way back. Just as a note. That's why the description is so long, is it's just letting you know how many steps there are to getting in and out of this cave. Like, it takes them probably a good hour, like, to get in it. Water is a common occurrence in caves. I've been told that one of the local residents was one of the first people in the cave, and that his cousin dove into the pools using scuba gear. He said the cave continued down for a couple hundred feet underwater. What we're hoping for, and what happens frequently, is that the passage comes up somewhere else, with virgin cave passages to explore. That's even worse. I for one thing, I don't get caving. I don't understand anybody who caves underwater, like gets scuba gear on and goes into an underwater passage that nobody's explored. Or just even if they have explored it. Like that is just idiotic to me. Anyways.
There's so much more that can go wrong.
Yeah.
If you add water.
Exactly. But they're not going into water. They're just saying there are places where you could cave into water if that was your if you so desired. Unfortunately, I don't possess the knowledge to give more detail about the types of rocks in the cave. When we were drilling, we would have some parts that were easier to drill than others. And there were different colors in the rock. Refer to the photos taken in the cave, but that is the best I can do to describe the makeup of the cave. At this point, the cave splits into 4 routes. The 2 passages that dead end are to the immediate left of the caver. Straight ahead and to the right are the passages that lead to pools of water. The entrance to the passage on the right is the largest of the 4. The arched opening rises nearly 10 feet in the air, ending a mere foot below the cave ceiling. As the caver enters the passage, the ceiling gradually lowers until it is about 6 feet high. It continues at this same height for the 40 feet that the passage travels in a continuous direction. This section of cave resembles a hard rock mine. It's arched nearly perfect and the floor flat and easy to walk on. It's easy to picture rusty mine cars on rail lines and dust-covered miners with blistered hands gripping dull picks. The pseudo-mine comes to an end and the caver is once again forced to drop onto hands and knees and get reacquainted with the floor of the cave. This time, the crawl lasts about 20 feet. The floor is sloping gently downward for the first half of the crawl. Then it gets fairly steep and slippery. Able-bodied cavers can still climb carefully down the slippery slope. When I go with B, I carry the end of the rope that we use to get down at this point. I usually need to tie another short length of rope to the first rope to make sure he can use it to reach the bottom. The crawl lasts a few feet beyond the bottom of the slide. Over the next 10 to 12 feet, the cave slowly begins to regain the standing position. After walking a few feet and climbing down a short drop-off, the cave arrives at a small level area, which has a passage leading down immediately to the left. The passage ends 75 feet later at one of the small bodies of water. To the right of the rock, is a rock wall. Straight ahead is an indentation in the wall, which goes back about 3 feet. On the wall at the rear of the indent is a small hole about the size of a softball. To get near the hole, the caver ducks under an overhang and kneels above on the rocks that rise above the floor by a few inches. By the time the caver reaches this point, he is either warm or sweating, and the first thing he notices is the cool breeze blowing out of the hole. It was my recognition of this hole as a potential doorway to unexplored portions of the cave that only led to this telling of my experience. So all of that is to get to this hole. Not even mentioning they're dragging equipment in with them, like drills and power tools and stuff.
Crazy. I have something to say real quick.
Yeah, go ahead. I talked for a while there. you can go ahead.
Do you know what I gotta do?
What?
I gotta check the 100 spots again.
Oh no. For what?
They didn't tell me which one. They just told me they added the one that was missing.
Oh, well then you get to go to the airport, right? Because that's where the last two are.
No, I need, like, they added it for me to go find. Like, they fixed it. They know which one was missing.
But they didn't tell you. They didn't tell you which one.
This is what it says. Hello. Then thank you for clarifying your concerns and for contacting Rockstar support. We completely understand how frustrating it can be when the game mechanics don't match your expectations, especially if something is missing from your account. We'd like to inform you that we have added the one missing action figure to your account. You'll be able to see the changes after you restart the game. Additionally, we would suggest that you should locate the other two action figures that they now spawn at their respective locations. Yeah, after I get that one.
Well, you haven't restarted the game though.
No.
So you can
I'm
try.
not gonna look for it now, but.
Do you want to restart it?
Member. Oh, after I get the jammers, I'm gonna restart the game. Now, the cherished member of our account is just saying that my experience is their top priority, blah, 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 blah. And then I get to check BBC Bent Herban.
BBC.
Well, thank you for liking all my stuff and subscribing. I appreciate it.
Oh, nice. You got a subscription. Yeah. But yeah, that is. I mean, the response is at least quick though, right? Like.
Yeah, I can't complain.
I really can't either, cause I was thinking it was gonna take forever, but I mean, I would assume it's an easy enough fix. You just go into the person's account and go, boop, there you go. But anyways.
But yeah, because they can see everything, so they know exactly which ones you get and which ones you don't get.
Yeah. It would have been nice to know which one
yeah,
it was.
Oh, just go here. It's there.
At the very least, with mine, when I was trying to figure it out, I at least had an idea of which one it was, because I shot the machine, the gang fight started, and I didn't get a notification that I got another thing, you know. So
yeah, mine was just like 4 or 5 of them were already missing.
Hi there. What's up? Diet sodas are actually.
But it's alright. I'll just do it tomorrow or tonight while you're still reading.
Yeah, I think I'm almost. That section is just really long, because the whole point of it is just to give you a really good image of the cave they're working with. Like even if you don't remember all the details, the point is they have a very long way to go to get to this hole. Like, it is hundreds of feet underground.
I played GTA 5 on PlayStation 4. Oh, that's awesome. I used to play a lot on my Xbox. I love supporting people. Well, I love the support from you.
That's nice.
So I appreciate it.
That's very, very nice.
Yeah, it is.
All right. As been tradition for all the years I've been caving, the party reaches a point in the cave, usually at the deepest part, that all lights are extinguished. Complete blackness fills the eyes. For the moment, the individual caver strains the eye muscles, focusing in and out with the expectation of catching a crumb of light somewhere in the false night. After several futile moments, the caver turns his head at sound, perhaps another caver, only to have the other senses return and then heighten. The sounds, smells, and feelings that have been overlooked to this point come racing to the caver in perfect detail. The pain of their own behind sitting on the cave floor, the smell of dust, sweat, guano, the sound of modern material shifting on age-old rock as cavers attempt to find comfort on this solid foundation. At the back of every caver's mind at this time is, what if? What if a person had to climb out of the cave with no light? Would he make it? Would he find all the turns and bends which got him to this place? If not, would a rescue party find him in time? The depth of darkness recognized at this time is something that is rarely experienced outside a cave. Many first-time cavers erroneously declare that they have to hold their hand to within 2 or 3 inches of their face before they can see it. The truth is, the human eye is incapable of seeing in the absence of light. If they did not hear something coming toward them, they would feel it before they saw it. Complete and total dark. This exercise is a great way to remind people to take backup lighting. As we proceeded to work in the cave, we developed a system pretty early and little changed in succeeding trips. The first time in the cave, B took first shift at chipping away at the opening. After about half an hour, he needed a break, so I took over. He told me what worked best, and I continued doing the same method. We would use the masonry bit and press on the drill as hard as we could and drill out a hole in the rock. Safety glasses and dust masks were worn while working. We would then insert the bullpen, blah, blah, blah. Basically, he said all that already. While one of us was working, the other would remain in the darkness, either eat or drink, lay down on the cave floor, padded by rope bags. Just a few rotations, we were tired enough to catch a nap while taking a break. All right. I remember that I frequently looked in the hole and thought, hey, it's big enough. I think I can squeeze through, only to be disappointed in my attempt. However, even after the first attempt and failure, I knew that I would keep working on the hole until I got through. This despite the fact that I knew it would take many more hours of hard work. It actually became an obsession with me. I tried to get out of the cave and work as often as I could. I hoped that the passage led to a larger undiscovered cave that we would be the first ones to enter. I guess the explorer in me wanted to find a new frontier there in the cave. Since B is such an avid caver, he was motivated by the same desire to find a new unexplored cave. What we did find was not at all what I expected. Alright, so that's the end of that entry. So February 10th, 2001, work continues. Scarcely 2 weeks had gone by, and already we were on our way back out to work in the cave. We admit we have become obsessed with the idea of getting through the passage. That may be a sign of how exciting our lives really are. It's not that we think there's going to be something great beyond the passage. We just like the idea of being the first humans on the face of the planet to set foot in a virgin part of that cave. Although if we found a hidden treasure, that would be fine by us. We got a late start and drove part of the way in the dark. When I tell people that I go caving at night, they wonder why. They don't stop to think that it is always night once you're inside the cave. All the way out to Mystery Cave, we talked about new ideas to speed up our work. B also told me he talked to some caver friends of his that came up with an explanation about the rumbling noise. They thought it might be the sound of water deep within the cave, possibly a waterfall. They couldn't really explain why the noise seemed to come and go. To me, it's just one more reason to get through, so we can solve the mystery. This trip we took B's dog, Whip. She is a Jack Russell Terrier. I was not at all concerned about taking the dog into the cave. We've taken her before. She answers the call of nature before we go in, and then waits until we get out again. Also, she's well behaved inside the cave. We simply had to lower her via...
She poops in the cave.
Yeah, we simply had to lower her. Yeah, right, no. If you're stuck in there with the dog crap, I mean, you're going to smell it. You're going to be breathing in that air. We simply had to lower her via a custom-made harness until she reached the bottom of the main drop. Then she negotiated the rest on her own. She loves to explore, but won't go out of our sight. She doesn't have a light attached to her, so she has to wait for us. Another reason I didn't mind bringing Whip along was because we planned on putting her into the small hole and see how far the passage she would go. Which is just, I feel like that's like animal abuse almost, planning on putting the dog. What? What happened?
Oh, there goes my easy grind of the jammers.
What happened?
A UFO spawned on me. Freaking zapped my freaking helicopter and stopped the propellers.
The UFO spawned on you?
Yeah, I'm at this freaking ski ledge, and I'm pretty sure I already got this jammer. I wanted to check and make sure. And it spawned in and destroyed my helicopter pretty much. It stopped the propellers.
I didn't even know you could
hit it.
I didn't know you could hit it. Or you could do that.
Oh my gosh, I can't. Oh, awesome game. Thanks, game. Oh my god. See, this pissed me off. Why I can't climb this hill? Okay, the hill that spawned me next to after killing me. Yeah, that's steep. This is understandable that I can't climb. Not what I fell from. My gosh.
This game just does not want you to succeed.
No. Okay, can you just spawn me at the way bottom of the mountain? I'd rather be at the way bottom at this point. You're not helping. By spawning me on the steepest part of the... It's like a 90-degree angle that you spawn me on. I can't climb that. Game, come on, bro. Everything was going so nice and smooth. I was having a good time listening to freaking stories. Then you pull this bullshit out of your ass. Oh, Ethbone's having too good of a time. Can't have that.
No, you can't.
You need to piss him off.
Jeez.
My gosh. I'm sliding. I'm like almost sliding on my butt down like a actual slide down this hill and I didn't die.
That's funny.
Oh my gosh. And I just stumbled from... Alright, you can keep reading. I'm already over it now.
Gotcha.
I've already accepted my fate.
Yeah. I think we did. Well, I mean, I don't know. I would still check, but I do think we did get the ones up there. Answers to call nature. So yeah, they're planning on potentially putting her into the hole to see how far she'd go. That might give us an idea of what is on the other side. We knew that if there was a drop-off that we couldn't see, the dog would turn around and come right back out. And maybe, hopefully, we thought we might have to do some work on the hole before even the dog could get through. And then there's a picture of Whip going through the caves, and she looks like a little gremlin in the photo. Like it's just a photo of a dog in a cave, but it looks haunting. It's just the grainy image. Despite working in the dark of the night, we were able to rig up and get down pretty quickly. We didn't take as many tools as last time. Plus, we left some in the hole so we wouldn't have to haul them back out and back in again. I did manage to get 2 more batteries for the drill and for a total of 4. Also, a few more masonry drill bits. Even with the dog, we made good time getting down. Then, something bizarre happened that I can't quite explain. The dog began exploring as soon as we let her off the rope. She was in it says hog heaven. I don't know if that's a typo, but she was in hog heaven, sniffing and darting about around our feet. She would run from one of the person to the other as we made our way back to the work site. At the point the cave splits into 4 passages, this dog seemed to run out of juice. She just stuck by either B or me. That seemed kind of odd. As we progressed further into the cave, she would only stay by B. She seemed edgy, like she saw something she didn't like. As we approached the short drop-off before the hole, she stopped and would only come further after we coaxed her. The hair on her back stood on end. Finally, as we got to within 20 feet of the hole, she began to whimper and hide behind B. Her tail was between her legs, and she was cowering down on the ground. Strange. I've seen her square off with dogs twice her size, but now she acted as if Satan himself was lurking in the darkness. I figured there must have been animals that used the cave as a home, and Whip smelled their scent. Too bad it upset her, because there was no way she was going into the passage. We decided that with this new development, the nervous dog, one of us would work while the other stayed with the dog a few feet away from where we normally rested. We got right back into our routine of drilling, hammering, etc. With our extra supply of batteries, we were able to really push hard on the drill and not have to worry about using up the batteries. This did not make our work any easier, but it did speed things up a little bit. Progress was still slow. I really didn't mind, though. My journal goes on for a while about the progress we were making. The entire time we worked, Whip did not move. She just laid there on a rope bag, shivering. She would whimper from time to time. One thing I didn't think about at that time was that she would not take her eyes off the hole. We should have been more observant of this intuitive animal. We were on our 4th battery when the second bizarre thing happened to us. B was working. He had just finished drilling a hole and was getting ready to hammer the bullpen when he stopped working and looked into the hole. I was kicking back, almost asleep, and hardly paying attention to B. He had a light by his side to illuminate the work area. I could see in the eerie glow a puzzled and intense look on his face. He looked over at me and shook his head. I asked him what was up. He said that he swore he just heard a strange noise emanating from the hole. He said it sounded like rock sliding on rock, sort of a grinding sound. I assumed his ears were just ringing from the drill. He didn't wear any earplugs this trip. He assured me he heard what he had heard. I didn't have an explanation, so I went back to dozing. B sat in the quiet of the cave for a long time before he resumed work. Also, he would stop from time to time and just listen. B is very grounded and not one to pursue some imaginary sound. I believe he heard something, but I'm not too concerned about what it was. I assume we'll figure it out all at once we get through the passage. The final battery lasted another hour or so. We were sitting around talking about our progress when I decided to see if I could get my head through the hole. My head easily fit, but there was no way my shoulders were going in. As I was kneeling there, contemplating how close we were, I noticed something that'd be overlooked. The wind had stopped. In all the times I've been in a cave, I have always felt the wind blowing. The last time we were out working on the cave, the wind was blowing worse than ever. Even earlier, we remember the breeze cooling us off. But now, nothing. B said he did not know when it had stopped. The rumbling had ceased too. Bizarre. This plain old cave was becoming mysterious. We talked for a long time in the dark of the cave. We debated what could possibly be causing these unusual events to occur. I think part of the reason we were sitting in the dark was because we were both too hammered to move. We could come up with no reasonable explanation for the strange things happening in the cave. After sitting for at least a half hour, we slowly loaded up our gear and started for the surface. Whip couldn't have been happier to get out of there. Once again, we left some of the tools in the cave. We just put them in the hole. Not enough people used the cave to worry about. Plus, we were too tired to care. We made a lot of progress this trip. Sorry, one second. There's a little radio thing I was playing in my house here I wanted to turn off. We made a lot of progress this trip. It helps to have the extra batteries. We still have a long way to go, but it sure is nice to see how far we've come. And then there's a picture of the hole big enough that he can fit his head through it. So they're slowly opening it up, but the rest of the journal entry talks about climbing out of the cave, getting a room at the motel, and crashing. We were beat. In retrospect, I can't believe how casual we were about everything that was happening in the cave. And yeah, no shit. At the time, the only thing we could think about was getting into the passage. Everything else was just a minor distraction. I do recall thinking that it would be nice to get in and see how the mechanics of the cave worked, where the wind was coming from, what was making the noise, etc. Now, weeks later, I think of my ignorance and naivete and shiver. So that's the end of that entry. So basically, they go into the cave, bring their dog. Dog does not like that hole. The dog does not like that hole.
Which should tell them something.
And for some reason he hears grinding noises in there, like rock sliding on rock. And then they realize the wind that has been blowing through this cave, which shouldn't really be stopping, is just gone. Like, there's no wind coming out of the hole anymore. So that's pretty odd. That's not normal. But yeah, I will say, I think for normal people like that, you would have just left a while ago. But I do think it is a little like at least for these guys, I do believe that they would still keep going because, it's like the sunk cost fallacy of like, you've gone too far to stop now, right? Like you're like they're dedicated to finding out what's on the other end of that hole. Plus, being the cavers they are, they really want to see what's on the other side. So I think it is excusable, at least for these guys, a little bit that they're, not that concerned, but it definitely should be for anybody who isn't a caver.
Yeah, but for a dog to be acting up, dogs don't just act up for no reason.
Well, their reasoning, again, they're coming up with whatever reasons they can to just ignore it, like, try to justify it.
Like, dude knows there's something up.
Yeah, they knows there's something up, but their justification is, there must be like an animal that passed through there or something that she just doesn't like. But no, I don't think that's the case. Or if it is the case, it is not it is not normal. Especially because they're like, oh, well, she doesn't usually get that upset when she smells other animals. Like, weird. Yeah, that's basically his response. Is, weird. But, continuing on. I think there are 3 entries left. March 3rd to 4th, 2001. This one's called Noises. It took us 3 weeks before we got back out to Mystery Cave again. Our attitudes have changed a bit since we first started the project. In the beginning, we looked at the whole thing as a fun adventure. Since the last trip out, we found ourselves taking a more serious approach. On the drive out this time, our conversation was a little more subdued than before. We hadn't talked much since the last trip, not for any reason but scheduling conflicts. Instead of discussing ways of getting through the passage, we found ourselves talking about rational explanations for what had happened. Neither one of us had any ideas that would explain the unusual occurrences we experienced on the last trip. We were amused to find out that neither one of us had talked much about the last trip to other people. That is a complete reversal from the other trips. It has been fun to report to friends and family about our progress. It is always fun to tell people about the tight squeeze we're going to have to go through to get into the passage. Most people have little desire to voluntarily subject themselves to incredibly tight spaces. Actually, neither do I, but I will do it in order to get to the other side. Good motivation. We left town early in the afternoon to beat traffic. I don't really recall what time we finally got to the cave. Like I said, the mood was subdued. We got rigged up and started down. Obviously, B left the dog home this time. We took essentially the same gear as last time. We left some of the tools in the hole to save our backs the agony of hauling the extra weight. Even with the gear, we got down in good time. We really have a good system for getting up and down. There was only one minor mishap this trip. B scraped his arm on the descent. Not real bad, fortunately. He waited until we got all the way to the hole to patch it up. It was just a superficial cut. While he was getting the wound cleaned up, I started working. We both took note that the breeze was back and the rumbling present. We had 4 fresh batteries and 4, or maybe 3.5, fresh arms. I had high hopes this would be the day. It started out pretty slow. When we first started working on the hole, the thickness was about 3 inches. As we have enlarged the hole, the thickness has increased. As a result, our progress has become slower. Still, we continued with as much energy as we could put into the work. The hole was big enough, at least, for me to put the hammer into the hole for reference, and then put the camera into the hole and take a picture of Floyd's tomb. And there is a haunting image of the passage which just leads into darkness that he wants to go through with his hammer for reference, of just how... Like it is probably 2 feet high max, like the height of this tunnel that he wants to crawl through. That's on the other side of the hole.
I don't get why you don't want to do that.
He says a caption here. It is difficult to get the exact feel of the tomb, but the lowest point near the back of the picture is about 7 inches high. The width is about 20 to 24 inches. The hammer is a small 5-pound sledge. Note the abundance of rock on the passage floor. It is at its lowest 7 inches. That is less than a foot high. Anyways, it's been nice to see the pile of broken rock below the hole get bigger and bigger. We have both realized that we're just going to have to put in a certain amount of work in order to get through, so we just get down to business. We don't usually talk much while we work, since one of us is making a lot of noise with the drill or hammer. Break times are used to chat momentarily about whatever topic pops into mind. The breaks take place whenever the guy that's working decides to switch roles. We both put in some pretty good work sessions. I have a little more stamina than B, but he gets just as much done in a shorter amount of time due to his upper body strength. We still celebrate the small victories we encounter along the way. Hi, Matto Cato. Welcome to the stream. We're just reading a creepypasta to pass the time.
Yo, Matto Cato.
I think that's how you say
Is this
that.
PC? Yes, this is PC.
So we still celebrate small victories. Whenever a section we've been working on crumbles, we cheer. On the rare occasion that a fist-sized rock falls from the entrance, we whoop and holler. That's one small chunk of earth. Yeah, we go, woohoo! That's one.
Like, yippee! Yippee! That's all I'm picturing in my head is like, yippee!
It's on the nicest corner. Yippee!
That's one small chunk of earth that no longer separates us from...
Just call me Matt, Doug. All right, Matt.
All right, Matt. Sounds good.
I tried.
Whatever lies on the other side. I still harbor the fantasy that there is a hidden entrance to the other side of the passage, and years ago, Spanish explorers hid their treasures in the cave and sealed up the entrance, and it has remained untouched.
While I do boring stuff, as in finding the jammers and that, my friend's reading
Ted the Caver.
Creepypastas.
And we started with just a few really bad ones, like Jeff the Killer, Squidward's Suicide, Mr. Widemouth, but that one's not that bad, but it's kind of funny. This one is Ted the Caver, which is an actually good one. So we're like probably halfway, 2/3 through it, I'd say. It has remained untouched until we find it. B has a more realistic, although more mundane theory. He figures there is more cave on the other side. We'll see who's right. This trip out, I wanted to see if we could speed up the work by using larger masonry bits. I purchased some good-sized ones at the hardware
Would
store.
I be able to join? No, I'm sorry. It's just me and him. I've had another person ask, but people in the past have really ruined me. Really jumping into play with people watching or any of that. Otherwise, I would be down, but there's just been too many people that have ruined it. Oh yeah, figured I already got that one.
Good size price. One was larger in diameter than all the rest. The other was smaller around, but longer. I'd pretty much concluded that the big one might be too big, and I was right. We tried to get it into the rock.
Sorry about that, Matt.
We tried pushing for all we were worth, and we all got tired. All we got was tired. The larger bit just created too much friction area for our strength. It might have worked with a hammer drill, but we didn't have one. The longer bit worked fine. We relied on it most of the work we did this trip. I thought we were going to be out of one bit and a drill in my hand, and then the bit broke off toward one end. I was pushing as hard as I could on the drill with the bit a few inches in the wall when it snapped. I nearly rammed the drill through the wall from pushing so hard. We were able to retrieve the bit and keep using it, minus a couple inches. It still worked great. Only once in a great while did we resort to hammer and chisel. Work was proceeding as normal until about the time we were on our 4th battery. I was kneeling down and working the drill slowly into the wall at the time. I had my earplugs in, my safety glasses on, and was lost in my own thoughts. Suddenly, over the squeal of the drill wearing down the rock, I heard a strange noise. It was loud. I could hear it over the noise of the drill, even though I had the earplugs in. At first, I thought it was just the drill bit doing its job on the cave. It would frequently complain by screeching and whining as we forced it into the wall, but this was different. It took me several full seconds to comprehend that this was coming from inside the hole and not the bit. I stopped drilling and yanked my earplugs out just in time to hear the most terrible scream I have ever heard trail off and echo into the darkness of the cavern.
Oh my god.
This should be the point where they get the hell out of the cave and just give up on the hole. There is a scream worse than he's ever heard coming from inside the hole. I stared wide-eyed at the hole. For several moments, I didn't move, nor did I breathe. I turned to look at B. Moments earlier, he had been lying on the rope bagged, catching a nap. Now he was standing upright, mouth open, with a look of concern on his face. I turned and looked into the hole again, half expecting to see a demon face staring back at me. Nothing was different in Floyd's tomb. I fixed my gaze on the back of the squeeze where the limits of my light reached. There was no motion, only darkness beyond the reaches of my light. In the complete silence that followed, I could hear my heart pounding in my ears. Not another sound could be heard in the cave. Suddenly, I heard a scraping noise behind me and straightened up. I nearly knocked myself out hitting my head on the overhang, but it was just B moving to turn on his light. But I was so wired it nearly sent me to my grave. B spoke, and again I jumped. He said to get some rocks and put them into the hole. He explained that whatever animal had made that noise might be able to get through the hole. I immediately grabbed a few rocks and hoisted them through the opening. Using the handle of the sledgehammer, I slid the rocks as far back into the tunnel as I could reach, creating a wall between us and the other side. Since the squeeze is so small, it didn't take long. The entire time I was doing this, however, I was thinking that the noise certainly did not come from an animal. I didn't know if B really thought it was, or if he was just trying to convince himself. I didn't say anything to him about what I thought. From the time it happened to the writing of this journal entry, 2 days later, I have tried to come up with some possible source for such a noise. To describe it, I would say it sounded like a cross between a man screaming in fear and a cougar screaming in pain. It sounded like it came from the hole and was roughly 100 feet away. The horrific noise reverberated throughout the cave and through my ears. B estimated this.
Larry is gonna diddle them in the cave.
Larry?
According to Matt, Larry's gonna diddle them.
That's that Larry. B estimated the scream lasted 8 to 10 seconds. My best guess is about 5. 3 seconds while I was drilling, 1.5 seconds to drop the drill and yank the earplugs, and half a second of sheer terror. It's difficult to tell how much time passes when you're listening to a solo from the depth of Hades. After I filled the bag of the passage with rocks, we just sat there listening to the silence. My breathing was a lot more rapid than usual. Neither of us spoke for quite some time. Finally, B suggested we get back to work, but to keep an eye out for movement in the hole.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
They're gonna stay.
I mean, again, like, part of me, I still would say they're super dumb for doing this.
I get it.
There is a part where it's like they've dug so much where they gotta finish it, but yeah, no,
they're comparing the streams to something of a man, and there's no human being that's gonna be down there, so it's not a person.
I mean, have you like it's a combo between a man screaming and a mountain lion in pain? Like have you heard what a mountain lion sounds like?
Yes.
Like it's screaming. It is awful. Like
yeah, it's not a very pleasing sound.
But just get back to work, but keep an eye out for movement in the hole. We put a light in the passage that shined to the back of Floyd's tomb.
It's too late. They're gone.
Yeah. Well, and also 100 feet, like, is very close in terms of like being stuck in a cave with something. Like the sound came from they estimate the sound came from 100 feet away in the hole. Like their climb is hundreds of feet, like to get back out of the hole. Like it's really not that far away.
Oh my gosh. No, this is terrible.
It's awful.
That's terrible. The fact that this last signal jammer is gonna be the hardest one yet.
Is it the airbase one?
Yeah.
Yeah, that one I literally, like, I just did the trick that I did with the jets where I took a cement truck, drove it in there, like, got out because there's not a lot of people in the area you need to shoot, and just shoot it from there. And then whatever happens,
Something I have to do.
It was only at this point, B suggested we keep a movement. We put a light in the passage that shined to the back of Floyd's tomb. It was only at this point that we realized the wind had stopped again and the rumbling could no longer be heard. To say I was nervous would be an understatement. I didn't say anything to B, nor him to me. Back to the drilling. B took over the work, which was fine with me. I wasn't exactly worn out, but I didn't mind being further from the hole. B would stop from time to time and listen. I just sat watching him with my light on. I wasn't close to the entrance to the hole, but Is it going the operation pretty good there?
I landed the helicopter, tried to get a cement truck into a sign, and as I jumped out, like I just like pencil dove out and the helicopter blew up.
That's funny. I just sat watching him with my light on. I wasn't close to the entrance to the hole, but I still found myself looking behind me down the passage to the still water. Every time my light would cast an unusual shadow, my heart would jump. My imagination was running wild. Oddly, B seemed to be less concerned about the strange noise than me. After a short time, he seemed to be focused entirely on getting through the passage. I was still strained to listen above the sound of the drill. I heard nothing but the now familiar sound of carbide on stone. As I contemplated the possible scenarios which might play out on the other side of the passage, I found myself strangely getting somewhat excited again about getting through. It might have been fatigue taking its toll on my mind, or the thought of something valuable on the other side. My thoughts were broken when B let out a yell, possibly a cuss word. He said the drill battery was dying, but he hadn't quite broken off a large relative section that he was working on. He set the useless drill aside and picked up a hammer and bullpen. He started wailing away at the hole created by the bit. After nearly 10 solid minutes of hammering, he sat back against the rock, sweating and nearly out of breath. The bullpen was still protruding from the cave wall. He held the hammer toward me, inviting me to take a few swings. I held up my hand and shook my head. I had been ready to exit this cave for quite a while now. He didn't press the issue, and without speaking, we both started gathering the gear we were going to take out. Once again, we stashed some of the tools in the passage. I was first to start toward the top of the cave. Several times I had to stop and wait for B. Not because he was moving slow, I was just more than eager to get out. Few times have I felt better than that night, stepping out into the chilly night air. My journal talks about the rest of the evening. Our dinner, our decision to get a motel and come back the next day.
I got it!
Yeah! You got all 50 of them?
All 50.
Nice. Now you can get the playing cards. There's like 54 of those. Those give you chips. The playing cards give you free chips. So that can go
again, there's been people before you that have completely ruined the experience, not just for me, but for my friend.
Yeah.
So I mean, as much as I'd love to be like, hey, yeah, let's play with viewers,
if it was
can't.
a bigger, like, I don't know how to set it up, but like sometimes there are like bigger like public games that can do that. But for me, a lot of it is just that, you know, like I feel like if we start like making exceptions for viewers, then we have to kind of do it for everybody who asks, you know, and it's like we're just streaming like with our in our little group, you know. That's kind of the thing.
For me, it's just I've already brought in so many people that's just complete with just their main goal. I mean, maybe it wasn't, but they just ruin the night. I'm not saying that you would, Matt, but
no, it's just
something I can't risk. I don't know how to put in the words. Just people before I've ruined it for. No, I mean, again, if there's a game that we end up playing that it's like, oh, it's not really a way that anyone can ruin it or troll or any of that, then yeah. But
welcome to the stream, the Doomslayer YouTube. Hello, the Jolly Wampa. I saw your ranking video, the Doom, the Dark Ages Demons. I'm impressed. Why, thank you, the Doomslayer. I'm glad you liked it. Glad you liked it. All right. Where was I? Oh. Come back the next day, our lengthy discussion on the strange sounds we'd heard, another mediocre night's sleep. I cannot believe that we were so willing to get right back into the cave after hearing the scream. I can't believe that either. I don't know why that they're still doing it, but they're determined. That's what they are. Part of the reason I went along with the idea was because B seemed so indifferent to any possible dangers, even if it were an animal, which I did not believe, but could offer no better explanation. Weren't we possibly putting ourselves in harm's way? In retrospect, I still have difficulty understanding our thought process at that time. We were just too eager to discover virgin cave passages. I now think it can be summed up with one word: testosterone. All right, February 13th. This is the next entry. It's amazing what a good couple meals and a little sleep can do for someone's attitude. Even though we still had memories of the strange noise fresh in our minds, we relit our fire of enthusiasm. The other side of the passage seemed so close. We were sure this would be the day. We got to the cave and started to work our way down to the hole. Getting back into the darkness of the cave brought back the memories of the night before. The sight of the circle of rock illuminated by our headlamps, the smell of dirt in the air, the sound we made as we crawl across the rock. Once we reached the entrance to Floyd's tomb, however, we were once again ready to blaze the trail leading to an undiscovered part of the cave. We immediately noticed the presence of the breeze blowing out of the hole and the rumbling, which is back, and it keeps going back and forth for some reason, which is very strange. If you're wondering, Azrak is way more pathetic than he looks. Yeah, that's true, the Doomslayer. The bullpen sticking out of its hole was an obvious sign of where we needed to begin work for the day. B took over where he left off the day before. I took up residence in the same spot I occupied the night before, even though I was already well rested and wanting to start work. B was making the hammer sing with each blow. After a mere 2 or 3 minutes, he let out a cheer. He turned to reveal a handful of rock that used to be attached to the cave. He was breathing heavy, but had a big smile on his face. So did I. For the time, the strange noise had been forgotten, and the vision of success captured our attention. And there's a picture of the size of the opening at this point, and it is a lot bigger. It is, I mean, like if you looked at where it started versus where it is now, it is a much bigger opening to this tunnel.
Ooh,
the lower left,
progress.
Yeah, they're making progress. They should not be, they are probably not going to find something that they like in that cave, but continuing on.
Nope, probably not.
Probably not. The lower left-hand corner of the hole had been given us grief because of the thickness of the wall at that point. We felt that if we could just remove that corner, we might be on our way inside. B now held in his hand the crumbled remains of the corner. Our excitement consumed us as we examined the hole. I took the hammer and pounded away at the surface of the hole. The idea was to remove the jagged edges that would take their toll on my skin. The size looked right. Now, the moment we had been working for. So the hole's big enough to crawl in now. I cautiously approached the entrance to Floyd's tomb. I decided the best way to enter the small hole was to place one arm over my head, turn my head sideways, and slowly work my way in. I soon determined this was not going to work. The hole was small. If I was going to make it in without widening the hole anymore, I was going to have to put both arms over my head in a diving position, turn my head sideways, and slip into the tomb. The width of the entrance was the limiting factor. The height was sufficient. The arms overhead position flared my shoulder blades out, but there was still room to get in. Plus, the arms overhead gave me the best squeeze side to side. In order to enter straight into the hole, I stood on my feet and bent over to get level with the entrance. My knees were bent and the position was uncomfortable. Sort of a semi-squatting position, bent at the waist with arms overhead. Plus, I had to slightly turn my upper torso to the left in a counterclockwise rotation to negotiate the angle of the entrance. Notice in the last photo that the entrance generally slopes up to the right. I got my arms in through the entrance with minor scrapes. Next came my head. By keeping it turned sideways, I was able to get it in. For the most part, up to my shoulders. When I got to my shoulders, I could feel the rocks touching all around my shoulders and chest. It was not stopping me, but I was definitely scraping many surfaces of my body. I decided to just push through, keeping in mind that I was going to have to come back out eventually. The pain was not too bad, and I was in. Well, my upper body was in. At least I could get a good idea what the tomb was going to be like. And there is...
Oh, that means he's double cheeked up, is what he's saying with that.
Well, you can see that in the photo. It says, here's a flattering photo of my best side. Notice the size of the area we had to work in. The ledge overhead was an obstacle. And it is, again, another haunting photo where half of his body is just in the ceiling. And it's just his, like, legs, like from his cheeks to his legs down. Like that much of him is in the hole. His torso up is in the hole right now. Once inside,
I don't know how they do that.
I don't know either. Other than the reasoning being persistence to find new frontiers, I don't get it. Once inside the tomb, I had a few inches all around me in which to position my body. This was the largest part of the passage, and it was conveniently located right at the beginning of the crawl. That gave me a little room to get positioned to crawl further into the passage. Inside the tomb gave me a whole new outlook of what it was going to be like to crawl through. Even though this was the largest part of the crawl, it was still small. I could move my head around freely, but every direction that I turned, I was staring at a wall of solid rock. When I spoke to B, my voice sounded muffled, like I was talking in a small box. I could rest my chest on the passage floor, but the rocks were uncomfortable. I turned my head to look further ahead, but couldn't see past the wall of rocks I had built the day before. The squeeze toward the end of the passage was closer now, and appeared even narrower. I didn't know if I could squeeze through or not. I knew it could be close. I wanted to crawl further into the passage. First, however, I had to work to get some of the loose rocks that were lying on the passage floor out of my way. I was disappointed to find out that most of the rocks that looked loose were actually attached to the floor. I was hoping to be able to just scrape them out of the way. I had pushed the sledgehammer into the passage before me, so at this point I used it to push the rock wall we had made further back in the passage. Then I dragged the sledge back and forth across the floor to move any loose rocks or break up the solid ones. By sliding the head of the hammer under the squeeze, I determined that the narrowest part of the squeeze was about 7 inches high. I figured we'd have to do some work before I could slip through. The entire time I had my head in the passage, B was just kicking back, listening to my descriptions and progress reports. At some point, he snapped the photo shown above. Thanks, B. Up to this point, the size of the passage was not too big of a deal. I was in an incredibly small passage, but only my upper body was in, and since it was the largest part of the passage and my arms could move freely, I was pretty calm. Then, it was time for a push. Welcome back, Casper. Why are you LOLing? What's funny? What's funny, Casper? I slid the sledgehammer up as far as I could reach. Since my body filled the entrance, I could not slip the tool out, so it was easier to push it ahead. In order to rotate my hips to the proper angle to enter the hole, I had to lean my upper body on my forearms, use my feet to climb the wall outside the hole, and slowly crawl into the hole. My hips barely fit. Once they cleared the entrance, I could relax a bit and get in position to work toward the squeeze. I decided to try the one-arm forward technique to get through. The passage was so narrow that whatever position I started with, I would have to stay with through the entire length. There was just no room to move around or change positions. I'd also have to turn my head one way or another and keep it in the same position. This crawl was tight. Like, the dude is literally, like, having to find one position to lay his body in and keep it that way and just slowly inch his way through this hole that, like, ends in 7 inches. like somehow, if it is with the position he's in, I guess it could be possible to fit through a 7-inch high hole, but that is insane.
It's insane, and why would you want to do that?
Right. Like, at the very least, I'd think you'd want to keep chiseling inside the hole now that you can fit in it, but no, he's just, he wants to get through. He thinks he can get through, so he's going to keep going.
Yeah, but that thing they've been hearing, if it's something that wants to get
well,
him,
if something is in there, he is not going to have an easy time getting out of that hole. If he can even make it through, which we're going to find out.
If he even makes it out.
Moving forward at this part of the passage was relatively easy. I could use my forward arm, my left arm, to pull and my other arm to push. At the same time, I would wiggle my body, trying to arch as much as I could to keep my chest off the rocks. I tried both ways and determined that I would turn my head to the right. It felt the most comfortable. I began to learn things as I went. I determined that a small flashlight in one hand would be nice. Then I could shine it ahead and get a better idea of what I was about to crawl over. This was a difficult maneuver because I had to look overhead since my head was turned. It became immediately obvious that we were going to have to do some more work removing rocks from the passage floor. As I moved along the surface, I was constantly scraping my chest along the rocks. They were sharp and it was painful. Occasionally, I would cause a rock to slide along under my chest and actually wedge me between it and the top of the passage. I would then have to back up and either try to move the rock to the side of my cheek using a sweeping motion with my head, or back out and move it with my forward hand. My little trip into the passage represented a major milestone in my caving career. When I began caving, I did not feel overly comfortable going through tight spaces. Even the little squeeze at the beginning of this cave was an obstacle to overcome. By pushing myself and forcing myself to try the narrow passages, I had become much calmer about tight spaces. Still, this passage represented a new benchmark in small spaces. I had not been faced with anything this small. I don't remember having to take off my helmet before now. With this passage, it is mandatory. As I mentioned before, not only do I have to take off my helmet, but I have to turn my head to the side in order to fit. The journey into the tomb went like this. After I had twisted my hips into the passage, I took a few minutes to stop and work out a game plan. Most of the length of my legs was still outside the entrance. They were just dangling in the air. The tomb was still big enough to move my head around, and even move my arms freely into position. It was larger than the rest of the passage, but not by much. It was like sticking your head into a box. Everywhere I looked, there were rocks, and not too far from my head. Any sound I made was muffled and dead. The narrowest part of the passage was about 10 feet in. At this point, I was about 3.5 feet in. At about the 4-foot mark, I would have to commit to whatever position I felt comfortable and stay that way until the 12-foot mark, at which time the cave started opening up. I went with my left arm forward and head turned to the right. B had given me a flashlight that I held in my left hand. As I inched forward, I would try to brush the loose rocks away with my left arm. This was somewhat successful, but there was a lot of rocks I missed or could not move. As mentioned, the first little bit of the crawl moved along fairly quickly since there was little room above me to negotiate the passage. Then the walls started to close in around me. I had a few extra inches on each side of me, but the top of the crawl was getting very low. At about the 7-foot mark, I could feel the top rubbing my back, and as I would arch. After another half foot, I couldn't arch anymore. I had to just push ahead with my toes and pull with my forward arm. I decided it would be good time to see if I could back out. I tried, and it was pretty easy. That gave me a lot more confidence. Still, I had B tie webbing to my feet just in case he had to pull me out. You're gonna go for a few hours? Bye. Alright, Casper, you have a good... Casper just came back to say lol and leaves again. No, it's all good. I don't think we'll be on by the time you get back, Casper, but thanks for visiting again. Alright, and then the next photo is the last shot before his feet were all the way in. Note the webbing tied. So basically he has rope tied to his feet just in case he needs to be pulled out. And it is just his feet sticking out. Like, it has gone from his legs sticking out to just his feet sticking out of the hole.
Oh, how would you want that?
My neck was starting to get sore from being cranked to the side. My head was getting heavy, but to rest it, the only option I had was to lay it down on the broken rocks. It was painful, but I did it frequently. I was staring at the wall to my right. It was a mere 4 to 5 inches from my face. Most of the time, I wasn't watching the wall. Either I had my eyes closed, which I sometimes do when I go through a tight spot, or the light wasn't shining in a direction that did me any good. It was very quiet in the tomb, other than my own breath. I was breathing heavy from the effort it took to move. Thankfully, the breeze was present and cooled me off. By lifting my head and carefully touching the ceiling from time to time, I could gauge the size of the passage that my body would soon pass through, much like a cat using its whiskers to gauge an opening in a fence. At the 7.5-foot mark, I could tell things were about to get real tight. While lying in the darkness, in a passage deep within a cave, one is in a unique position to ponder. A mountain literally resting on top of me, the entire earth lying below. One tiny movement of earth and I would cease to exist. Or worse, to recognize the fear shared by Floyd Collins as he lay there, trapped for days within the heart of Mother Earth, incapable of freeing himself from his earthen prison. Picture yourself in my position, lying on your stomach, your left arm is extended over your head, your right arm is at your side, having only a few inches in which to move, your arms and hands are sore and bleeding from crawling and pulling yourself across the broken rocks, your entire body is resting on the rocks, your neck gets tired of holding your head off the rocks, so you gently rest your cheek on the rock to rest. Once you start again, you have to push with your toes to scoot your body forward, sliding across the rocks. After moving a few inches, you're breathing hard and have to rest. As you inhale, you feel your back pressing hard against the top of the squeeze. Take several minutes before you recover enough to press forward. The entire time you're lying there, you think about how you're going to get back out. And what if? Well, that's pretty much what I was going through at that point in the passage. I decided that this would be a good time to throw in a photo of the squeeze. The photo was actually taken on a different trip, but it shows how tight things were at that point in the passage. Notice my head turned to the side, not by choice, and you can see how it rests my cheek on the rocks. You can also see how difficult it is to look ahead of me. My arms are pinned to my side. I later determined that would be the best position. There was virtually no space between the top of the passage and my back. Tight, not for the claustrophobically inclined. And there's a photo of him coming back through the tunnel, like from a different expedition, where his friend B is taking the photo. And you are looking at him in the hole, and there is no gap in the hole. He is basically filling the entire hole with his body. And it is a real photo. I do think these guys were real cavers. Like, I'm pretty sure they actually were going caving, but he was making up this story. What's going on here? What the heck? Oh, dang. I was about to get kicked for remaining idle. But I was like laying in my bed in my apartment reading this story in the game. All right. When I reached the point where my back was rubbing and I could feel my head, the passage was not getting bigger. I knew I was most likely not going to get through. Still one more push. If I had been in this position a year ago, I would have been in a state of panic, but not today. I was pretty pumped. I took a few minutes to rest, then I went for it. I exhaled completely all the air in my lungs. This caused my chest to collapse enough to scoot forward a few inches. Because it takes so much effort to scoot, I only went a few inches before I had to stop and breathe. As I inhaled, my chest pressed hard against the floor and my back against the top. It took a little longer to get my breath back. Unbelievably, I did it again. Exhale, scoot, rest.
Kai. Welcome back. Oh, I didn't even tell. Did I tell Kai thank you for following? If I didn't, thank you for following,
you did.
Kai.
Or you told somebody thank you for following. Yeah, I think you did. I think, or somebody. You said somebody. I don't know if it was Kai, but. So he's just like scooting, like he's inhaling so that his chest is smaller so he can fit in. Like that's what he's doing, is he's like taking a breath in so he can scoot through.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
I tried one more time to exhale and scoot. My back was rubbing too much. Despite the failed effort, I was psyched. I took several long minutes to lay there and recover. B had been encouraging me the entire time. It was fun to hear him cheer as he saw my shoes go deeper and deeper into the hole. Backing out was not too difficult, but it did take some work. I encountered the same obstacles as when I went in. After I wiggled my hips out of the hole, which took some time, I had trouble getting my shoulders out. Both arms were overhead at this point. My shirt was getting caught on the rocks and my shoulders were brushing the sharp rocks. After struggling to find a good position, I gave up and just pulled my upper body out. Scrape! My shirt pulled up over my head and I had some nice scrapes on my shoulders, but I didn't care. To me, this trip was a success. I had pushed myself beyond what I thought was possible. I kneeled at the entrance and looked into the narrow passage I had just been in. The rock wall was now at the 11-foot mark. I had pushed it a little with my forward arm. The smallest point was at the 9-foot mark. We were close. Between the work and the excitement, I was tired. I just sat on the rope bag, grinning. Whew, what a trip. So he didn't go all the way through. He didn't go all the way through, but he went.
Trip.
He basically just saw how far he could get and then came back out. And there's a photo of the progress on the hole, so you can see how big it got over the course of the images. It's just the ones we've seen before. The rest of the journal entry talks about the usual: our climb out, dinner, trip home, etc. On our way home, we brainstormed and came up with some ideas that would help us get through. We both invented some tools to remove the rock on the floor deep within the passage. We were both very excited by this trip. I, from pushing my limits in the cave, and B, from success in climbing out of the cave. This was the first time he was able to climb all the way out without the help of climbing devices, nor my help. It was a personal success that showed the progress he has made since his accident. Pretty cool. I remained amazed that we could so easily forget the terrifying moment we experienced just the day before. Because if you remember, oh yeah, something was screaming in the hole. It's a pretty exciting little accomplishment there, but yeah, something the previous day was shrieking from from the darkness. All had been forgotten, with a strange noise being blamed in our minds on some rational, harmless explanation. And then we get to April 7th, 2001, success. So they've been doing this for like several months, I think, like going back. I mean, like not every single day, but like from December to now April, they have been working on this hole in this cave. Prior to going back out to Mystery Cave again, we spent a lot of time preparing. We made a squeeze box, which is a wooden box with the opening of which can be adjusted in size. We then crawl through the opening and measure to see how tight of a squeeze we could fit through. From that, we were able to determine that I needed about 8 inches in height to get through the smallest portion of Floyd's tomb. That meant we would have to scrape out about an inch from the floor of the passage. We also Robert.
Welcome.
I also learned that the best position I need to be in would be on my stomach with my arms by my side. And of course, my head would be turned one way or the other. That position allowed my shoulder blades to drop to their lowest point. In order to move, I'd push forward or backward with my toes. It sounds difficult, but felt adequate. Later, it proved to work sufficiently. The second thing we did to prepare was to construct the tools we invented to work with in the cave. I came up with a clever way to chip away inside of the passage without having to climb inside. I had my neighbor weld together several lengths of steel pipe in a manner that would allow us to take it apart while we climbed down into the tomb, but still have the strength necessary to hold up to a blow from our hammer once it was together. We made our own tips. We could screw into our pipe to reach the area we needed to work on. B came up with a cool design for a scraper using angle iron. He had his neighbor weld it together. It proved to be an invaluable tool for scraping and removing the rock. We were both proud of our inventions. I also made a device to hold my drill that attached to our pipe. We ended up not using it since B's scraper device worked so well. And then there's a picture of B edited to protect his identity with a pipe we made. So this was a picture of his friend B holding the pipe. And he just looked like a really chill dude. It's not like too haunting of an image. It's just his friend in the cave with the big pipe scraper. I took an oath. I made a vow. I would not leave the cave until I made it through the passage, conquered Floyd's tomb. This would be the trip. It had been a long time since we'd been out to the mystery. We'd been busy, though. We had made the tools we talked about. It was fun coming up with ideas for tools. Also, we made a squeeze box to determine the best technique for getting through the tight spot. Plus, we knew about how much rock we needed to remove before we could get through. We were excited to get back out to the cave to finish our project. Our climb down to the passage took a little bit longer than usual since we had extra tools to carry. Once we got down to the passage, we immediately got to work using B's scraping tool with the pipe I had made. It worked like a charm. We could hammer the pipe on one end and the scraping tool on the other end dug into the rock. Then we could push the debris all the way through the passage and out of our way. When we needed to measure our progress, we would turn the scraper sideways in the passage and observe the clearance. We worked for about 2 hours before I had a desire to try the tomb. I just wanted to make sure I was going to make it through on the first try. B made one more sweep of the passage floor, clearing any loose rocks from where I'd be crawling, and pushing the wall we had made back of the squeeze. I made preparations for the crawl by fashioning duct tape suspenders to prevent my shirt from sliding around while sliding across the rock. I went with a flashlight in my hand, and even though my hand would be at my side, I knew I would need it once I got through. As an expression of faith, I did not tie a rope to my feet. I was confident I was going to make it. Finally, I made the attempt. Although I didn't mention it in my journal, we did notice the breeze was back and the rumbling present. Since we didn't do any work to the entrance, I had to go through the same dance routine to even enter the passage. Once I got my upper body through the hole, I shined the flashlight ahead of me to work out a plan of attack. The passage didn't seem any bigger than the last time I was there, but most of the work was done deeper in the squeeze. I paused for a few minutes, then twisted my hips to get my lower body in. I slowly inched forward as my entire body slowly filled the passage. Before I was completely in, I got into position for the push. I dropped both of my hands to my side and turned my head to the right. Then I began to inch forward. Once my toes were inside the cave, I used them to push forward. To keep scraping my body, I would walk using my shoulders, knees, and toes. Progress was slow, but steady. That was fine by me. A foot or two before the tight spot, I could already tell there was a little more room. Even so, I began to touch the roof of the passage with my back. This time, however, I was able to continue moving forward. I reached the lowest point of the passage, and I could tell it was going to be tricky. Even with the work we had done clearing out the loose rocks, I still felt sharp pebbles rolling under my chest as I slid along. When I could feel my back brushing the top of the passage in several places, I reverted to my technique of exhaling. Before I began, however, I took a minute to lay there in the passage. I could see the glow of B's flashlight as the rays of light managed to squeeze past my body. I could feel the cool breeze evaporate the drops of dirty sweat on my forehead. I could feel 1,000 sharp edges dig into the surface of my skin. I felt a twinge of excitement as I realized that the goal we had set out to achieve weeks ago was about to be realized. This thought alone made me want to keep moving, no matter how tight the passage became. I breathed in and out rapidly for a few moments, then began. Exhale. Scoot. Stop to catch my breath. Repeat. After just a few inches of scooting, I could raise my head off the floor of the squeeze and tell that the passage was beginning to open up. I relayed this information to B, and we both took a few seconds to celebrate. During the rest of the slide through the passage, B was cheering me on. Virgin Passage and Neil Armstrong territory were phrases he kept repeating. I was grinning ear to ear. Even though the passage was beginning to get larger, it was still slow going. I had to continue scooting along for another 1.5 feet before I could slide my arms underneath me to use them to crawl. At that point, I felt my journey was essentially over. I was able to sit up slightly and move the rock wall we had erected several trips ago. Those rocks served as a somber reminder that a little caution would be wise. Like, oh yeah, the rocks that we put there to block whatever was screaming are still there.
O-M. Well, yeah, I don't think they care at that point.
No. But, yeah, so he's making it through. He shouted back to B that I was through. We both took a moment to congratulate ourselves on our success. B would likely never be able to squeeze through the passage and see what I was seeing, so I gave him a description of what the cave looked like. At this point, I had only my mini-mag, so I could not see very far into the passage. The end of it made a gentle right turn and seemed to go for a ways. I was unable to do anything at this point but sit due to the size of the passage. All the broken rocks we had pushed through Floyd's tomb were around me at this point. There were no other signs of human intrusion. I had to wait until B passed me my helmet light to get a better feel for the cave. B used the pole we made to slide me the end of a rope. Then I was able to pull all my gear through the squeeze. The first thing he sent through was my helmet and light. After I got the light fired up, I was able to see our new section of cave. Ours. It was an exciting experience to see the results of hours of hard work over the course of several weeks. At this point, the only thing we still had no idea what the cave had to offer. The only thing I could see was the passage immediately following the squeeze. It was a narrow passage with a low ceiling. I would easily be able to get through it, but I would have to crawl. I began taking pictures so I could show B. And there is a picture of the first section of the new passage where he's almost laying down. His feet are extended in front, nose the broken rock on the floor. So basically, he's got a picture of this tunnel he has to crawl through of rock just in the ground, like this cave tunnel. Like it is still haunting. It just goes on further, like past the cave, the little tunnel he just crawled through, but it's a little easier to go through because he just has to crawl. I asked B how far he thought I should venture into the new cave in light of the strange events that had occurred. For the first time he too toned down his enthusiasm as he remembered the noises. He slid the pipe through the tomb with a loosened tip on the end. He said I could use it as a weapon if I ran into an animal, or he also told me to make sure we could hear each other as I progressed into the cave. Even though we were at least thinking of the possibility of running into trouble, we never really considered the fact that if I got into trouble, B would never be able to rescue me, and in fact, no one would be able to get to me for many hours. If I were in serious trouble, as in hurt, there was no way anyone would be able to get to me in time. But, symbolic of the whole experience, we were focused on our goal and not the potential dangers we faced.
Oh my god.
they just are powering through. He's at this point, as much as we know how stupid it is, I think they're just not going to stop powering through this.
No.
So far, we had dodged the proverbial bullet. So far. I strapped on my gloves and knee pads, grabbed my camera, and began my adventure. I crawled through the passage pictured above, which was about 20 feet long. At the end of the crawl, the cave bent slightly to the right. I'd have to climb up a gentle slope, but then I would be able to stand by the end of the next section of the cave. The next section was about 40 feet long. In addition to having a higher ceiling, the walls were a little wider than the section I had just crawled through. Both sections were relatively straight. The floor was covered a rock which crunched as I crawled and then walked across it. The walls were basically the same as much of Mystery Cave, except pristine. It was obvious no one had been there before me. Upon closer examination of the walls, I found two delicate types of formations. The first resembled several chunks of grated cheese tied together on one end, with the rest of the cheese just flopping down. The second formation was just tiny strands of rock, thinner than human hair. It looked pretty cool. I found several examples of both kinds of formations. I was not even through the second section of cave and I could barely hear B. Cave passages are not very acoustically friendly. I shouted to him that I would go for half an hour then return. He said that would be fine and to be careful. Then I proceeded to explore some more. I could walk nearly upright at this point. I was on the third straight section of the cave when I discovered a crystal formation on the wall to my right. It was in several layers on the wall, resembling clear candle wax that was allowed to melt and drip down the wall. There were several small stalactite-looking formations formed by these crystals. The longest was about 4 inches in length. There would have been one much longer, judging by the size of the base, but it had broken off. I looked to see if I could locate where it ended up, but I couldn't find it. And then he's got a picture of the crystal formations. The passages continued on for another 100 feet or so before the cave opened a little. It was at the end of the straight, short segment of the cave. At the very end of the segment, the cave made a bend to the left and opened up into a room. Just at the point where the room began, there was a round rock that appeared to be leaning against the wall. This seemed odd, but singular formations are common in caves, so it is by no means unique. I had crawled and stepped over several large chunks of rock that fell down from the ceiling, but this one was more round than the others. Once past the rock, the room opened up to a height of about 15 feet. It was about 15 feet in width and 30 feet in length. At the far end of the room, there was another passage leading straight out. As I entered the room, I had an eerie feeling. It was like the old saying that I felt like I was being watched. Once again, the excitement of the new find faded, and the memories of the mysterious side of the cave crept back into mind. Suddenly, I felt very alone. Fortunately for my ego, I was nearly out of time and had to get back to B before my half hour was up. I took several pictures of the room. I was going to just get a feel for how long the next passage was when something caught my attention. On the left side of the room on the wall, at about eye level, I discovered what appeared to be hieroglyphics. It was a single drawing that almost appeared to be just part of the rock coloration. It looked like very crude representations of people standing below a symbol. I was pumped. This meant that there had to be another entrance to this cave. Even if the entrance was closed or blocked, it might mean an opportunity to open it and get B into the cave. I took another look at the drawing to make sure I could describe it to B. Then I took some more pictures and headed back to B. When I got back to the squeeze, I could barely talk fast enough to let B know everything I had discovered. He was just as excited to hear about our newly found treasures. As we debated what our next move would be, I began to send my gear back through the tomb to B. I told him it would be best if we got someone else to come back with me in case something happened. He agreed. Once I got all my gear through, I was faced with the wonderful task of having to negotiate Floyd's tomb again. Theoretically, a person should be able to get out of the passage he just crawled through by simply reversing what he just did. If he contorts his body a certain way to get in, he should be able to get into the same position to get out. In practice, this may not prove to be possible or practical. Such was the case with the tomb. I determined in advance that I would attempt to go head first back through the squeeze. I knew that I could definitely make it by going feet first, but that would mean backing up all the way through the tomb. That would take a long time and be very exhausting. My only concern was going head first was when I got to the end of the squeeze. I would have to get through the hole we made without the benefit of being able to twist my body. Oh well. I chose to go head first and deal with the exit when I got to it. I started into the squeeze very close to the tight spot, so at least I would have it over with soon. It turned out to be tricky getting through. I had to shift my hips the right little get through, but I just kept plugging away at it. My hands were once again by my side. My head was turned to the right, and I was scooting with my toes. And once again, I was using my head as a gauge to tell when I was at the tight spot and when I was past it. I seemed to get tired a little quicker on the way out. Must have been from all the work we had done to get through. By the way, I'm sorry. This is way longer of a story than I thought it was going to be. I mean, it is.
No, you're good.
We're almost done. Like, I mean, we got like a third left. But anyways, I was a little over halfway through when something bizarre happened. I was laying there taking a brief break when I heard a sound deep within the cave. It was the faint but distinct sound of rock sliding on rock. My blood froze in its veins. I couldn't move. I just lay there strained to hear the sound again. Nothing. I quickly began to scoot toward the exit. I didn't mention the sound to B, but I did recall one of our earlier trips when B said he heard the same thing. The task of getting out of our hole turned out to be as painful as I thought it would be. I had to put my arms overhead and force my shoulders through the hole. I definitely left some skin behind as I slipped through. B helped me as I wiggled my upper body out of the passage. Then I could catch myself and ease my lower body out of the tomb. I was out. B and I shook hands and began to load up our gear. I was trying to listen to any sounds coming from the hole, but we were making too much noise gathering our stuff. As much as I looked forward to getting into the passage, it was a relief to get back out. That is pretty much how I feel about caves in general. I love to go in, but I feel good when I get back out again. Something strange happened with the pictures I took in the new part of the cave. The pictures I took in the passage leading up to the large room all turned out just fine.
I appreciate that, Em. And thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that a lot.
Yeah, M, let's go.
And I am happy you love my videos.
Yeah.
I try.
Yeah, M. Where was I? So something strange happened with the pictures I took in the new part of the cave. The pictures I took in the passage leading up to the large room all turned out just fine. Strangely, none of the pictures taken in the room turned out. Pictures of the round rock, and more importantly, pictures of the hieroglyphics I saw. Pictures taken before and after the room turned out great, but the negatives of the photos taken in the room were clear. Nothing. I remember what the hieroglyphics looked like, so I drew a picture to give you an idea of what I saw. And it is...
Alright, sounds good now.
Sorry, I'm interrupting the...
No, you're good. You just had to be back.
Okay. And so basically, he goes into this cave, right? There's a room in there with like, there's like a round rock. There is hieroglyphics on the wall, which means somebody put those there before they even got in there, which means that they're probably either something is down there doing that, or there is another entrance to the cave. But he takes pictures of the hieroglyphics, and when he develops the photos, those ones turn out bad. Like all the other cave pictures that don't involve that room turn out fine. But for some reason, the room with the hieroglyphics does not develop the photos. But the picture he draws of the symbol is very similar to kind of the... if you know the symbol from the Blair Witch Project, it looks very similar to that.
Oh, yeah.
The symbol was in the center, had several figures that looked like people raising their hands that were below it. It's kind of like some crosses. Oh, you're still here, Casper? I thought you left a little bit ago. It is a long story. I thought it was an hour long, but I think it's probably more like 2.5 hours, Casper. But yeah, it's like it kind of looks like there's a line with some there's like a long vertical line. It's got a bunch of horizontal lines and like some triangles and stuff. And it's just very eerie. It's a very simple drawing. Like it's not like it's not like a huge... It's not like the Egyptian hieroglyphics where they're like super detailed birds and stuff. It's just like a bunch of lines and triangles and stuff. Like you could draw it in the dirt with sticks, like even though it's on the wall. So, anyways, so this is, and then he has another picture before he entered the large room. At the end of the passage, partially hidden in the shadows, is the round rock I saw. Here's the same picture with the round rock outlined. You can't really tell from these pictures, but they're the only ones I got of the round rock. And so there's this focus too. There is a peculiarly round rock in this cave, which is just very odd. Because did you, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
It sounded like you left to go get something really quick.
No.
Sorry, but the thing about round rocks in nature, they only really occur like usually on beaches and stuff where waves are constantly rolling them or whatever. But this is a cave underground, and they're not even in a section that has rolling waves or anything. So this rock has somehow gotten suspiciously round, deep underground in this cave that supposedly nobody's ever been in, which is just very odd. Let me look ahead. How many entries are left? There are 3 left. All right. April 14th, 2001. Only a couple days elapsed before B found someone who wanted to explore the passage with us. B told me he talked to a few other people who couldn't make it because of scheduling conflicts. He said they really grilled him for information about the cave and about the passage. He would not tell them which cave it was to ensure that we explored it to our satisfaction before we made it known to the public. Even the guy who ended up going with us did not know which cave until we were very close to it. And he was sworn to secrecy that he would not reveal the location of the cave to anyone on the planet.
Casper said vroom.
Vroom. I won't identify him by name, so I'll just refer to him as Joe. Joe, B, and I set out early in the morning to make sure we could spend all the time we wanted in the new passage. When we got to the cave, we were able to rig up and descend rather quickly. It helps when you don't have to haul half a hardware store down into the cave. Joe was impressed by our work. Even B and I took a minute to pat ourselves on the back for all the hard work we put in, and for the fact that we made it through. Joe is a rather thin caver who has had a lot of experience in caves. He said this might be the tightest squeeze he had been in, but it didn't bother him. I knew that physically he would be able to make it since I was bigger than him and made it. He was just as excited as us to get through and get caving. Maybe more. He quickly got ready and was waiting to hear what the plan of attack was going to be. I figured I'd send him in through first since he was ready and I would follow. B would pass our gear through and wait for us outside the passage. B would give us 2 hours to return. That was nice of B to go down into the cave and babysit us. It gets boring sitting there in a cave. With our plan set, we were ready to roll. It was perhaps irresponsible of us not to tell Joe about all the unexplained events that occurred in the cave until after he had gone through. But what exactly do you tell someone? How many of the weird things did we need to reveal to him? We did not feel that we were in any danger, or we would not go in the cave ourselves. So we did not tell him a thing prior to him entering Floyd's tomb.
They're going in there regardless.
Of course, when we did tell him afterwards, it was too late. Uh-oh. What happened to Joe?
Hey, what happened to Joe?
What happened to Joe? I couldn't believe how easy Joe slipped through the passage. He said it was tight, but it sure didn't look like it. Once he got in, we passed him his gear, then I started in. Even though I knew that I could fit through, it was still a slow trip through the tomb. You can only go so fast when you're scooting with your toes. When I reached the tight spot of the squeeze, I had Joe snap a picture of me. I thought it would make a good photo, and that was the picture from earlier. Once I got through, B started to relay my stuff to me. Then disaster struck. I had gone all the way in and turned around to pull my gear through. I had to kneel down and still crouch down low. I had just got my helmet, ironically, and was turning around to feel the rope back when I smacked my head on the top of the passage. Human skull versus solid rock. Rock won. I told B what had happened, so he sent my first aid kit through. I was bleeding, but even worse, I didn't feel too good. I patched myself up, then told Joe I didn't think I'd better continue. He looked like a little kid who was told that Christmas would be canceled. Although I didn't like the idea of him exploring the cave without me, for selfish reasons, of course, I wanted him to at least see part of the cave for making the trip out there. I told him how far to go and how long it would take. Then I sent him on his way. As I laid there, I could hear him crawling into the darkness. His light disappeared after the first turn. I rested a minute or two, then began my journey back through the squeeze. It was disappointing to get all the way to the cave and then not be able to explore it to its end. Actually, it is killing me. After I got through Floyd's tomb, which was painful, I sat down and munched on a Cliff Bar while B and I chatted. I told him I would pay for a motel room if he would stay overnight. Then we could see how I was doing the next day and make another attempt at the cave. I felt goofy for having smacked my head on the cave wall. B said he was willing to give it another try tomorrow. He was just as anxious to put some closure to this cave. As long as Joe would stay overnight, we determined to wrap things up the next day. Once this was settled, we just sat back and enjoyed the darkness. We could hear no sounds coming from the passage. The silence reminded me of the scraping noise that I heard last time we were out there. I brought up the subject with B. Since I had not explored the cave completely, I could not offer any explanation of what could be making the scraping noise, or the change in the wind strength, or the rumbling, or that terrible scream that we heard. Suddenly, we both wished we had not sent Joe into the cave alone. Good time to think that once he's in there, alone.
Oh no, what happened to Joe?
B went to the hole and yelled into it. Joe? No answer. Not surprising. You can't hear each other when you're very far apart in a cave. We nervously awaited any sounds. Good sounds, that is. Joe-type sounds. The 20-minute limit time. Joe-type sounds. And by the way, he didn't mention this. Well, he kind of is mentioning it here. That's another thing that's terrible about caving is it's not as echoey as you think it is, like in those tight spaces. Like it absorbs a lot of sound. So if you're screaming for help and you're like 200 feet away from somebody, you're not going to hear them. Like it's going to be silent.
No.
The 20-minute limit we had set passed, then 25 minutes. I really had no desire to climb back through the squeeze. My head was still throbbing and the squeeze looked tighter than ever. Still, I knew I was going to have to make sure Joe was safe. Just as I was getting prepared to go back through, I saw a light deep in the passage. Joe? I called out. Nothing. Joe! Still no answer. The light got brighter and I could hear the noise of someone crawling across the broken rock that lined the cave. You okay, Joe?
It's not Joe.
No, was his weak reply. When he got to the other side of the tomb, yeah, Joe's alive. He's fine. Well, I don't know if I say fine, but
he's fine.
When he got to the other side, he's not dead. He's not dead. He's not dead. When he got to the other side of the tomb, he said he was not feeling well. He quickly took his gear off and put them in the bag so we could pull it through. As I pulled the bag through the passage, he began to climb back through the tomb. We didn't even get a chance to question him about what he saw before he was coming back through. He quickly slipped through the squeeze in the hole, and we finally got a look at him. He looked terrible. His face was pale, and he was out of breath. The dust that covers the floor of the squeeze left its mark on his face and clothes. He had numerous small cuts and scratches on his face and arms, probably from his rapid exit of the passage. His eyes were open wide. We only had a brief moment to look at the change that had occurred to Joe before he started to head up and out of the cave without saying a word. While Joe and me started for the surface, I took a minute to gather our gear. Then I stopped to listen to the passage. I heard nothing, and I felt nothing. The wind had stopped. Part of me wanted to get out of the cave as fast as possible, but another part of me wanted to immediately climb back to the passage to find out what made this cave tick. Then was not the time, though. I still felt a little dizzy from my injury. At that moment, I noticed B and Joe had made good time getting up the cave passage, and I was left alone.
I mean, he's joking, right?
No, I mean, the only reason he's not going is because he hit his head.
That...
Joe comes out shell-shocked. Something happened in there that terrified him.
Joe doesn't make you think, maybe I shouldn't go in?
Yeah. Chills ran through my body as I scurried to catch up with them. Once we got outside the cave, I figured we'd be able to find out more from Joe, but when he got up to the final climb, he just unclipped from the rope and went straight to the truck. In the light of day, he looked even worse than in the cave. B and I gathered up the rope and our gear and headed for the truck. Joe said he did not want to stay overnight because he felt terrible, and we believed him, so we headed home. We could get no more information from Joe. He just stared straight ahead. He was shaking like a leaf, and he said that he was not cold. When we tried to question him, his answers were short. I asked him if he saw the hieroglyphics. No. Did you hear us yelling? No. Did he see the round rock? No. Did he see the crystals? No. He said he just went a little ways in and started to feel sick. Something was fishy about his answers. He would have had to have seen the crystals if he got far enough into the cave that he couldn't hear us yelling. But why would he not elaborate? The rest of the trip passed in eerie silence. Joe didn't say much else. We gave him a brief outline of the strange events that happened in the cave. He didn't reply. He's terrified, dude. As we were dropping him off, we asked if he wanted to go back in the cave. He shook his head and ran into his house. I tried to call him later in the day and the next day.
He definitely saw whatever was making that
only got his
sound.
voicemail. I know, dude. Like, just the thought of it. He just goes in this cave alone, comes out petrified, and will not elaborate. And that was the end of that entry. So we got 2 entries left. And this next one is a long one. The second to last one is long. The last one I think is the shortest. But we're almost done with the story. But yeah, no, it is whatever the hell is in there is not something that Joe liked seeing.
No.
All right. I was gonna say something about it. What was I gonna say? I don't know. It'll probably come back to me. April 28, 2001. In this journal entry, I discussed briefly the feelings B and I had at this point. I'd like to elaborate on those feelings and set the mood for this part of my journal. I hope I can successfully convey our exact thoughts and feelings as we contemplated our next move. If not, I'm afraid we'll appear to the average reader as being ignorant, naive, or downright foolish. You don't say. So he's basically saying, like, okay, listen, I know this looks bad, but we went back to the cave after that. That's what he's saying here. The cave represented to us the culmination of our hard work, of weeks of hard work, complete with an array of emotions from fatigue to fear, anticipation to pain, from frustration to glory. To us, we were not standing on the brink of possible destruction, but rather honoring an unspoken commitment. Much like a parent of a wayward child, we were not about to abandon our child out of fear of the unknown. Like it or not, this cave had become a part of us, and now we must see this adventure to its fruition. Additionally, verbose explanations aside, we were being eaten alive with curiosity. Despite the overwhelming number of unexplained occurrences we experienced, we had to go back into this cave. What was making the rumbling noise? What caused the change in wind strength? Etc., all the way down to Joe. What could have possibly happened to him? What did he see or experience? We had many lengthy discussions about what our next move would be. We kept coming to the same conclusion. We had to return to the cave. We could not offer no possible scenarios that would solve the many riddles held deep within the cave. The only way we could hope to complete the puzzle would be to conquer the cave. We were going back to Mystery Cave. So that's basically him saying
gosh.
I mean, and again, it is stupid, but I will say, at that point, you are in so deep that it's like, you know, I think it would eat you up inside to not know what's there. Like, you've been wondering all this time, you know, like you've been digging and digging, and just to give up on it, like, it is stupid. I will say I would not, but for these guys at the very least, you know, I can understand it a little. And a lot of stories, I'd say this is very stupid, and even here I'd say it's stupid, but I do understand why they're going back to the cave. As dumb as it is. Oh, that's what I was gonna say. So that's the other weird thing, and is that the wind was going when, like, Joe went in, and after he left, the wind it stopped. Like, there was no more wind or rumbling. Like, it's not a gradual change from it being windy to not windy. It, like, can happen, like, within a short period of time. Like, something weird is going on in there.
Yeah.
So, all right. 2 weeks after our trip with Joe, and we were on our way back to the cave. To prepare for this trip, we contacted the local cave rescue group and got permission to borrow their low-voltage two-way phone. The phone consists of 2 transceivers and a long spool of thin wire. I'd then be able to unwind the wires. I went into the passage and stay in contact with B the entire time. We also thought it would be a good idea to take a video camera into the new passage. I purchased a case that would protect my video camera from dust as well as sharp rocks. I was more than willing to pay the cost of the case just to make sure B got to see the entire passage. So basically, they are kind of preparing a little extra. Like, he's going to record this on video, and, like, he's got something similar to kind of like when you have, like, 2 cans with a wire running through it. Like, it's a phone. Like, it's more advanced than that, but if you can imagine, like, he'll be able to communicate with B through the wire on these rudimentary phones. My head was doing fine. I still had a light red line to mark the spot where I tried to break the rock with my head. I never went to a doctor, but it was a very painful experience. I have thought about what would have happened if I had been able to go in the passage with Joe. He was a changed man after he came out. I've been calling his house nearly every day trying to talk to him, but he won't answer his phone. B called his work, and a mutual friend told him that Joe called in sick 2 weeks ago and hasn't been in since. He said Joe warned his boss he might be out for a while. I even stopped by his house twice. The first time it looked like someone was home, but no one answered the door. The second time his car was gone and there were no lights on. I hoped to talk to him before this trip, but it didn't work out. As we were rigging up the rope to descend into the cave, I felt something for the first time. I did not want to go into the cave. It was not a feeling of foreboding. I was not receiving some premonition. I just had no desire to enter the underground world of Mystery Cave. I didn't share this feeling with B at the time. Even though I had no desire to go into the cave, I knew we had to. So I double-checked my gear and slipped over the edge of the cliff. Which also, this would be nice if he was telling B this stuff too. Like, it wasn't just Joe that they were keeping stuff from. He was also like, yeah, I didn't want to tell B that I heard noise in the cave. I didn't want to tell him I was scared right now. Right from the beginning, it's... What?
Just freaking tell him.
Yeah. Right from the beginning, it seemed like the cave did not want us to be there. Nothing went smoothly. Every time we tried to clip a carabiner or tie a knot or attach something to the rope, we had to do it 2 or 3 times to get it right. Fortunately, we recognized this and made sure everything was safe and secure. As we slowly made our way down, we were continually bumping into the side of the cave or stumbling as we walked or dropping things. We finally reached a point where we stopped to gather ourselves before continuing. Our load was relatively light, but we were taking forever to get to the hole. Finally, we made it. We checked the camera and phone to make sure they survived the trip. We tested everything, and I gathered the gear I wanted to take into the passage. Then it was time. We looked at each other, but said nothing. Then I turned to face the passage. As I twisted my body to begin entering the tomb, I desperately hoped it would be the last time I would contort my body to enter this claustrophobe's nightmare. The trip through Floyd's tomb went smoothly, figuratively speaking. After I got through, we took several minutes to get everything passed through to me. I got suited up and tested all the equipment. The phone worked like a charm. I videotaped the squeeze and then the first section of the new passage. Since I'd be unable to tape while I crawled, my plan was to crawl to the next section, then stop and film some more. I could video what I had just been through and then video what I was going to crawl through next. That way I could get each section from both ends. I was starting to feel pretty good about the trip. I felt a sense of personal satisfaction at being able to provide a way for B to see the fruits of his labor. It was awkward lugging the camera and unrolling the phone wire while trying to crawl. I knew it would be worth it though. The small formations were too small to show up on the video. With normal outside lighting, it would be no problem, but with my headlight as the only source of light, the effort was futile. The crystal formations turned out quite nice. They were easily large enough and made for some pretty good footage. I took advantage of the film stop to check the phone. It was comforting to hear someone's voice deep within the passage. We chatted briefly, then I unplugged the phone and prepared to continue. The phone resembled an oversized regular phone, more like the ones you would see in war movies. When I wanted to talk to B, I would just plug the phone into a special jack on the spool of wire. The power source was on B's end of the phone, so it was always turned on. The reception was as clear as a normal phone. I continued forward. Even though progress was slow, it was steady. Things were going pretty good until I reached the round rock. Once again, I got a strange feeling, just like the last time. I looked around carefully but saw nothing to be alarmed about. I proceeded to film the entire room. I got good shots of the round rock from all angles. I got the walls, ceiling, and floor to the best of my ability. I even got some pretty good tape of the figure on the wall. It was difficult to make out exactly what it was on the video, but you could definitely tell something was there. After I taped everything to my satisfaction, I moved toward the end of the room to prepare to explore new territory. At the far end of the large room was a passage that led to darkness. The entrance was about a foot lower than my head, and it looked like it continued at that height for as far back as I could see. I ducked under the ceiling and prepared to see new heights. The walls of the new passage were darker than the rest of the cave to this point. The floor was made up of the same type of broken rocks. The ceiling had the same type of near-perfect arch as in the old section of Mystery Cave. It almost seemed out of place in the jagged atmosphere of a cave. I could only see back about 30 feet or so where the passage appeared to make a right-hand turn. I thought this would be a good place to check in with B. It took a couple of beeps before he answered the phone, but once he did, his voice was still crystal clear. It sounded like he might have been snoozing. Had I been gone that long? He said he was doing fine, and that I could take as much time as I needed. I thanked him and hung up. His patience has been wonderful during this whole project. He has spent a lot of time just waiting for me while I explore the passage. I was glad he was still willing to sit and wait. I hung up the phone and started to film the new passage. Then it happened. From behind me, I heard the scraping noise. It was loud.
Oh my.
It was close. It was coming from the large room I had just left. I wheeled around to face whatever had made that noise. When I did, I lost my presence of mind and stood up at the same time. Crunch. My helmet crashed into the passage ceiling. My light broke, and I was buried in the heavy darkness. Pain shot through my neck down to my back. The helmet had protected my head, but my neck was nearly numb from the impact. Fear enveloped me and my knees began to weaken. I slowly and involuntarily slumped to my knees. I gently set the camera down as I began to see stars from the pain in my upper back. The scraping noise lasted only a second, and now the only sound I could hear was my own panic-inspired breathing. Not only could I feel the fear thick upon my chest, but the darkness seemed to hold me in place. I felt like I was vulnerable from every direction. I wanted to turn and look behind me, and to the side of me, and in front of me. Everywhere I looked, I saw black. Finally, I broke the stupor of terror long enough to reach for an alternate light source, the mini-mag on my helmet. I twisted the light to turn it on, and when I did, I nearly cried. I had forgot to put fresh batteries in, and now I could barely see more than a few feet. Still, it was better than nothing. I immediately began shining the light with all my might into the large room. I strained to get a glimpse of any movement in the room. Nothing. I was shaking violently as I sat there trying to figure out what to do. My mind was not thinking clearly. I honestly thought I was going to die right there in the cave. For a fleeting moment, I wondered how B would even figure out what had happened to me. Then it hit me like a boulder. The phone! My mind must have been clearing up at that point because I also thought about my glow sticks. Without taking my eyes off the large room, I felt around in my pack for the glow sticks. Since I was carrying the phone and video camera, I removed as much possible from my pack, and one of the things I left with B was my backup headlamp. Thus, I was left with only the glow sticks. I found one and ripped it out of the package. I could tell something was wrong by how it sounded. It had been inadvertently broken and was now useless. I chucked it on the ground and searched my pack for another one. I took my eyes off the large room only to check the passage behind me occasionally. I found another glow stick, broke it to light it up. The soft green glow created eerie colors on the walls of the cave. The stick provides barely enough light to see the immediate area and provided no hint of what lay ahead. I felt the pack for one more light, again without taking my eyes off the room. I felt a third glow stick and ripped it out of the package. After breaking it to make sure it worked, I hesitated, then threw the glow stick into the large room. The throw was a perfect one, and the stick sailed through the length of the room. In the brief moment that the light traveled through the room, I saw nothing but cave walls. The absence of anything unusual did nothing to ease my state of panic. At the far end of the room, I got a brief glimpse of the round rock as the light bounced on it. Then the light went behind the rock and seemed to disappear. I was still shaking, but at least I didn't see anything. Still, there was the noise. I used the glow stick to light the phone reel, and with fumbling fingers I managed to plug my phone into the jack. I put the phone in my ear and heard nothing. The usual beeps to indicate connection with the other phone were not there. Terrified, I pulled the phone from the jack and reinserted it. Again, silence. The line was dead. What could have happened? I just talked to B. I found myself nearly sobbing with fear. I knew the only way out of here was back the way I came, but something was there. A third attempt at making contact with B met with the same results. I tried to think of another plan, but I could only focus on the memories of the grinding sound that I had just heard. In my weakened state, I slumped against the side of the passage, breathing like I had just finished a race, never breaking eye contact with the shadows of the large room. As my shoulder touched the wall, I had a powerful jolt of pain remind me of my collision with the roof of the cave. Despair, agony, terror. I can't say exactly how long I sat there, but my feet were tingling and my knees were sore. The pain in my back crept lower. Although my neck felt no different, I resolved to make an attempt to exit this evil passage. I knew if I waited too long, I would lose what little light I had. I attempted to stand, but did not have the strength. I crawled slowly to near the end of the large room, dragging my pack beside me. Using the walls of the cave, I was able to slowly stand, though not straight due to my sore back. Still breathing rapidly, I slowly advanced through the room. I wound up the phone wire as I went. My eyes were staring straight ahead, straining for any signs of movement. With every step, my light would cast ever-changing shadows on the wall, keeping me busy trying to look at every one. My eyes burned as I realized I had not blinked for many minutes. How many? How long had I been going on? The only sounds I could hear were the crunch of my feet on the broken rock and the wheezing of my breath. As I wound the cord, I could hear the squeak of the wheel, with each turn bringing me closer to the tomb, closer to B, closer to safety. The short trip through the room took an eternity. As I passed the crude drawing, it seemed to glow, as if offering some sort of warning. I didn't know what the drawing represented, but everything about this cave seemed to instill fear. Toward the far end of the room, I could see the round rock dimly at the far reaches of my light. Something seemed different about it, but I couldn't tell. When I got within a few feet, I could finally tell what had changed. It had moved. That was the sound I heard. Again, terror gripped my entire body as I realized how close I was to something. I had no choice but to continue. Still, it was not easy. I inched toward the rock, holding the glow stick ahead of me in my shaking hand, using it to pierce the darkness. I stopped just this side of the rock and wound up the slack in the phone wire. Then I realized why I had lost contact with B. The rock was now sitting on the wire. I gave it a tug and the thin wire snapped. My only hope of contact with the outside world ceased to exist when that wire broke. I had never felt so alone and helpless. Buried deep within the earth, I had voluntarily descended into my own grave with a casket of solid rock. With the phone now useless, I sat down in the passage, my gaze fixed on the round rock. I proceeded forward. My breathing was rapid, with my throat dry and aching and my mouth dusty. With every crunch of the rock below my feet, my heart seemed to stop. No movement could be seen in the green glow of my stick. I got to the rock and peered over the top. Seeing nothing, I took several rapid steps past it. When I reached the other side, I recoiled in horror at what I saw. In the side of the passage near the floor was a hole, with another passage revealed. It had been covered by the rock, but now it was exposed. The rock could not have moved by itself. I backed away from the hole and collided with the opposite wall. I had not been paying attention to the pain in my back, but now it came back to me in all its fury. I stared down the newly discovered passage. It went down at a 45-degree angle. This is getting bad, isn't it? This is awful, huh?
Just really needed a new path.
But yeah, so like behind the rock is covering up a passage. Like basically, the reason why the wind was coming and going was because something was moving the rock out of place and into place. That's why the wind was coming and going. Yeah, and that's why it's round, because it's been moved so many times that it's rounded itself from being moved. or it's been rounded from being moved. And that's the rumbling noise, or not the rumbling, but the scraping noise. Because the rumbling, I think, comes with the wind, but the scraping noise is the rock sliding across the floor, being moved by something. The floor seemed to be the same. It went down at a 45-degree angle and continued straight as far as I could see. Several feet down, I could see the glow stick that I had thrown. It illuminated the passage enough that I could tell the walls were fairly smooth. The floor seemed to be the same way, unlike the rest of the cave. The passage was about 3 feet in diameter as far as I could see. It would have been an easy passage to explore if I had the least desire to do so. Right now, I wanted out of the cave and into daylight. I slowly backed away from the hole toward B. I never took my eyes off the abyss. I nearly tripped over the phone wire as I turned to leave this devil's lair. I noticed my mini-mag was practically dead, leaving me only with the glow stick. I wanted to sprint to Floyd's tomb. Just hearing another human being would help alleviate some of the fear I was experiencing. As I turned away from the large rock in the hole, I felt an overwhelming sense of panic fill my soul. It felt like a legion of demons was about to attack me from behind. It felt like my salvation lay ahead of me in the darkness, and Lucifer was behind me, trying to keep me from safety. I found myself moving much faster than I should have been in that cave. My only thought was to get out as quickly as possible. I passed the crystal formation, barely even noticing the beautiful creation of nature and the green glow of my light. Every time I ducked to avoid a rock, I felt my back scream. It's a reminder of my injury. When I got to the point in the passage where I had to crawl, I flung myself down on all fours, barely slowing as I dropped. When my hands came in contact with the cave floor, I felt an electric shock shoot all the way down my back and simultaneously down my arms. For the first time since this nightmare had begun, I let out a scream. I crumpled down and lay there on the rock, with new levels of pain manifesting every time I inhaled. Whimpering from fear and pain, I tried to listen to any other noise in the cave. I could feel the silence pounding in my head. I knew from previous trips that B was still out of earshot, but I was close. Forcing myself to move, I winced as I pulled my body onto all fours and started to progress along the cave. I still held the glow stick in my hand, but I had ceased checking behind me. Now my focus was ahead of me. I reached the point where I could yell to B, but I didn't make a sound. I didn't want to stop long enough to talk. Finally, I reached the last stretch of cave before the squeeze. As I was crawling toward the beginning of the tomb, I called to B. He answered back. I screamed to him to get everything ready to go. He asked if I was okay, since he hadn't heard from me on the phone. He had gotten worried. I told him no, and to get everything ready to go. When I reached the rope, I flipped off my helmet and shoved it into my pack. For the first time, I realized I had forgot my video camera. It was a fleeting thought. I cared no more about that camera than a passenger of the Titanic cared about a hat or coat. I tied the pack to the rope and told him to pull it through. Then I told him to start heading toward the surface as soon as he pulled the rope through. He asked why, and I screamed that there was something in the cave with us. My back ached with every move I made. I knew it didn't matter, though. I was going to get through the tomb as fast as I could, injuries notwithstanding. Just as I started into the squeeze, I felt the wind in the passage increase, and with it the most nauseating stench I had ever experienced. It smelled like damp, rotting, rancid, putrid death. I almost started to dry heave. I pulled my shirt up over my nose to shield me from the overpowering smell. At this point, B smelled it too. He yelled, "What is that?" Then he yelled at me to hurry up and get through. I told him I was coming. Then I took a deep breath through my shirt and started back through. B's yelling had intensified my fear and panic, as if I needed any help. I knew he could sense the urgency in getting out of this place. Still, as I worked my way through, I yelled at him to start up. I would catch up with him when I got through. He said he would. He placed my glow stick inside the passage, then began to climb out. This time, through the squeeze, I had no regard for the tightness of the passage. I was scraping my face, ears, arms, and shoulders. Every inch of the squeeze meant numerous scratches on my body, but I barely noticed them. My back was nearly paralyzing me with pain. Once again, I felt the rising need to vomit because of the odor being delivered to my nostrils by the breeze. Halfway through Floyd's tomb, I took a break to catch my breath. I was approaching exhaustion, and my respiration rate was through the roof. The top of the passage seemed to rest my cheek, and the floor felt like broken glass on my opposite cheek. As I paused briefly to recuperate, I heard the scraping noise coming from deep within the cave. It continued for several seconds, then silence. I let out a cry which startled me. I was no longer consciously reacting to the noise. The cry was a subconscious response to the fear which flowed through my entire body. In a panic, I began to scoot through the passage. As I reached the largest part of the tomb, I quickly slid my arms under my body to get into position to exit the hole. I grabbed the rope and pulled with all my might. When my shoulders reached the hole, they lodged, and I was stuck. I dug my feet into the rocks and wiggled my way back into the passage. Then I turned my body slightly and tried again. This time I was successful in pulling my upper body through. Normally I would carefully work my way out since there was a 3-foot drop on the outside of the hole. This time I kicked with my legs and pulled with my arms and plop. I dropped out of the tomb right onto my shoulder. I tried to roll to soften the impact but was unable to do anything more than take the blow. Strangely, the pain was focused on my shoulder, apparently not affecting my already sore back. I rolled over onto all fours, then slowly rose to my feet. The smell was much less intense outside of the passage. I grabbed the glow stick and used it to find my helmet. I began to head for the webbing to climb up while strapping on my helmet. When I got to the webbing, I reached up to grab hold and recoiled in horror. The glow of the glow stick, I could see for the first time the injuries of my arms. My forearms were covered with deep cuts and scrapes. Much of my arm was covered with blood. The wounds were not deep enough to bleed freely, but rather ooze the blood. In that brief moment that I stopped, I noticed that there was silence in the cave. No sounds coming from the passage, and nothing from up ahead. Once again, the feeling of being alone returned, motivating me to proceed. Climbing up the little drop-off proved to be difficult in my condition, yet having the glow stick as the only light source added to the challenge. Once on top, I scrambled to catch up with B. I was impressed with the speed of his ascent. Although I did not mention any more of my physical condition during my exit, I was hurting. With every step, I took pain shot through my lower back and my neck. My arms were shredded and my shoulder had a nice gash in it. I honestly believe that if it were not for the terror I felt at that time, I would not have the energy and the motivation to climb out. I was running on pure adrenaline. Unfortunately, the adrenaline surge was about to end. I did not see or hear B until I reached the small area at the bottom of the drop. He was on a rope and climbing out as fast as he could. I could hear him moving quickly and breathing heavily. I called out to him and his startled reaction told me he was nearly as tense as I was. He told me to get on rope and start climbing. We both knew that it would be dangerous and not something we would ever normally do, but this was different. I stood there looking up at where the rope disappeared into the darkness above me. It danced around as B made his way to safety. He was out of sight, but I knew he was close. I knew the rope was my lifeline to the outside, to light, safety. Behind me was darkness, fear, the unknown. I had the fleeting thought of a movie scene where the actor had outwitted the monster and reached the front door of the haunted house. Just as he reaches for the knob, he hears a sound behind him and turns, only to see... I slid the glow stick into the cord on my helmet and reached for my harness. Then I thought I would let B get a little bit higher while I pulled the rope up that was stretched down into the cave. That would make it easier to get out once we got to the top of the drop. I chose not to wind the rope around my arm since it was sore and bleeding, so I just pulled it into a pile on the floor. From above, I heard B warn me, "Rock!" and I ducked under the ledge as several small rocks landed on the floor near my feet. I quickly went back to pulling the rope in. I had about half of it in, about 50 feet, when the rope hit a snag. It was solid. There was no way I was going to crawl back to release it, so I decided to just forget the rope and get my harness on and get out of the cave. I quickly threw the harness around me and started to buckle it. Before I could secure it, I heard a strange noise at my feet. My pulse began to quicken. I looked down at the rope, only to discover, to my horror, that the rope was disappearing down into the darkness. Something was pulling the rope back into the cave. I let go of the harness and began clawing my way up the rope. The unbuckled harness fell to the floor. Fortunately, I held on to an ascender. At that moment, I could not think straight and began climbing out of the cave without being attached to the rope. I had climbed out many times without using an ascending device, but I was always attached to the rope, just in case. I was climbing as fast as my battered body could haul me up. I was in a near panic state again and consequently was scraping, bumping, and gouging my arms and legs. As I climbed, I screamed to B that something was pulling the rope. He yelled back to hurry up. Luck was with me that I didn't slip and fall back down into the hole. If I had, I would have bounced several times against the sides of the cave before smashing onto the floor. The injuries would be fatal. Without the necessity of having to stop to slide the ascender up the rope, I made excellent time getting up. I could see rays of light above me, coming from the entrance to the cave. That told me exactly where I was in the cave. I caught up to B on the ledge below where our relay point was fixed. I told him to keep going. It would only take him a few minutes, but every second would be torture because I had to wait for him to get up. I watched the rope that we had just climbed up. I expected to see some creature from deep within the earth climb up and make me its lunch. The rope moved around a bit in rhythm with B's climbing, but did not appear to have any tension on it. As I stood there waiting for B, I kept watching the rope for signs of anything bizarre. I didn't know if my heart could take any more stress. I could not have been more wired. I tried to relax a bit to make sure I was thinking rationally, but my poor brain had reached sensory overload. As B reached the top of the last climb, I got ready to clip on my ascender and get my sorry butt out of there. It was then that I noticed the rope began to tighten from below. I could feel the tension on the rope, but it was a steady tension. Not like someone was climbing up. Either way, I wanted out of there as fast as possible. I clipped on and scrambled up the rope. I hadn't noticed, but B had kept on moving toward the entrance. I got up the last few feet in a hurry. I just unclipped and kept moving, leaving the rope behind. By the time I got to the entrance of the cave in daylight, B was almost up to where the rope was anchored. I wanted to get up so bad I almost started to free climb without clipping onto the rope. I could see B was almost up, so I clipped and started up. I almost didn't make it. I had to start up when I nearly collapsed from exhaustion. I managed to recover enough to pull myself up the last few feet. As I climbed, I could hear the tension on the rope manifest itself by the stretching noise. I prayed the rope would not break with me attached to it. The second when I reached the top, I unclipped the ascender. I could see B kneeling down by the tree, so I limped over to him and collapsed. For the first time since I went through Floyd's tomb, we could see each other. We just stared. I knew I looked pretty bad, but I didn't know that B was in such bad shape. He had cuts and scrapes on every exposed surface of his body. His face was pale, almost white. His mouth and eyes were wide open. He was breathing heavily, almost gasping. The shock we shared at the other person's appearance was broken, and we heard the rope around the tree stretch and the knot be tied tighten. I was frozen in place, overwhelmed with fright. B seemed to be transfixed on the knot. Then in one motion, he produced a pocket knife and began to work on the rope. It is amazing how a person's state of mind can alter the perception of time. I'm sure it only took 4 or 5 seconds to sever the rope from the tree, but it seemed like an hour. When the rope was cut, the knot fell to the ground, while the end of the rope zipped across the rocks and over the edge of the cliff, the speed of it causing a humming noise as it went. As soon as the rope was cut, B let out a cry. He dropped the knife and fell backward. Watching the rope fly over the edge brought the feelings in the passage back to me. I got up and headed toward the truck. I noticed B was still laying there, wide-eyed, staring at the point the rope disappeared. I called to him, which seemed to break his trance. He got up and hurried away from the tree, the cave, the nightmare. Neither of us said a word all the way home. It is now 4 days after our trip to the cave. It has taken me 4 days and dozens of attempts to get this entire experience written into my journal. Every time I started to write, I recalled the terrible feelings I had and couldn't write anymore. I felt compelled to continue so as to document the unbelievable events while all the details were fresh in my mind. I can still feel the pain, still smell the stench, still experience the terror. Even typing from my journal is taking hours. I would like to write more, but it will have to wait. Even now, with several days between me and the event, I can't relax. I can barely concentrate. That's all for now. I'm going to take a break for a second because that was the longest entry in there, and there's one more left. But what a climax there, huh?
Yeah, that's crazy.
That is so awfully terrifying. So, like, that's one of the things. Well, and I mean, I guess it's not too much of a spoiler for the next part, but like they never actually see what's down in there. Like, you just have to guess. Like, you don't get an understanding of what was in the cave with them, and I think that makes it way more scary than if it actually told you what exactly was in there with them.
Yeah,
I have a thought about what I think it is, possibly, but I'll save that for this last bit. Also, Casper, if you're still watching, I'm sorry I didn't want to stop the flow there of how many paragraphs there were to read, but Casper said scary when I got to that part. I think the stench makes it worse. The fact that all of a sudden, after he hears scraping again, just this horrid smell starts coming into the room. Like, whatever it is emanating like a rancid stench. It's just like, it's like, what the hell is in there? And the pulling of the rope, that visual to me, like just seeing a dark cave hole with the rope going into it, like getting pulled back down into the cave, is just terrifying. Yeah. Because whatever it wasn't even like, it almost felt like it wasn't even trying to climb up. It was like it was trying to pull whoever was on the rope back in.
It was trying to get him down. I don't think it was going up.
And just the idea, too, with the rock, when he sees the tunnel behind the rock, like the fact that this whole time it was just against this corner and it's like, oh, you know, like it's just a weird round rock. And then it opens and it's basically a doorway to a smooth, like the way it was described is almost like an unnaturally smooth tunnel, like in this cave. Is just, God, it's so creepy. That the sigil was like potentially glowing, and he couldn't. I don't think it was. I think it's up for interpretation whether it was actually glowing or it was just the light of his glow stick was making it look like it was glowing. But
yeah,
like just something like weird as hell is going on down there in this cave that supposedly nobody has ever been in. But clearly that's not the case. All right, last entry. May 19th, 2001. It has been 3 weeks since our last visit to the cave. I want to update.
Dang, 2 days. Sorry, 2 days before my birthday when I was born.
Oh, really? That's right. Yeah,
May
2 days before your
19th.
birthday. That is. And that's 16 days after my birthday. Not as close as yours, but still in the same month.
Oh, crazy.
It has been 3 weeks since our last visit to the cave. I want to update everyone as to my condition, my plans for the cave, and the events of the past few weeks. I apologize for not returning your phone calls. I have been getting all of your messages. I just haven't felt up to calling back. Steve and Mark, thanks for your words of encouragement on my answering machine. I know you two are sincerely concerned for me. You're awesome friends. Mark. I know you stopped by the house a few times, and I'm sorry I never answered the door. It really helped me just knowing you dropped by. Sis, I can hear the worry in your voice. I'm okay. Don't worry about me. Just take care of those nieces and nephews of mine. Also, the thing too about this is that this was not all posted at once. At the time, it was blog posts, so each of these entries would have been like a different day, probably on the day.
Yeah.
Like he probably posted that on the 19th of May. So you can imagine, like, if he was doing this, like, his family was genuinely concerned if he was pulling a prank on them with this story. That's what that is about.
Yeah.
But anyways, so basically it would be like each chapter would leave you anticipating the next one, like just waiting to see what happens next. I figure if I can get this site updated, I can let everyone know at once about how I'm doing. A lot has happened in the last 3 weeks, so I'll do my best to cover everything. I guess I should start with the last entry left off. It took several days to get the last journal entry written down. I was so shook up from the experience that I could do little else but sit around and ponder what had happened. Right now, I'm on long-term medical leave from work. I tried to go to work several days after the event, but my boss sent me home. I couldn't concentrate, and I looked terrible. I've even been to the doctor, but I couldn't tell him about the experience, so I just told him I was under a lot of stress. He recommended rest and gave me a prescription to help me relax. Good drugs. When we left the cave, I was nearly in a state of shock. I could not think clearly and was having a difficult time trying to understand what had happened. I didn't eat much, nor did I get any sleep. I was glad I had the presence of mind to write down my experience while it was fresh in my mind. As I reread what I wrote, I feel like I accurately portrayed what happened in the cave that day. I wouldn't change anything I wrote. Even though it took 3 days to write it, when I finished writing in my journal, I felt much better. I guess it was kind of therapeutic. Unfortunately, it didn't last. In fact, it was after then that things got really bad. B and I parted company after the trip, and I didn't see him again until yesterday. I didn't try to reach him, and he didn't try to get a hold of me. Nor did either of us try to contact Joe. B just dropped me off after the trip and spent the next several days by myself in the house. I tried to eat, but had no appetite. I was restless, but I couldn't find anything to do to take my mind off the experience. That's when I determined that I should write it down. As I mentioned, that helped me think a little clearer, and I seemed to be a little calmer, but it didn't last. I went to work the next day, but was sent home. The day after that, I had an overwhelming feeling of anxiety sink into my soul. I was depressed and confused and had no one I wanted to turn to for comfort. I was getting all kinds of phone calls from people, but I just let the answering machine take the calls. I even changed the message on the machine to let everyone know I was all right. I continued in this miserable state, eating and sleeping whenever I could manage until a week after the trip. Then things started to get strange. At first I was hearing sounds in the house that had no explanation. Footsteps, shuffling noises, creaking doors. You know, the typical horror movie fare. Only the sounds were not distinct. It was as though I wasn't sure I heard what I thought I had heard. I would be eating or getting out of the shower and stop, thinking I heard something, but the sound would not repeat itself. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that it happened frequently, I couldn't be sure there were noises in the first place. Either way, I was scared. It was as though I had been caught in a spider web for the last week. Feelings of anxiety, foreboding, tension filled my life. Then came the hallucinations. I began seeing things in a manner similar to the sounds I was hearing. Just a glimpse of something in the corner of my eye. When I would turn to look, nothing. I had been sleeping with the lights on in my house from before dusk to after dawn. When I started to see things on a regular basis, I purchased a gun. Got it from an ad in the paper so I didn't have to wait for a permit. I went to the doctor but didn't mention the details of my life. Just told him I couldn't relax, and I walked out of there with a prescription. Fortunately, my wounds and injuries were pretty much healed by this time. My back still hurt a little, but the prescription took care of that too. When I was on the medication, I felt great, but I didn't want to walk around high the rest of my life, so I'd only take it at the end of my tough day. Unfortunately, the severity of the sightings increased, giving rise to a need for the medication. The flashes in the corner of my eye continued, but then I began to see shapes and shadows. They would be outside my windows, usually at night. I still couldn't make out anything solid, so it was hard to pin down what I was seeing. Soon I began to close all my drapes and blinds so I could remove the possibilities of seeing something. Doing so did help in that respect, but my life was still a mess. My daily routine was mechanical and empty. I would sleep in as long as I could, usually out of exhaustion. Then I would get cleaned up and try to eat something. I lost a lot of weight, so I tried to get as much possible to down me. As much possible down me. Yeah, I know. This is intense, Casper. I see the little face he put there, the shocked face. Then I would get cleaned up and try to eat something. I lost a lot of weight. Then I would exercise a little and nap a lot. I'd only been out of the house a few times in the last 2 weeks. The store, the doctor, the gun purchase. I didn't watch much TV because I couldn't concentrate. I spent a lot of time on the internet. I was doing research on caves and cave myths. The only story I could find was the caver folklore about the Hodag. The Hodag is supposedly a creature that roams caves. 2 weeks after we went in the cave, and a week after I began hearing things, I began to have nightmares. Extremely lucid nightmares. No specific theme or recurring events. Just plain terrifying. Sometimes I was in my house and someone was trying to get me. Only I couldn't run because I had no legs. Other times I was in a vat and someone was pouring a syrup-like liquid on me, filling the vat. I would wake up in a panic. I would stay awake until exhaustion forced me to enter dreamland once again. A brutal routine. I continued for several days until it reached a climax on the 6th day, yesterday. My dreams seemed so real, I had a hard time telling if I was awake or not. I was beat, really drained of energy and spirit. I was going from the living room to my bedroom in the early evening when I looked down the hall and saw a dark figure toward the end. I thought it was a thief and began to back up slowly. It didn't move. As I was backing up, the lights flickered off and on. Every muscle was tense. I stopped to stare at the figure. Just then the phone rang. It startled me so bad I stumbled over the chair. When I got up, I wheeled around to look down the hall and nothing was there. I grabbed my keys and left the house. I felt compelled to get in the car and drive. My pulse pounded in my temples as I got in and started the car. I wanted to drive to Overlook Point to see the city lights. I didn't know why I needed to go there, but I knew I had to go. The closer I got, the more urgent the feeling. When I arrived at that point, I saw something that at first startled me, but then caused me to be more relaxed than I had been in a long time. Joe was there. He was out of his car, standing looking at the lights. We looked at each other. I could see from the tired look on his face he had been going through the same miserable trial that I had been experiencing.
Freak am I looking at?
What?
Why is there a clone of me and he's trying to kill me with a golf club right now?
What the hell? Dude, that like made my hairs stand on edge. What?
And I can't kill him. I've put 2 mags in his face. You should have saw it. He's just standing in the middle of the road, just menacingly, just standing there. Like, it's pouring rain, street light. I killed him.
You did kill him? What happened? Like what did he get? Did you get anything out of that? Or
no,
you just had a doppelganger attack you?
Yeah.
That made the hairs on my arms stand up because I was like just reading this part, and then you're like, what? I was like,
yeah, I was just standing there. I was like, wait, what the freak? Should have read dots. Like, what is that? There's a guy standing there.
That's very eerie.
I got closer and it's my guy. I was like, what the heck?
I don't know. I forgot to ask. Are you all done with your collectibles, or were you still looking for some of them?
Like 30 into the cards.
Oh, I gotcha. All right. Well,
but
I mean,
I'll be done tomorrow. It's already like 5.
It is. The story is almost done. Like literally, I think it's 2. Well, it's a few paragraphs up, but it is almost done.
I was just gonna listen to the rest of this, and I probably need to go to bed.
Yeah. But anyways, you got me to get off of my bedding game. I was like, oh god, do I need to help? I was like running.
I was like, what the heck? And just standing there.
Yeah.
And he like only started moving when I was moving.
That's scary.
I was like, what the freak?
That's really scary. I don't like that.
No, neither did I.
I saw something that first startled me but caused me to be more relaxed than I'd been in a long time. Joe was there. He was out of his car, standing looking at the lights. We looked at each other. I could see from the tired look on his face he'd been going through the same miserable trial that I'd been experiencing. You could tell from the look on my face that we shared some terrible experience. Our conversation was unbelievably brief. "You've been back?" he began, even though he knew the answer. "Yes. We need to return." "Tomorrow good?" I asked. "Yeah. Noon." He got in his car, and I got into mine. I hadn't even wanted to talk to him about his experience. Obviously, he didn't want to know mine. I drove over to B's house. When he answered the door, I thought that B actually looked like he was doing fine, somewhat happy. One look at me and his disposition changed. Our conversation was also succinct. I ran into Joe and we're going back in tomorrow at noon. B looked dead serious. He just nodded his head. I asked him if I could spend the night at his house. He eagerly let me in. I didn't notice until later, but every light in the house was turned on. He led me to his spare room. "Help yourself." "Thanks." I washed up in the bathroom, took some medication, and got the first decent sleep in a long time. I woke early this morning and came home to get ready for the trip. I thought I would send out this update so no one will wonder what's going on with me. I suspect that by the time most of you read this, I'll be back home and we'll have a great story to tell. I promise that if you haven't heard from me by now, you will very shortly. It is now 10 a.m. on Saturday the 19th. We'll be leaving for the cave in 2 hours. Preparing for this trip will be like no other trip I've been on. For the first time in my life, I will carry a gun into a cave. I will also carry a knife, an extensive first aid kit, plenty of food and water, and a camera. I take several sources of light and a pad of paper and pencil. I will have to take all my climbing rope since B lost his in the cave. I'll carry a good length of rope with me on the other side of Floyd's tomb. This is the first time in 3 weeks that I've heard any reference to Floyd's tomb. It sent shivers up my spine just typing it. There are so many things I hope to accomplish this day, so many answers I hope to find in a tiny passage hidden from view. Reflecting on the events leading up to today leaves me feeling dizzy. Was all this a bad dream? Unfortunately, I am wide awake, and still, in a few short hours, I might face my nightmare. The thought of having another person with me in the passage does nothing to alleviate the fear I feel. I almost chuckle as I ponder a childish notion that we will have to consider. Who will enter the tomb first? Who will lead the way into the dark unknown? Who will decide when to turn back? Foremost among the questions in my mind is, what about the video camera that I left behind? It is supposed to be able to record in complete darkness. I left the thing running, so what might we find on the tape? Darker questions follow. What if the camera is gone? What if it's destroyed? Although it is difficult to put an exact name on my motivation, I think closure fits quite nicely. I need to find out a few things about this cave. The main thing, believe it or not, is to find the end of the cave. With all of the bizarre things I have witnessed these past few weeks, it would seem a bit trite to want as a primary goal to get to the end. But that is what I want. To be sure, I will be seeking other bits of knowledge along the way. If, however, I find the end of the main passage and an end of the passage hidden by the rock, I will be content to never return to the passage or the cave again. Never. It would seem to me that crawling headfirst through a tight passage into the darkness is an unnatural thing, just like crawling up the side of a cliff for recreation or jumping out of a perfectly good airplane and floating to the ground. We do these things to satisfy our hunger for adventure, with subconscious desire to conquer our own little Everest. As B is fond of saying, caving is the last opportunity for exploration for the person with modest means. True. Just a short dive from just about anywhere in the country is a cave waiting to be explored. Ron, shut the hell up. I'm reading the story. Even a cave well known among the general public can be approached by someone for the first time as an adventure. Something new, something to overcome, because it's there. Many of you don't agree with my decisions to pursue this cave. I know this from the messages I have received. I'm afraid I don't have a choice. If I am ever to experience restful slumber, I must return. If I am ever to walk the halls of my own home in peace, I must return. If I am ever to exit the overworld and enter the subterranean world of the cave, I must now return. I no longer feel that I have a choice. I must return. For my family and friends who are reading this, I say be at peace. I will conquer this cave. Then I will return and update this website immediately. I will include any photos we take in the cave today, and if you stop by the house, I will show you the video I have. I expect to be home later tonight or tomorrow at the latest. See you all of you soon with a lot of answers. Love, Ted. And that is where it ends. He never updated the rest of the story. Jesus Christ. Ghost car. That is insanely scary timing. Don't ever do that to me again, Ghost car. Holy crap. Oh my god, dude. I finished the story and just I hear ring. It's trying to kill me even though I'm like on a roof. Anyways, so yeah, that was an actually good creepypasta, Ted the Caver. It was a lot longer than I remember, but yeah, I love that ending. I love the ending where he's, I mean, like, you know, basically the entire story is him kind of justifying going to this cave, and it would only make sense that this is not the time that he stops justifying going into the cave, even though you know there's likely no way. Well, not even that you know there's likely, like, he says at the end, you know, I'm gonna conquer it. I'm gonna, as soon as I get done, I'm gonna immediately post the results. I can't wait to talk to you guys again, and then just nothing. Like, it's just no entries, and you never get to learn what actually is in the cave, what's beyond the rock. Like, because he talks about exploring beyond the rock, like, in that passage with Joe and B. No response from either of those guys either. It's just that's the story ending. But I think that's probably one of the best creepypastas out there is the Ted the Caver one.
Yeah. That was definitely really good.
But oh man, I am definitely very tired from reading it though. I do, like I said, I do not remember it being as long as that. I do think it kind of needed to be that long just because it makes all those details hit harder. Where it's like, you know, you get the feeling of them taking forever to, you know, to make this cave, or to dig into this cave. You need to know, like, the process, how hard it is to get out of the cave, just so at that very climax, you know how screwed he is when his light breaks and he's, like, stuck in this room. Like, and that's the part too that really sends chills down my spine. Is like the thing could have just been watching him. Like, it could have been in the room with him in the dark, and there's no way of knowing. Like, he could have just been silently standing in a corner out of his sight, like, examining him. Which I also think it's kind of funny to think about, like, if it is just like some monster that that lives in the cave, like like from its perspective, it might be terrifying as well. That just some random creatures it's never seen before start drilling into its home and trying to break in. Like, I've always thought that would be a fun, like, idea with the story, is that whatever's in the cave is just as scared of them as they are of it.
Well, that's how it is a lot of the time.
Mm-hmm. But even then, I don't know if that's fully what I would think is the case. I think my idea, and again, it's not anything to be confirmed or whatever, but, like, I think that the I was falling down a hill, if you're wondering what that was about. I think I almost wonder if it is like a pit to hell that they opened up, you know, because, like, usually usually in those kind of, like, stories, like, it reminds me kind of the one in, like, Lord of the Rings where the dwarves mined too deep into Moria and they released the big, like, Balrog demon from the depths. I almost wonder if that's kind of the same thing. Like, it's a pit to hell, and part of the reason I say hell specifically is because, you know, it's like when they refer to it as, like, fire and brimstone. Like, brimstone is really another word for sulfur, which smells awful. Like, I think a lot of people don't realize in some depictions of hell that it would have not only flames everywhere, but, like, just a terrible, terrible stench. So it's almost like when the rock opens up the hole and the stench comes out, it almost feels like a gateway to hell has opened up, and like some demon is traversing it in this area. I don't know. That's part of what I think. I don't know if it's like, I think you could argue that it's not even necessarily like a physical monster. Like, it could very well be just like a spiritual thing.
That's what I was thinking.
Especially because with the rock, like, you need so much force to move the rock because it's like a very big boulder blocking the hole. Like, you'd think something was there. If something was there pushing it physically, they need probably more room than just the tight 3-foot space. But if it's some kind of supernatural force that comes out of the cave and not like a physical creature, that might explain more how the rock is able to move.
You're right, honey. It's time I
yeah.
But anyways, I love that one. That one's a great horror story.
You look great.
And I think it would have been a much worse story if they ended it with being like, "Hey, I'm back, and I saw a hodag in there."
It definitely been way worse if they said what they saw.
I find that too kind of funny. Like he says, maybe it's a hodag, but like the hodag is just such a goofy cryptid. Like it's just kind of funny to think of like the little green guy just hiding in the cave. The Rock is evil. The Rock is evil, Casper. Casper has also been saying gamble for the past couple of minutes. But,
Casper, I can't. It's 5:45 in the morning,
very
Casper.
early.
I need to go to sleep,
I do
Casper.
as well, unfortunately. That story took a lot out of me. So, I need to go to sleep as well, Casper. I was gonna say for tomorrow, is there a time that you would be on
I
to
should
play?
just do whenever I wake up.
Oh yeah. Well, I was gonna say if you needed to do stuff or whatever, I wanted to try to maybe record my script for the video.
Oh, we can definitely do it whenever. If you want to record, you feel free to record stuff for your video. It's no rush.
Yeah. So, anyways, you can barely hear the stream right now, Casper. I legitimately can't tell if you actually can or you're trolling just because you said that to Eve Bona multiple times. And
Casper tells me that stuff every time I stream.
I feel like he's just joking, kind of like the nail, like the needle, like upgrade the needle.
And then I turn it up to where he's like, all right, it's working, and then all of a sudden the next stream we do, I'm quiet again.
Literally, Casper, if you can't hear the stream, just turn up the volume on your phone or whatever. I don't know, like I have it at a decent. It's peaking on my end sometimes when I'm talking.
I can't hear the stream and his phone's turned like all the way down.
It's not the stream's fault. Oh. All right,
fine. If that's the case, I'm sorry, Casper.
If that is the case, sorry, Casper. I didn't mean to accuse you.
Seriously?
This time, he said it's not the fault of the stream. This time. Ew. Oh, that's so weird. That's really weird. I'm looking I'm looking at the Yeti costume in the ray trace like window reflections, and like all the fur texture overlay is gone, so he just looks like really smooth and naked in the reflection of the mirrors. The Yeti costume, it looks really funny. But all right, we do have to. I'd say we do have to bring it to a close, unfortunately. But that was fun. I don't know if I would do that. I don't know if I would do that too often, just because it does take a while.
You said you'd be here, but
and I'm feeling kind of parched from just talking for. I need to see. I need to see in the stream how long I was talking. Like I can kind of see it on my YouTube thing. Like, let me see. I was telling that story for probably 2.5 hours, if I was to guess.
Oh, easily.
Because that's like I'm rewinding to where I think I started telling the story, and it says 2.5 hours ago. 4 Wampas. Yeah, the reflection looked like 4 Wampas. That's for sure. But anyways. That'll be it for me and Mr. Bona. We will be back probably with more GTA tomorrow.
Oh yeah.
And I don't know, we could probably switch it up a little bit too at some point this week with some other stuff. Not sure what.
We'll see what
but
happens.
We'll see. So, thank you for watching, everyone. Hope you have a good night, morning, evening, whatever it is, wherever you are.